Hello everyone and welcome to Ahten City Underground, the first of these bi-weeklies formerly known as Late Night Lobsters, but this is a bit of a new one. Head tournament organizer Marissa for this particular series, and I'm here with Soggy Iguana to cast the first few matches of this bracket.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. Looking forward to helping out with the first Ahten City Underground. Always looking forward to new tournaments in the scene.
Yeah, and new tournament, but a bit of a familiar matchup, a lot of familiar faces. Our first match is going to feature none other than Platinum exclusive, a roster with so many players that one of them has found their way onto the opposing team. Fyra actually playing for Can't Think of a Good Name, the team that will be facing Platinum exclusive in this matchup.
Very interesting watching a bit of a team swap happen here, letting them face off against their friends over at the other side on Platinum exclusive.
Speaking of, quite a few names on Can't Think of a Good Name. The three players that we see in the lobby right now are Winter Freezer, Fyra, and ZZZ of longtime fame. A player that's been known for quite a while. On the other side, we expect to see it's Pineapple, Fudgy Waffles, and Cows. Pretty familiar faces on Platinum exclusive, but it's going to be an interesting matchup. And as the bans come in, we are heading to Imi's app, it appears. This will be an interesting one.
Imi's app's always very exciting in my opinion. You tend to expect to see the Rasmus ban, tend to expect to see an Imi ban. But watching high skill games occur on app, sometimes it's a KO fest, sometimes these players are a lot more weary of the danger of the hole.
Yeah, takes a lot of precision to play on that map, and also familiarity with the picks that are familiar on that map. You'll see a lot of Rasmus being picked or banned, Juliet as well. Knockback being super prevalent, and in recent times, a huge upsurge in Pumler's Drakkar picks on Imi's as well.
I've been really surprised with the increase in Pumler Drakkar. Not really somebody that I associate with brawling, but I've truly seen its potential come out over the past few days, and it's always super exciting to see.
Yeah, it's a bit of a flashy playstyle, and well, the KO combo on a map like Imi's app, very, very effective, very hard to react to when the Drakkar comes out of Xenocloak, so
Something about Xenocloak just tends to make people momentarily forget that there's a Drakkar in the game. I know it happens to me all the time. Lizard disappears, not in sight, not in mind, and then bam, blasted off the edge.
And I'm getting word that Fudgy Waffles is actually not playing in this match. It will actually be Ether, one of the most mispronounced names in the Omega Strikers community, coming in for Platinum exclusive. And according to Cows and Pineapple, he is about to lose set 3 of a ranked game.
Oh dear. Unfortunate for Ether. Can't say it's an unfamiliar feeling, though. I'm sure we've all been right there with him.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, but you know, can't wait for this matchup to come in. A lot of great teams in this tournament. Very interestingly, one of the teams here is Gumi, Kainoob, and Bells, currently sitting right above this particular matchup in the bracket. And I think the last time I saw those names together, or some familiar, I guess, combination of those names, they didn't do as well as expected. So it'll be interesting to see how they do this time.
Here's to hoping that we're able to watch one of their games live. I always love watching the three of them play. Never really seen them together myself, but very interesting team combination. Very exciting.
And as we attempt to stall, Ether finally arrives, and we should get right into it shortly. This will be an interesting matchup here, and I honestly can't predict the winner here because both these teams have the capability to take this one.
Oh, easily. I think if I were to hedge a bet, I would have to say Platinum exclusive. That being said, very close match, very tight, and a very exciting one for sure.
Yeah, keep in mind, Platinum exclusive doesn't have that Fudgy Waffles in the midfield, and that's the player that I think most people would expect to be the big difference maker. But Cows and Pineapple Ether subbing in as well. No slouches. So they'll be sure to put up a fight. But again, it's Imy's app, no fudgy waffles. That's the guy that keeps joking about him getting 20-something KOs on this map. So lacking the Imy's app legend, Platinum Exclusive are going to have to figure out something else.
Here's to hoping that they, as a whole, are going to carry over the spirit of Fudgy Waffles, keep the KOs high. A lot of downtime on this map for the enemy team.
And speaking of, we have some technology that was showcased earlier. Achi has figured out a way to do starter awakening display on the screen, so we know that's big. Sorry, not big. Built different and cast the last as the starters. The Dubu taken off the table. They do not want the goalie of Can't Think of a Good Name getting that, and for good reason. The Winter Freezer has played that Dubu for a long time and definitely less comfortable on other picks. Meanwhile, the side of Platinum Exclusive with that Drakkar banned away, it really means that Platinum Exclusive are feeling pretty comfortable here in the draft.
Leaving the Juliet open is going to be a very surprising thing with a very large amount of lethality, specifically on this map. Not a lot of ways to play around her when she's guarding the middle between the hole and the wall. Very, very tight range of play there.
But we see X Era coming out from the side of Can't Think of a Good Name. It'll be interesting to see how it matches up here against the Juliet and ZZZ on that X, a player to be feared. But this is a map where knockback is king, not necessarily damage, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Here it is, opening kickoff. We're going to see a bit of a fair trade, which is, you know, something to be expected around this level of play. That being said, the core is finding its way over into the Can't Think of a Good Name's half of the field, back and forth.
And I think the big thing here is really if Fyra can control the midfield and get it to ZZZ, because Cows and Ether can just split the field in half. It's Imy's app, top and bottom. Cows takes so much damage on that attempt though, and Winter Freezer, that expanse put in so much work. Cows KO'd already. Could not space properly around the bell ringer of ZZZ, and with Pineapple zoned out, it's up to Ether to defend, but no, Flip has to be burned. The barrier still goes down regardless. Now it's Ether in the midfield trying to block it away. ZZZ in position, knowing that one pass will be everything in this scoring attempt, but no, it is kept away. A Flip finally to the other side, but look at that, it's a Pineapple on death's door. And before there was Oki, there was ZZZ, and with the goalie staggered, that goal is just too easy for Fyra.
Absolutely incredible team play from Fyra and ZZZ, able to knock Pineapple out of position so Fyra just has an open shot. Truly incredible team play.
And team play on the other side though, coming in. Platinum Exclusive on a bit of a timer here. They have to get this goal, and they have to figure something out quick before it becomes too much for It's a Pineapple. That Mako goalie vulnerable, but a KO by Cows opens up a lot of space, especially with the barrier down. ZZZ pushing forward, but Strike War won by Pineapple has that one elusive to work with. Winter Freezer continuing to save it, but a rebound by Ether means Cows has the perfect shot to the top side.
That's showing off the lethality on this map. We are watching chaos happen left, right, and center. Juliet totally able to control the hole, leaving them down to people on the Can't Think of a Good Name side. Really puts them on the pressure.
Yeah, the KOs, the striker advantages, but it's not worth it if two members are being KO'd by ZZZ alone. ZZZ 1v2, getting a KO with the flip, going for the KO on the goal. He doesn't even need it. Fyra with the snipe, and it's just overwhelming pressure in the favor of Can't Think of a Good Name.
That's the power of Era X. When he's huge, he's a real threat. And ZZZ able to catch a position where he's able to catch two people at once is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and with that strength continuing to press forward, size buff, but has to be careful, no elusive, but a great res by Winter Freezer keeps the X alive for a little bit longer. Fyra now with flip available, sending it forward. Ether interrupts it for a moment, but gets flipped off the field, and with Ether gone, that's a midfielder gone. No control left. ZZZ punching the goalie into the NATO of Fyra, and it's looking over as it's a 1v3, but Ether respawns. We've seen Junos make miracles in this situation before. Will this be another case of it? But still, outnumbered, ZZZ has to be a little bit careful. Is unstaggered at the moment. The stagger bug rearing its head here, trying to get a dribble play, but no, it's not quite enough, and Platinum Exclusive hold on.
Cows and Ether have really been able to hold on, allowing Pineapple time to respawn. Something that you'd really love to see is their ability to hold it down, even with unconventional characters such as Juliet in the goal box. Able to see this flip come out, but an excellent expanse really saves it from Winter Freezer.
Yeah, just keeping the core away. Winter Freezer keeping this barrier up, but the core continues going to ZZZ. One of these tries will be scored eventually, but it's a Pineapple pushing up. Great goalie play there, but Cows winning the strike. We're on the other side. Cows continuing to send it forward, and on the rebound, the dash punch will even it up 2-2 in the first set.
Another close set right off the bat. It's what you love to see. True excitement right off rip. Hopefully it only goes further and further up in excitement in this tournament.
This is only the first round after all. Technically winners round 2, but with how the bracket's set up, this is the first game that these teams are playing. But Pineapple in particular has to be so careful. ZZ committing to sitting on top of the Mako and is so successful in doing so. But we've seen this barrier go down. We've seen Cows figure out the offense regardless of it. But with that double shrink coming out from Fyra, that's a lot of time to play with. That's a flip available for ZZZ. The KO found onto Ether, who gets sent out of the back of his own goal. And ZZZ with a strike war win, saved by the tap primary of Pineapple. But ZZZ continues pressing forward. Fyra as well. Pineapple with the strike war, and the striker advantage subsides. But Cows is also low. KO. The striker advantage does not end in the favor of Can't Think of a Good Name. Flip down, interrupted by another flip. But it's a Pineapple has no meter. Not long for this world. A KO or a goal, both are fine, and ZZZ is putting the goalie on a timer.
Can't think of a name. Able to keep up pressure almost all the time here with somebody KO'd or close to KO'd all moments. That being said, Platinum Exclusive not taking it. KO's Fyra, saying we're not going to be the only ones going in the hole today.
Yeah, and this power play is so important. Cows with a dribble play, and Winter Freezer does not flip, gets hit stunned, waits too long to make a decision. And even though Can't Think of a Good Name, we're in control for 99% of that point, it is Platinum Exclusive taking their single opportunity, getting a 1-2 punch or a knife's edge. But it's knife's edge on this map. It's Imee Zap after all. The uptime is insane, and that prize might just swing the entire game in the favor of Platinum Exclusive.
I'd have to agree. A Juliet with knife's edge on Imee Zap is one of my personal worst nightmares. This is going to go crazy, especially with how well Cows is able to control the core when they're at striker disadvantage.
Yeah, Cows finds those opportunities, which you kind of have to do as Juliet. But now with the knife's edge, Cows can be the one finding their own opportunities, has the speed to do it, and of course the power for the KOs that they've already found as well. But there's still room for Can't Think of a Good Name to make the plays here. There's still some good awakenings left on the table. And especially if ZZZ continues putting that damage pressure down, ZZZ continuing to be a monster.
Absolutely. This is only the first draft, remember, and with X era, anything can happen. All it takes is one strong awakening, which they've already got, by the way, with spec training on the X, able to mash Pineapple even more than already they are.
I mean, Pineapple looking like a bit of a smoothie over here. ZZZ putting him in the blender, but Cows wins a casual strike war against Fyra. Wait,
absolutely incredible.
That was so ridiculous. It didn't even feel like a goal was approaching at that moment. It was so casual. Cows walking up alongside the core, and another chance again. This speed and the size, of course, knife's edge always benefiting from the additional size, getting more proc distance from the wall thanks to it. And on Imee Zap, if you have enough size, you have 100% uptime. Cows now playing a little bit of midfield himself, but ZZZ will be the one winning the strike wars this time. Ether passed to, but the Juno has been neutralized so far by Fyra and Winter Freezer. Let's see if Ether can make something happen, but no, Fyra will just win the strike war, get the goal, equalize this set.
Concentrating back and forth here really makes shit anyone's game I'm still really holding out hope for Cows here. I'm really impressed with their ability to control the core. Oh. And there's a KO from Ether. A saucy slime subdues X. Incredible.
Bit of a poetic moment there, as the one who's usually known for KOing on that Juno character is ZZZ himself. So getting KO'd in that moment, that's quite ridiculous. And Ether working on a flip of his own, but the strikes will be whiffed, and unfortunately the push will end as Fyra continues to be a nuisance in the midfield with all this speed that the Era has.
Unfortunate slime grabs it, allowing Fyra to kick it at the barrier. And the goalie in midfield having to rotate out. Pineapple playing forward with not much life left on the line. Looking like a KO is rapidly approaching. Yeah. That being said, able to hold on.
Somehow surviving, but is still a long way away from regenning sufficiently to get back in the game. But the offense is there, and if the offense is there, if the point is over, it doesn't matter. Cows dribbling over and over, gets control of the core again, but that's both cooldowns, burn, dash, and punch gone. And the KO found onto ZZZ instead. Okay, the slimes now. Fyra has to find the control. Winter Freezer with an amazing angle all the way around and an expanse to neutralize the core flip of Ether. The offense for Platinum exclusive, not what they wanted here. Cows now with the flip, wants to make something happen, but the core is moving so quickly. If ZZ gets one strike on it, it could be everything here. But Cows with the KO with a knife's edge power. Winter Freezer stuffing away the flip at point blank. The flip is good on the defense, waits out the flip, doesn't want to get stuffed by Cows, but Cows is still approaching. The expanse is burned, the cooldown slowly being whittled away, but the respawn has arrived. Ether though with the shot to the top side when they least expected it, and that Atlas just so vulnerable in the open net.
All it takes is that split second of opening for Ether to be able to jump in there, redirect the core, and get it in. Without his abilities, Atlas does not have the strongest defense out there.
Yeah, doesn't have anything to cover the far side of the goal in most situations. But ZZZ now back to his ways, trying to get some damage onto Pineapple, trying to burn that flip away from the goalie. But the X Maximus will be used, and so much of the duration is wasted thanks to the counterplay by Pineapple. So this Maka will be surviving for quite a while longer. But it's still a big concern here. Pineapple, though, fighting back. Z is the one who is chunked out. Z has to be the one worried. Winter Freezer, however, on the other side, defending against absolutely everything, and the barrier stays up.
I've just been thoroughly impressed with Pineapple's ability to not only hold on, but dish out the damage back. Unwilling to just let ZZZ bully them out. Trading tit for tat here. Unfortunately, the barrier will go down, either able to shove it through the primary.
But it's still looking dangerous for Winter Freezer. Dash punch by Cows, a KO attempt by Cows. ZZZ in position, but the ensnare drums will send the core away. Winter Freezer now forced to defend. ZZZ gets a bell ringer, but it's not quite enough, and Cows looking for a tricky angle. It's a Pineapple, has plenty of flip defense tools as a Mako, but not long for this world. Has to burn an elusive. Has more elusives to work with, however, and Z has none. So this is going to be an interesting situation as the X Maximus is pushed out, but Z can't get a strike on the core. Cows continuing to send it forward. A weird bounce, but still safe. But it's a Pineapple, has to win the strike war. No, Z doesn't get another strike, and Pineapple continuing to defend with these second strikes. Ether now with the overtime core speed, trying to send it forward. But Fyra is there, continuing to dribble, continuing to stall, trying to find a KO on the Pineapple, who is still alive, trapping Z and Fyra in the ensnare drums, and Cows continuing on the offense. Will the goal be scored? No, it's a Pineapple still defending somehow, and the flip blocked by Ether. The defense from Platinum exclusive is ridiculous. Their goalie finally goes down. But they lasted for what seemed like forever on that point.
An absolute eternity spent with their stagger cracked, unbelievably able to hang on. That's the skill level we're dealing with. That's how good Pineapple is at defending against this X. They are not afraid.
But they need to find some offense of their own here. They can't think of a good name. Has gotten a lot of points despite having to take so long to do so. And the offense has to speed up for Platinum exclusive. The barrier's open. Ether in position. Cows trying to get in there. The barrier taken down. And this is a good sign for Platinum exclusive, but Fyra approaching as well. The core lost. Winter Freezer forced to defend here against 2. And the passing plays come out. The slime is perfect from Ether. The setup is there, and that's another set. 3-2, once again, in the favor of Platinum exclusive.
This could be a very important draft. There's a lot of things that ZZZ and Fyra are going to be looking for, but the same is true for Ether and Cows as well. And with them being able to pick first, such strong things as denying the extra special from the X. That's something I'm keeping my eye on.
Yeah, and keep in mind, extra special, good on the specialized X, but also something that you want on the Mako, the Ensnare drums. A great tool to keep the X off of you. But Prize Fighter falling all the way down to Cows is so scary that Juliet has the capability to continue stacking up those prize fighters and control the entire game even more so. And that being passed down to Cows, I think, means that Platinum exclusive, to get rolling, this could be a very one-sided set.
We're about to find out for certain, but it is absolutely frightening the amount of power that this Juliet now holds.
But shrunk and unable to win the Strike Wars. Not as scary as Juliet should be at the moment, but as long as Cows stays alive, it doesn't matter if the first point is lost. Cows just needs to find the KOs, build up the prize fighter, figure out a way to become that Juliet demon, because otherwise ZZ and Fyra still have 2 more drafts to play with if they can clutch it out.
And it's quite hard to deal with that team comp, as they benefit from a lot of awakenings very well. X pretty infamous for his ability to take most powerful awakenings and scale really well with them, having many best in slots.
Yeah, and Era as well. The NATOs on a map like this, the Monumentalist, has been passed up in a previous draft, but if it was still available, a great choice. So many good choices for both of these characters. And Cows, feeling a little lost in the midfield, has speed to work with, but isn't really able to push up all the way, but gets a critical first KO. That's 2 prize fighter stacks on the board. That is speed to work with for Cows. And now with Cows continuing to move at such a rapid pace, Winter Freezer forced to make the save through to center, doesn't send to the bottom, either trying to catch that. Great saves by Winter Freezer, and ZZZ with the flip available. It could be anyone's point here, but Cows is approaching, and the longer the points go, the more chances for Cows to get another KO, but will just score that goal instead. 2 prize fighters working on 3. This Juliet is so scary.
Able to thread the needle there. Very impressive stuff. Just able to see that slight opening between Fyra and Winter Freezer and score it really gets my blood plumping.
Yeah, but right now, ZZZ trying to get a little bit of revenge, but gets immediately stopped by that extra special Ensnare drums. The Mako special so good at halting the momentum of the X. And with Cows on the KO attempt, won't get it that time, but still continuing to push forward is Cows. The raw speed is enough in the corner, gets a final strike on top of it, but Cows needs to stay alive and loses a prize fighter stack. This is really good for Can't Think of a Good Name.
That being said, trading once again, there goes ZZZ. Hopefully, Platinum exclusives are going to be able to make up for it, having striker advantage now as Cows spawns in.
Striker advantage found, and a strike war critically won by Fyra to keep the point alive. But Cows and Ether continue the passing plays. It goes all the way around the expanse. Such a scary situation, but Winter Freezer has a flip to bail themselves out. Now Pineapple with the passing play, but the NATO interrupts. ZZZ in position, not quite enough to get it past the secondary of Pineapple. A great shot, the slime neutralized by Fyra, and a great shot yet again by the Era. 1-2. Can't think of a good name. That is absolutely not a good name, but they're not out of it yet.
Really making it harder on the casters here with the long names. That's alright. We'll put through with it. ZZZ able to control Pineapple by pushing him out of the way is a very important thing, meaning the KO is not always the most important aspect of playing the X as a Oki here.
Yeah, ZZZ has started to drop back a little bit. No longer single-mindedly focused on getting Pineapple, but might be a little punished for that as Ether with the continuous strikes. A lot of damage found on the Juno, but Ether will just jump the entire distance of the map away. The passing plays come out, but the Juno Slimes have so many strikes, able to stuff it away, and still it is, can't think of a good name, unable to find a good offensive play, but a great KO on the Ether might be the start of something here, but the nados on Fyra so good. But the flip available. Cows to the top side. Fyra drops back to cover. And a wild KO with just a punch. ZZZ taken out. That's Cow sitting on 3 stacks. And with that dribbling play up, so much power to work with. Dash punch burned into the expanse, but still, it's so scary.
Byron Winter Freezer were able to stall that for quite a while there, right up until ZZ gets up, and immediately they're able to push the offense.
They're pushing the offense, but watch out. The core goes all the way around. Winter Freezer barely reaching it. The flip available. Cows sending it in with the punch, but the flip from Winter Freezer will defend it for now. And even though the defense comes in, the offense... Oh, the KO from ZZZ. Pineapple taken out, and 1 chance is all they need. But Cows is continuing to hold the core at the midfield, holding the core hostage. ZZZ trying to get it past. Finally, the Bull Rush will find it. They get a set win, and they're going to try to work their way back into the game with this one.
Absolutely massive. It is not over yet. This could be a game determinative draft depending.
Yeah, this draft is so important, but you don't want your goalie first pick here. It's a little bit tough, but you just take the hot shot here. You deny the Juno later on in the draft. You let the X get the pick of the litter, but it's such a poor pick order for that X. We'll pick up the prime time. We'll get 2 primaries to continue stopping the regen of Platinum exclusive, but this is not the draft you wanted if you can't think of a good name. Of course, there's another draft remaining with a lot of juicy awakenings, but it's going to be really hard to win this set.
That's right. Can't think of a good name is going to have to really pull some tricks out of their sleeves to make this work. That being said, they've been able to show really strong showings here. Ether almost getting absolutely blasted, able to jump away from ZZZ.
Yeah, and the evasiveness of the Juno combined with the Egoist pickup, it just means that Ether can survive for so long, has a lot of flips available. Egoist considered the best awakening in the game at the moment for a reason. Ether, of course, not looking too unstoppable at the moment, but that's really because the damage focus is on that Juno. ZZ has been keeping Ether low, knowing that the Juno is a threat. And of course, the chip damage as well onto Pineapple. But Pineapple importantly picked up the peak performance in that last draft. The additional stagger going to do a lot for the Mako staying alive.
This really is anyone's game right here. With a massive flip coming out from Cows, however, able to take the bumper and a KO. This is going to prove to be a difficult situation for Can't Think of a Good Name.
Doubly so because of that prize fighter that I've been mentioning like every other sentence. A prize fighter in the first point of a set, no less. A great shot by Cows around the expanse. Oh,
absolutely
my.
Fantastically placed strike. Unbelievable.
Just finds it, and on the other side, it was so unfortunate. ZZZ trying to get some offense done, but Pineapple defending it all. And Pineapple with a flip for insurance as well. The defense for Platinum exclusive is looking good, especially saving against that Bull Rush. ZZ burning the flip, not getting anything off of it, has no meter remaining, and is extremely low on stagger. Ether as well, but meter available for that Juno, and of course the Egoist refund as well. Ether continuing to stay alive here, elusiving the ZZZX, but the barrier will be taken. The Juno will be taken off the map as well. And with this striker advantage, can't think of a good name. No, saved again by Pineapple.
Pineapple having absolutely incredible defense here, truly understanding what ZZZ is capable of and saying, nah, I'm going to put you in timeout in the little cage here. ZZZ upset by bedtime, going to mash the Pineapple a bit more, turn it into a fruit smoothie.
The Pineapple Juice, of course, fighting back, staying alive. A lot of stagger to work with, already starting to regen, and that's the power of that stagger awakening when there were so many stagger awakenings in the draft that they couldn't be denied. Pineapple guaranteed to stay alive for longer. That means the win condition of ZZZ chipping down the goalie is no longer in play. It'll have to be an honest goal here. ZZZ continuing to press forward, flip available, saved by Pineapple still. Great reactions for that one. And Cows now, the expanse will save the barrier. Either continuing to push forward, send the core forward to Cows, but still, finally, an expanse sends the core around the world, but again, Pineapple continues to make the saves.
Cows and Ether being able to hold down the midfield as ZZ tries to touch Pineapple stagger bar. not really turning out too well. That being said, absolutely well played by ZZ and Fyra, able to get it around Pineapple.
Yep. Pineapple avoided on that one, and that's the win condition. Pineapple, if it's in Pineapple strike box, it's probably getting saved, so you really have to hit it around, but even doing that is difficult. But hit stun again, another option. ZZ no longer targeting the core, just targeting Pineapple at the moment the core arrives, and continuing to do so here, trying to find opportunities. Cows looking a little vulnerable with that stagger bar. A KO would be huge for Can't Think here, and ZZ trying to rush in for a goal, but again the offense, a Platinum exclusive, is continuing to send the core forward. Can't Think just can't keep the core forward long enough, and eventually Ether will get a Juno jump. Cows will set up a dash punch just to punch there, but Cows has so many opportunities to play with. Great coordination by Can't Think to keep the game alive here, but still it is Cows on the offense. The strikes have to be made. Ether as well. The defense is good, but there's no offense for Can't Think.
Platinum exclusive has been absolutely keeping up the pressure here, truly making Winter Freezer sweat, but keeping his cool. Winter Freezer's been able to absolutely save everything with wonderful expanses. ZZZ able to just barely get it around Pineapple, blowing an unfortunate flip.
Yeah, flip late to the party and a little out of reach. Can't Think looking to extend this game to the 5th set, looking very likely at this point, especially if ZZZ can get in there. That's the snare drum is burned. That's an important cooldown gone for a few seconds longer. And if they could find a passing play through the middle, that could be huge. Ether unable to get a strike on the core, but the core will just be sent around the world back to Cows. And the midfield presence is just not as there from Can't Think. It's just way harder for them to keep the core up, but a great flip block means that it might not even matter.
Fyra able to push the core into Platinum exclusive, but not able to find anything, resetting it back to the midpoint. That being said, a wonderful Maelstrom knocks out Ether, buying just a bit more pressure for Can't Think, and able to take a bumper off of it. Let's see if they can continue this play, keeping up the heat.
Got the heat indeed. Stagger bar so low, zoned away by ZZZ, who finally gets the goal. And with this set win, these are the awakenings that they were looking for. Winter Freezer again, the MVP though. So this might be a little bit awkward, but team player available and the egoist Juno is last pick, so quick strikes easily deniable. Rapid fire also on the table, and yes, a team player pickup here. Of course, heavy impact will probably fall unless it's Among Titans picked up here. But if you deny quick strikes here or rapid fire here and then quick strikes here, no, you don't even need to deny. Ether's not really getting anything here. It has to pick up the Among Titans, which is fine, good for the team even, but I mean, this is the draft that Can't Think of a Good Name would be looking for to win this game.
This could really turn the tables here, with Can't Think of a Good Name really coming out on top over Platinum exclusive in that draft. That being said, we've seen wonderful showings from Ether and Cows on the offense. Example taken with a quick goal just like that.
Okay, I'll say it. I was a doubter. I was like, Ether was barely missing strikes in the previous set, and I think the Among Titans might be a little bit too much, but no, just the additional size on Cows is exactly what you need. You've got to trust in your teammates to carry, and with Cows being such a monster with this additional size. But as I say that, the barrier being taken is on the other side, and a KO found as well, but a barrier taken here. Cows, so much room to play with. And Fyra can't keep the core up in the midfield, which means ZZZ has to drop back, but a great KO found. The flip burned, but you don't care. You got rid of the prize fighter on the Juliet, and Fyra now has the ability to send it up, but Ether continuing, no, too small to get the strike. Fyra will find the goal this time.
That KO proving to be absolutely massive in the end there. Not only taking out the striker, but knocking down the prize fighter stack that remained is going to prove some difficulty for Platinum exclusive, as their funnel now is a little bit weaker.
Yeah, and look at that, the missed jump strike. Ether not used to be Among Titans. Of course, a good pick in a vacuum there, but especially when you see Cows making the plays. But this midfield gap for Platinum exclusive really depends on the Juno continuing to send the core up, and when they're all clumped up like this, you really see that Can't Think of a Good Name are truly back in this, especially if Fyra can be way better here as they have been on that last point.
That being said, Fyra getting knocked out. Winter Freezer with a flip to save the bumper. Absolutely incredible. Keeping up the defense. Cows rapidly approaching your location. Does not matter. Finally able to take the bumper. Cows having core flip, looking to make a play here. And a play is made indeed, knocking out Fyra.
Yeah, the Fyra KO is huge. The flip miss doesn't even matter at this point, but a great clear by Winter Freezer. But Atlas can't cover that side. Not enough reach. And Platinum Exclusive are on the precipice of taking this series here. It's a best of one after all best of ones today. And Pineapple with flip means that defense for Platinum Exclusive is going to be quite secure. But ZZ is going to have to do something about that. Either continuing to push the core of the barrier taken already. And Cow's in position for a dash punch. Way too massive with the size. And, Platinum Exclusive. No fudgy waffles, no problem.
Absolutely huge. The power coming out, the Knife's Edge really putting in a bunch of work there, allowing Cows to dip and dodge around the stage, reposition for KOs, as well as approach the core when in the enemy half. Truly huge.
What a great game, too. Close until the very end. Can't Think of a Good Name. Mounted a bit of a comeback, but in the end, Platinum Exclusive put all their eggs in the Cows' basket. And cows don't lay eggs, but the cows and chickens are both farm animals. And, we'll just go to replays.
Might be wise.
Alright, but are there any other games we can watch? No, it seems that we're in a bit of an awkward spot. We'll have to wait a little bit. But yeah, that game was pretty good.
I think that was probably one of the best games we could have opened the stream with. Very equal, very even to the end. A high-action map on IME's app with extremely talented players. We saw a lot of insane plays going on there, and it really riled me up. I'm excited to see what else is in store for the tournament here.
Yeah, and there's a good chance we do see Core Overflow versus Soon-to-Be Strikers in the next round, as the Core Overflow Doggo Dog game has been progressing a little bit. It's currently in like 14 minutes or so in progress, and with Core Overflow, if they are performing, then it should be pretty one-sided in their favor. But Doggo Dog has made bigger upsets before. Wait, actually, have they? I'm just saying words. I'm chatting.
Well, that's what we're here for. Maximum chattage. I think being able to head to the Core Overflow and Soon-to-Be Strikers, that's going to be a very exciting match. That being said, if it turns into Doggo Dog versus Soon-to-Be Strikers, that'll also be absolutely extraordinary to see.
Yeah, but we're going to take a short break as we wait for our next match. We'll see you on the other end of this. Damn, I can't think of a... At the other end of... What's a synonym for break?
I had one in mind. The minute you said that, it's gone. It's up my tongue. We'll see you after a...
short intermission. Thank you, Jewish
Intermission.
Yeah. Hello, we're back, and while we were looking at the bracket, Core Overflow Doggo Dog going quite longer than I think anyone expected these two teams to go, but we were yapping a bit about tournament stuff, and it's only a very recent thing that tournaments have been starting to get more, I guess, less last minute and more organized. And even then, like, this tournament wasn't the most organized. I was procrastinating a lot of things personally, so, but sometimes it just be like that.
Hey, it's not even just a Omega Strikers tournament thing. Whether it be Smash Bros tournaments, whether it be card game tournaments, any tournament I've been a part of, whether playing in or TOing for, has always been very, let's say, scuffed. That's just part of the charm of the tournaments, I find, especially play-organized ones. You love to see it. It has a very homemade vibe to it.
Yeah, but we're still waiting for our next game, as a lot of the matchups in Winners Round 2 are very close, which should be expected, of course, but Era's Kitten Club, notably, has taken it over YMI Goalie incredibly quickly, quite a few minutes ago, and well, sometimes it just be like that. Era's Kitten Club maybe wanting a little bit of revenge over Xianzhu. Xian Shop notably got a win over Era's Kitten Club in the Dubu Cup, which made it so that Era's Kitten Club's bracket path just absolutely murdered them later on due to that loss. So I'm just saying random words, connections, I guess.
Hey, we're just connecting here. That's what we do. That being said, it'll do it. Having to get some revenge is a really great motivator, I find. Nothing really fires me up quite like a little bit of a rivalry in a tournament. Doesn't have to be much, just a little bit of something to get the blood flowing, to really get you at the top of your game.
Speaking of rivalry, I'm going to talk about something completely different. Interesting team names. There's a team that's called Asher's Chairs in this tournament.
You know, I think those people, they've got something going on up there. I'm not sure if Asher's Chairs is really a team that I'm familiar with, but in spirit, I'm there with them.
Whoa.
I'm not there with them. I'm not there with them. I'm really trying to be polite about it. I can't be. Hate to be like that.
I will say, though, good to see some of the more interesting team names showing up, because top team names are so boring. The soon-to-be Strikers, sure. Whatever. And speaking of soon-to-be Strikers, we're not watching their game. We don't care about them anymore, because Last Call versus Bozo Bunch has just been called. This is a timeless game. And we will be going to their lobby instead, actually. I'll paste you the code.
Thank you.
But Last Call versus Bozo Bunch, except Last Call has You Already Lose on forward.
Oh my. This is certainly going to be a game for the ages. I can tell you that already.
Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting one. With that addition of that variable, no hook resets. So, I don't know. It just feels like the Bozo Bunch, of course, the Bozo Bunch also have a substitution, Moffin Koei instead of Forgot, but just looking at the names on either side of the field in these positions, I have to favor the Bozo Bunch a little bit, because You Already Lose, I have not really seen on those midfield characters nearly as much. If Borg is midfielding, is Borg midfielding? Borg's streaming right now. I should probably check the VOD, but I just feel like the forward duo of the Bozo Bunch, they have played with Moffin Koei in the past, so it just feels like the more, I guess, stable team in this exact moment.
This is true. I've not really seen You Already Lose playing a more midfield-centric game plan. That being said, I've got a soft spot for Borg, Hook Resets, and Frightfully Fresh, as well as You Already Lose. I gotta put my chip in on Last Call A bunch of great dudes. Once again, Bozo Bunch, another just absolute set of mad lads. I think this is definitely going to be an interesting game to see.
Yep. It definitely will be interesting. Especially the map picks and bans, of course. As a reminder, the map pool is Night Market, Oni, Atlas, Demon, Gates, Clarion, and Imizap. So there's a lot of violence in this map pool. And of course, Gates as well. I think both these teams not going to be as interested in going to Night Market, Oni, Atlas Lab. I think the more wild 4 bottom maps might be the focus of this draft. They might want to have a little bit of fun with it, but no, never mind. The Bozo Bunch are lame. They have banned Demon Deus and Imizap.
That is why they're the Bozo Bunch. Here I was hoping we'd be taking the Gates of Obscura, give us something a little more brain-breaking to cast.
Yeah, I have not seen Gates of Obscura on stream in a long time, and I would definitely enjoy watching one of those matches sometime, but this probably not the one. I think both teams it's probably going to end up banned in one of these ban rounds.
Completely understandable. I love watching gameplay on Gates of Obscura. I do not like participating in gameplay on Gates of Obscura. My poor little Juno brain cannot comprehend portals.
It's the map that gets your head turning back and forth across the entire screen. You have to pay attention to both the far side and the close side at the same time, and no other map quite does it like Gates of Obscura.
Not at all. Definitely the most, I want to say, intense map feature they've probably added to a map. There's some that do turn the brain a bit. Clarion Test Chamber, with a few of its submaps, specifically the Octavia base drop map, I find myself losing some very bizarre angles on, but nothing quite as intense as the portals.
Yep. And Oni and Clarion taken away, which means it's Atlas Lab and Gates left on the table for the Bozo Bunch to pick from. And the Bozo Bunch have the chance to do something incredibly funny here. Gates of Obscura still remaining in the final 2 maps of the pick phase, but it's more likely they just go Atlas Lab.
Realistically, they're going to go Atlas Lab. Please give me Gates of Obscura. It's all I ask for. I would love to watch some high-tier Gates of Obscura gameplay.
I mean, it's a non-zero possibility, right? Because the Bozo Bunch are historically weak against KOs, and Atlas Lab is a KO map. Gates of Obscura, of course, you can KO on. It does get a little cramped at times, but there's a real world in which the Bozo Bunch don't want to take last call to Atlas Lab and pick Gates of Obscura here. And I think that's the current dilemma, because they're taking quite a while to make a decision.
It's a hard decision to make. Do you risk playing on something that you could just get bodied on by constantly getting KO'd and losing to the KO comp? Or do you play on a bit of a riskier map where really anything can happen, and you have to rely on, in my opinion, creation goalies to really help you secure the goal?
Okay, now that you put it like that, I'm starting to think the Bozo Bunch might pick Gates of Obscura, because Muffin, of course, with the Kazan and the Rasmus, and Fresh on the other side with the Rasmus in the pool. But both of them, I guess, actually, I don't know, actually. If it was for God, I think they would just... never mind. Bozo Bunch go Lab. They're lame.
Lame. It's alright. What else could you expect? It's a lot more of a competitive map, in my opinion. Anything can happen on Gates.
Anything can, but we're heading to the lab, and this is a little bit scary for the Bozo Bunch. Dropletto does have a lot of KOs, historically, statistically, but Bozo Bunch are also quite possibly the most KO'd team out of all the top teams, and they're extremely vulnerable to that type of playstyle, and they're historically very negative in record against last call due to that.
It makes sense. Borg on Zentaro goes absolutely crazy. I've seen wonderful and unpredictable KOs come out from this man in situations I just simply would never have seen the opportunity.
And they are banning away the Fini from Frightfully Fresh. They don't want to damage amped even further, but the Aimi still provides a lot of damage for the side of last call. Bit of a switch around here. Maybe the Rasmus will be picked for that defense. Frightfully Fresh, extremely comfortable on the character, and now it's coming out on both sides. Now, importantly picked on the side of the Bozo Bunch, a character that they probably, I guess the character that people have said they should pick in the past, but you know, they're picking it up now. And with that Kazan goalie coming out from Muffin, I think this is a new Bozo Bunch that might not get KO'd as much.
In fact, it looks like the Bozo Bunch are going to be the ones going for the KOs, having a very aggressive team comp. The Kazan most likely not going to be using abilities for damage, but X now able to pump out a surprising amount of damage with the primary and the secondary.
Yeah, it's an aerial spark start, so that means Borg gets the extended dash range immediately. The utility, so useful, but it is the classic scoring pressure of the Bozo Bunch. Dropletto there with the eye right behind, and the core continues to find its way on over to Dropletto, but that's a heal burned away. Muffin now is the one with a lot of dash range to play with, but top barrier will go down regardless, and Borg trying to find a way to strike it out, but Muffin is just so good at holding, and Fresh gets caught out near the edge. That's just no Awakenings X getting the KO.
It can be absolutely surprising the KO potential X has with not much left. All it took was a bell ringer and a X Maximus singular punch to knock out Fresh in that situation. And just like that, Dropletto and I able to knock down both barriers, get a flip goal. Insane pressure coming out from the two of them here.
And a game like this is so dependent on the first draft when there's matching nows on both sides. When size is important, when damage awakenings are so important, the game could turn completely based on the first draft, especially if something like Monumentalist is there. And with how well the Bozo Bunch are playing, they look to be in full control. They have so many awakenings that they could look for here. And flips are not safe. There's a Kazan, two of the best flip blocking characters in the game. You can't be using flips like that and expecting any offense to happen because the Bozo Bunch will just defend it.
It's definitely something you have to look out for, absolutely. There's so many abilities able to just block the flip when it comes out, that even this, not safe, just using it to clear it out seems to be a much better option than trying to use it for bumpers, as otherwise it's simply just going to get rejected.
Yeah, last call need to push up more, need to find flips at the barrier, but the defense of the Bozo Bunch is proving to be very good in preventing that from happening, and they're the ones with the flips now. Dropletto in the midst of absolutely everybody saves the flip for the perfect moment, gets the barrier down, and Muffin with the flip available as well, and it's overtime. Oh, but the core just slips right past a rare Muffin miss. And now with the flip up, but interrupted in the midfield by you already lose. Flip by I, blocked away by Fresh. What a save with the pendulum swing. But it's not safe yet. Borg in position, but saved away by Muffin Kobe's long strike. Fresh trying not to use the flip too early, expending the special instead as Erasmus pushes up, but the core sent to the other side. You already lose now, healing back up, and flip available for Borg, but still the core not safe. Dropletto dribbling, and it's just interrupted in the midfield by I. It's so scary if your last call. You have to win these strike wars when you're continuing to keep this game alive.
That's right. However, Borg had a very saucy flip, almost able to sneak it through, but not quite. The extended range of the strike on closed Kazan. Oh my!
What an insane save by Muffin. It just buffers the primary, scoops the core out of the net, finds the perfect pass to Dropletto, generates that point win. Aya's first pick. If Monumentalist is here, the game is won. And thankfully, for last call, Monumentalist does not appear, but plenty of scary awakenings on the board. Egoist is so scary and will be taken first pick.
There's a lot of very frightening things here. The spec training, depending on who's able to get their hands on it, could really put in a lot of work.
Yeah, the spec
Chrono Boost notably being denied from the X.
Yeah, great on now as well. You'll always take the additional speed boost, and the spec forced to be denied by Fresh. You don't really want to take that as the Kazan, as the Rasmus in this situation, but you're sandwiched between a Kazan and an X. The Awakening's being passed down, and Dropletto. That peak performance is looking pretty juicy, being able to survive longer, and of course, potential future scaling with a potential spark as well. It's just so scary for the X, especially because the damage focus for the Bozo Bunch is near non-existent. They're on full core control mode this game, but they get 2 KOs simultaneously on other sides of the map. Perfect coordination, and this goal is wide open for them.
An unfortunate bell ringer sending the core back, buying time. Does not matter, however. Dropletto positioned for the out clear, allowing You Already Lose no saves.
No respite for You Already Lose. And did I even pronounce that right? English is hard. I don't even know what words sound like what, but Dropletto working on a flip. I close as well, and remember, I has Egoist. That Awakening is ridiculous. The additional speed so good, but Borg doesn't care about any of that. Continuing to send the core forward. You Already Lose this time. The one to make the barrier take. Borg now setting up the flip for You Already Lose, but again, you have to be so careful when you're flipping. If your last call, the flip defense so good for the Bozo Bunch. And Moffin with the KO confirm. You Already Lose, trying to send the core forward, but again, the flip's just in a... You Already Lose? What a snipe!
Absolutely fantastic primary placement from You Already Lose. Able to see the clear coming and bonk it in. Just a light touch is all you need.
Just a little bit and makes it happen. But Bozo Bunch not feeling out of it in the slightest. Plenty of resources to play with on both defense and offense. Moffin with the flip available. Dropletto with it as well. The core will be sent forward perfectly. Sent up to I to convert for that first barrier. No, never mind. They'll take it roundabout, and that was just really awkward as the barrier wasn't taken on the first try, but the core possession is still being kept in the favor of the Bozo Bunch. Borg interrupting it for a moment, but it's only for a moment as the Egoist starts going, and with that burst of speed, I will score yet another goal for the Bozo Bunch.
The Bozo Bunch really have been able to apply a lot of pressure here. Between having the now arrows in the correct placement, between having Dropletto just mashing on Frightfully Fresh with core control as well. Something X is less known for, but is still very capable of.
And with the healing, the main weakness of the Bozo Bunch is neutralized. If there was no now for them in this game, they would be dying. But as I say that, the KOs don't need to come through. Borg sends it through. Doesn't care about the drone from I. Threads the needle with the passive strike.
Really fantastic gameplay. You love watching the complete mastery these people have over their strikers. Borg notably very fantastic at Zentaro. Frightfully Fresh, very comfortable on Rasmus.
Flips available for last call as they push forward. You Already Lose and Fresh trying to make this happen, trying to take this barrier without a flip used, but the barrier will miraculously be saved by the Bozo Bunch. They continue to send the core forward, and I working on a flip here. 2 more touches is all it takes for this Egoist proc to appear, and Dropletto has flip as well. I rushing forward. That's so much speed to work with, looking like an Octavia here. And guess what? That guy plays quite often. Flip now, sent down, but Fresh with the flip as well. You Already Lose. Meter low. Moffin sending it to the top side, and this play stopped for now, but You Already Lose is so low. Will be taken out very shortly, but the focus on the KO might mean Borg can find some offense here. No, still defended by the Bozo Bunch.
Absolutely cheeky poke coming out from the Kazan, close primary in overtime, letting it red core just like that.
I mean, just a great snipe overall, and you can force Borg to deny team player, and you got Quick Strike Egoist on your midfielder. Quick Strike Egoist for the now of I, and team player has to be denied here because team player Kazan goalie is one of the most disgusting things in this game. This is a dominant draft for the Bozo bunch. This basically just spells the end of the game here because they're so far ahead that if they lose this set, I don't see them like winning the entire game because this is just a set that they have to win. They have everything in their hands. They have Quick Strike's Egoist. They force the team player deny on the forward Zentaro of last call. Like this is picture perfect from Bozo bunch.
This is absolutely favored towards Bozo bunch. There's definitely a world I see last call coming back from this, but unfortunately with the Quick Strike's Egoist as well as just Kazan's goalie, absolutely disgusting gameplay we're seeing here, it's going to be a really tough fight.
It'd be so difficult, especially with how much control I has and Dropletto able to convert, especially with how much flip is being built up in every single interaction. Muffin continuing to send the core away, not letting Borg get the scoring opportunities. And Dropletto now spacing the core away, forcing Fresh in such a difficult situation. Borg saves it once, but I has the follow-up there. Great attempt by last call, but the Bozo bunch is overwhelming right now.
They are a force to be reckoned with. Notably, the Dropletto doesn't really have the best awakenings, but it's enough. Dropletto has a very strong Commandment of X, and it's really been proving its point here. Able to force it through with I backing him up with an absolutely insane now gameplay.
Yeah, and I had flipped the previous round, right? But was sitting at 2/3 at the beginning of the round, gets flipped again this round, sitting at half again. The Egoist Quick Strikes meter is just ridiculous. Borg has to find the goal soon or else he'll spiral out of control because I's continuing to chase the core. And if I gets more touches here, it will just be unsavable for Fresh with all that Egoist speed to work with. Dropletto in position, saved away by Fresh, but look at that meter again. Dropletto and I building it up. Flip is so close for I, already there for Dropletto, who's in position. Watches last call use their flips as Moffin casually saves it away from Borg. The Zentaro not enough scoring. Dropletto in the midst of everybody, but the Strike Wars won by last call. The game goes on for a little while longer. The flip available, sent forward. Borg in position, and that was not the secondary you were looking for. A bit of an own goal, but if you're Bozo bunch, you're not that disheartened by that one.
Bozo bunch has a lot of wiggle room here. Being up 2 sets, it is quite difficult for the last call to be able to make it through this here. There's just so much offensive pressure being applied here. One bumper already being taken, another being pressured almost immediately as Dropletto gets the core repeatedly.
Pressure continues onward. I as well. So much speed to work with. Borg not long for this world. The damage is focused onto him. Flip finally used, but Moffin with the long strike. So much coverage. The Kazan strike hitbox is ridiculous, and Dropletto has the perfect strike as well to get the barrier. The core sent forward off the special of Borg. And finally, last call, have a little bit of possession, but immediately goes back into the hands of Dropletto. The center wide open. Fresh doesn't have the secondary in time. Match point for the Bozo bunch.
This could be it. This could be the end, a 3-0 sweep from Bozo bunch. Not to say that last call has not been putting up a good fight, but Kazan goalie a lot stronger than it would appear to be to the outside viewer.
I mean, Moffin's control of the Kazan goalie is absolutely ridiculous, to the point where you kind of have to consider banning it against Moffin here. And a KO onto You Already Lose spells doom. The passing plays will come in. The bell ringer is good. The saves are even better from Borg and Fresh, but Dropletto continuing to press forward. Such a cramped situation, but the respawn comes out. You Already Loses back. Another chance, but Moffin squishes any last opportunity of a goal. I sends it to the top side. The Bozo bunch clean it in 3-0. Really clean game.
Absolutely clean. That ending play there with the black hole, using it to pass, using it as a barrier, an obstacle as well. Absolutely insane to see. I was quite impressed with that last goal, to be honest with you.
And This is a bit of a new Bozo bunch. I might be pulling out this now in future Nassau matches as well because, again, their biggest weakness, KO comps, and if your team has enough sustain, if you don't have to respect the damage as much, the Bozo bunch can continue to do what they're good at doing, and they did that this game.
They certainly did. The champions of getting KO'd turning into KO'ers themselves, taking 4 KOs off of last call, who were not able to secure any of their own. Truly turning the tables on everything.
Yeah, the goalie Kazan even getting 2, Drop Leto getting 4. Just a side effect of a lot of the chip that occurred that game. And, well, we're going to head right into another Bozo Bunch matchup, it appears. We're going to head into Bozo Bunch versus 3 Switches, the team of Gumi, Kainoob, and Bells.
I don't know if my heart can take this one. This is certainly going to be another interesting match. We've already made our remarks on Gumi, Kainoob, and Bells as a team. Notably, they were able to take Big Fish Friday 13 onto the title 3 Switches and the same roster.
Yeah, taking it over Era's Kitten Club, Chikara Chatting, and Thrower in the net? Huh?
I'm going to be honest, that's not quite a team that I am personally familiar with.
They beat Last Call there, though, so it must be just a pickup team of players, I guess.
It has to be.
But it might be a while to get the next match set up. We're going to see. And I don't know. 3 Switches, Bozo Bunch. Both these teams could definitely take this. Especially, like, in the past, I would just be like, oh, I think 3 Switches will just pick triple damage and Bozo Bunch will die. And that could still happen. 3 Switches could pick triple damage and ban now, and Bozo Bunch could still die.
I'm not gonna lie. Earlier when we were talking about 3 Switches as a team, if you told me this was gonna be the matchup, I would have said it was 3 Switches hands down. That being said, with the gameplay I just saw come up from Bozo Bunch, with the absolute control I had over Now, and the domination of Kazan goalie, I think it has to go to Bozo Bunch. They were on the top of their game last game, and it's really made an impact on me.
Yeah, it really could go either way, but 3 Switches probably playing Pokemon Showdown or Roblox right now. It'll probably take them a hot minute to get into this game. Actually, I could check the Bell stream and see what they're up to. The Bell stream is... Bell stream is watching the Borg stream.
Interesting.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. We've got a stream of streams going.
And the Borg stream is watching the Bell stream.
They're going infinite. My God. Well, hopefully they're going to tab in after zoning out for a bit so we can get this on the way.
Yeah, we should be getting it going soon. Sooner rather than later, probably. And we'll see how it goes. This is definitely a cool matchup that I'm looking forward to seeing, but let's stop talking about Omega Strikers. What else can we talk about?
It's a good question. How has your day been?
It's been pretty good. I had a doctor's appointment. It was a follow-up on a checkup. I learned that I was extremely dehydrated and I need to drink more water. I'm drinking more water.
That's good. I'm glad you're hydrating. Makes a good message out to the strikers we've been doing. No doubt some of them might be dehydrated as well. Make sure you're topping up on your water. Very important for your health, as Sai here is finding out.
How was your day?
It's been pretty good. It's day off, so I've just been hanging out, able to spend time with my cockatoo.
That's cool. How's it like having a bird?
Nightmarish.
Oh.
It's very rewarding. You know, very loving animals, but you got to put up with a lot of noise. She had to be evicted from my room before we started casting here, just to make sure we wouldn't have any interference as she likes to do.
Sometimes that's just how it be. And it looks like Bun Bun Bonanza has actually taken it over Era's Kitten Club in a different winner's quarters, while Core Overflow and Soon to Be Strikers are still playing. This is a bit of a crazy bracket once you head into the top eight portion of things, with a lot of demons sitting in the losers bracket. So all these teams not wanting to go there. Definitely not wanting to go there early, because there's so many scary teams already. Losers round 3 is looking quite doomed. So Nassau and NASA teams just stacked there.
It's gonna be real hard to do a loser's climb here. Last Call, Platinum exclusive. Two very big names we can see stacked up for round 3, just waiting for their victims. That being said, the winners semis and the winners finals, I'm really excited to see here. We've got another bunch of true, like, a bunch of real good teams coming up here. Core Overflow, Sundubu Strikers, Era's Kitten Club, Bun Bun Bonanza. Well, Bun Bun Bonanza being the ones moving up here. But it's stacked.
Absolutely. And I don't know, I'm looking at a lot of other teams, and there are teams that are doing quite well, I think. Doggo Dog, of course, being Sloopin and Switch, most notably. Switch from Quest Esports. They're making a bit of a run in the losers bracket, despite falling to Core Overflow, and with that, there's a pretty good chance that they could go decently far, I think. But there's a lot of teams in this tournament. There's a lot of teams that could do well.
There are. It truly is anyone's game here.
I'm looking to see. Oh, that's really brutal, actually. So some teams are just being put through the blender. PSI beat Chikara Vortex, lost to Bozo Bunch, then lost to Sundubu Fan Club, which is Appabug, Z Yoshi, and Water Fury. And that's a little tough. And Sundubu Fan Club against Seraphim Sunburn, Max LC, Tempo Melon, and you, technically, on the sub.
Hey, I'm not there right now. I was there to sub out in case Tempo Melon needed to leave for reasons. That being said, unfortunately, if they need somebody, I'm here. I cannot be doing both those things. You would get the worst of both worlds, as humorous as it might be to watch me struggle.
Still definitely a possibility, though. You could be subbed in any second now.
I could be subbed in any second there. I've got my duty, my responsibility to my boys. That being said, I've got some really strong faith in them. I hope they're having a good time here. Still waiting on some check-ins, by the way, for our current match.
Yeah, these teams are taking so long. They will start soon, I believe.
I believe.
Maybe it's good that they're taking long so losers can catch up, but I'm falling asleep.
I'm feeling that. I need some excitement. I need some adrenaline pumping through my veins with some of the upcoming gameplay we're going to see. No doubt it will be action-packed, but we got to get to the gameplay first.
Definitely do, and looks like the map that's been selected is Clarion Test Chamber. It'll be interesting to watch both these teams on it, because there's some crazy wacky plays that can be made that both these teams are very familiar with, and of course a lot of the variants on Clarion are also conducive to the KO, so It'll be interesting.
Clarion Test Chamber is definitely a map that I feel like a lot of people have had time to process. When it came out, I know quite a few people who were not exactly enthused with its release. It being a bit zany, having some very wacky details to it. Pretty specifically to the Octavia submap, the base drops, it's so called. That being said, the more I see people playing on it, the more willing to accept it and the more fun they tend to have on it. It is a very goofy, fun map that is ultimately also reliable.
Yeah. And what? Okay, we should be getting started any second now. But I'm actually interested to see who prevails. Core Overflow or Sundubu Strikers. Their match has been going on for quite a while, and generally you would favor Core Overflow pretty heavily here. Core Overflow, one of the top of the table national teams that has consistently been performing their full main roster here. The Sundubu Strikers have been struggling as of late, but both these teams still in contention for playoffs. And the Sundubu Strikers have won.
And just like that, an upset happens. That's all it takes.
Sundubu Strikers will be facing Bumble Bonanza in the stream game after this. They'll have to wait through all of this. But we're finally getting into game after what seems like an eternity.
Here we are. Clarion Test Chamber. A very strange map in terms of picks. I feel like there's a lot of maps where specific strikers excel and certain ones don't. But because of how varied this map is, I feel like it's a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, and of course, 3 switches actually very, very flexible with their picks. Both teams are, but 3 switches even more so. They'll take away the X from Dropletto. The starters are Fight or Flight or Chrono Boost after all, but this does leave a slight possibility of an Octavia being played on either side, and that would definitely be a little interesting. I think a lot of it depends on whether they want to rely on the Now on the side of Bozo Bunch, but as predicted, the Octavia coming out. Gumi feeling a little bit goofy here. The Octavia goalie would go crazy, but no, we'll just stick with the more normal Aimi pick here.
After all, you gotta go with what you know. That being said, I'm excited for more Kazan goalie gameplay. I was really wowed. It's something I hate seeing in my game, something I love to see.
Yeah, and the way Moffin plays it, I mean, it's just so good. So much coverage found by Moffin, as it's going to be an interesting game, this one. Dropletto is going to be a little bit faster than usual. The Fight or Flight helping with the speed after the strikes, and keep in mind, this is more of a classic Bozo Bunch comp where I will die a lot. It all depends on how much value Bozo Bunch can get before their forwards go down, because death is inevitable.
And just like that, showing the susceptibility to damage in their team composition. That being said, Dropletto and Moffin are going to be able to hold it down so far. Keeping it in the alleyway, actually panning out very well for them. I is going to carry the core up, maintaining the flow state.
Yeah, the flow state still maintained. Great passes from Moffin as well. Can they still maintain it? Yes, they do. They lose a barrier for it, though. And the strike wars are being won by Bells at the moment. Dropletto passing up the eye. Speed still good for the flow state of Octavia. And Dropletto has the Flame Flurry in front of the net. The first goal to the Bozo Bunch.
This just goes to show that even if they are susceptible to damage compositions, it doesn't make them unbeatable. I's still very talented once they get back up in their ability to carry the core and bring it to Dropletto. Unfortunately, both barriers going down for Moffin very early on, but a quick save saves them.
Yeah, but that's a lot of meter available, and just the immediate KO confirmed from Kainu. No mercy, Octavia deleted in an instant, and that's the type of KOing we like to see from 3 switches. That's where they succeed.
it's not even going to be the damage that's KOing I. I's going to have to position around the edges here, as that's where the 3 switches are positioning the core, allowing Bells to simply poke I off the edge.
I mean, these KOs. Oh, what the?
What?
What? Huh?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Hello? Clip that? Anyone? But yeah, just the absolutely wacky interaction with the bumpers on Project. What was it again? Project Bass Drop?
Bass Drop is the project name for that one, and I have to say it is possibly the most disliked. I don't think it's possible. I think it's uncontroversially the most disliked submap for.
No, I disagree. I know people that disagree. Project Expanse is worse. Project Expanse is worse. I'll say it. But as
a quick goal from Bells, able to secure it, a set in just like that. This could be a very important draft.
Definitely super, super important here. But as we look down in the picks, gotta watch out for that hot shot for the team player. But the team player allowed to be picked up by Muffin. That's a huge win condition for the side of the Bozo bunch, especially if the games go long enough. A lot has to be denied away from this Octavia. The Castellast denied. Instead, you know, I guess that was the pick. That was the character to deny Castellast in that draft.
There really isn't a good option for the Castellast deny.
But it's the option they have. It's not a good option. It's the option they have. Speaking of options, though, the offensive options for Bozo Bunch open up so much with this team player on Moffin. Closed form strike for the team players, disgusting, and Bells with a very blatant own goal. That went crazy.
Crazy indeed. Happens to the best of them, as we are seeing live right now.
I mean, Bells was cooking something. I'm not sure if it quite succeeded in that way, but Moffin, the team player, I mean, giving up that team player there might have just cost 3 switches the entire game. This character is so ridiculous with team player. Pressure is incredibly fake against Kazan once that team player is active, because you can't reach the reach the rebound anymore. The core speed just too fast, goes to the other side of the map immediately. Your team has to keep passing possession, or else the Kazan will just start offense.
And it's not even offense from playing like in a vulnerable position. Muffins can play basically within the goal arc in the red court to I and Dropletto instantly. This is disgusting. Speaking of disgusting, there goes I once again.
Muffin trying to defend, but this time it's a little bit too difficult. Great bounce by Bells on the flip, avoiding the stuffing entirely and getting the timing mix-up on Muffin for that goal. Bozo Bunch still 1 goal away from the set win, however, and the next few variants, especially this one, are looking to be good for them.
Giant Juno coming in hot here, hopefully able to apply some of the pressure. Not really able to, as the Bozo Bunch takes both barriers. Dropletto looking mighty low there, able to survive by a thread.
Oh! And Dropletto from the top rope, stays in the center, doesn't get KO'd, stays alive, walks forward, the dash punch is perfect, and that's a set win for the Bozo Bunch. Huge draft coming up. 1-2 punch, heavy impact available, size available, but 1-2 punch probably going to be the pick. Yeah, 1-2 punch on the Julieta Classic. But the Octavia, not one with many picks available, will start sparking a little bit here as Glass Cannon allowed on the Kazan. No, Big Fish, sorry. Size will just be the pick. Interesting draft, I think. Nothing that really swings the game in one way or another, but definitely a lot of scaling for Dropletto.
The 3 switch is really going to have to pull something out here, because that team player Kazan is just going to be able to do so much. Just like that, passing it to Dropletto, who's able to touch the bumper and get a barrier for what is essentially free. That being said, Bell's able to poke it right back, take a bumper until I has respawned.
And that primary from Bells is brilliant, just trapping the core, trapping Muffin, who tried to save it with just a strike. And 3 switches, despite the team player, if they can crowd Muffin, they can figure out a way to stuff it past. And of course, so much damage onto I, who is already dead.
I, more like bye. Unfortunately, they are going into the hole once again. Probably one of the best ways to play against an Octavia. Make sure you're not playing against an Octavia.
Respawn comes in, but it's a little too late. The save is made, but the goal is wide open. Muffin is taking damage as well. We'll have to collect the orb. Oh, but just 3-hit comboed by Gumi from the other side of the map. Was not safe going for that orb and didn't expect that in the slightest. Now the forwards in the net have to defend. I holds it for now. Dropletto as well expends the cooldowns, but so many cooldowns burned. And the flip still available. The KO still found. 3 switches continuing the KO pressure.
It looks like the ability for 3 switches to adjust is really coming through here as they're planning on a more aggressive play style, kind of putting Muffin on the back ropes as one of their forwards is consistently down.
Oh, and Muffin tried to save it. Had so many good saves in that moment, but a weird bounce off the side street means that Bells has full control. And to the top side, the Centauro goes 2-0 in this set. 3 switches looking to speedrun this one. Send us to another draft where maybe they'll pick up even more damage.
And that's all it'll take, is just a little more damage. As we've been seeing, Muffin has actually been taking quite the beating here. If they're able to knock out the Kazan goalie, then they're really going to have a lot of options opened up to them in terms of offensive plays. And just like that, both bumpers going down, applying a lot of pressure with a low health Dropletto in the ringer here.
Dropletto has not much meter to work with, has basically none right now. Super duper vulnerable, especially when Bells has flip available for the goals. But Dropletto in position, wait a second, looks for both barriers, gets both barriers. A huge chance comes out for the Bozo bunch. Can they convert? But Kaiyum has flipped, Gumi has flipped. It's looking like mission impossible right here as I barely stays alive. Trying desperately, Muffin sends the core away, makes the save. But the firewall sentry is sent down. So difficult for Muffin. And even though the first save is made, the follow from Kainu will score. They get the set. They get the draft advantage here. And we'll see what picks come up.
Stagger Swagger could be a very interesting take here. If I were I'd be looking at the Stagger Swagger. And just like that, it has to be denied.
Yeah, Stagger Swagger taken away, Super Surge denied away as well, but that means Rapid Fire's taken and Bells putting in work with the primaries, more primaries for Zentaros, more utility, more damage, more stopping the regen as well. So this draft line, I think, is pretty solid for 3 switches. But importantly, I is actually gambling a lot on this Spark of Resilience coming up next draft. I is gambling so much, going 2 Sparks instead of single Spark aerials on this Octavia. And if the Bozo Bunch win this round, if I gets MVP and that Spark of Resilience comes up, that could be the win condition for the Octavia staying alive.
And here it is, Muffin able to hold the bottom by himself in a 2v1 as I gets blasting off again. The only real way to deal with him. And the pressure is just absolutely ramping here.
Yeah. The barrier's taken, the goal scored, 3 switches yet again, looking so confident, and the Bozo Bunch have no more leeway left. This is the final set of the game if 3 switches have the lead.
They're going to have to really rely on being able to abuse the team player, probably the strongest pick in the draft right now, to get it through to them. That being said, Kainub and Bells actively able to get it away from them, but not quite, as both barriers go down. I's going to be sending it over to Dropletto, who is low on HP, absolutely staggered, and goes for an attempt. Oh, no!
Bells, that's the second time this game the Zentaro dash is pointed towards the goal of 3 switches, and
I'm speechless. I'm truly speechless after that one.
They do have 3 flips available, though. They can chain flips into a KO on Dropletto here. They can go for the barriers. They get a double barrier from Kainu. Bell's flip available. The KO comes out. Muffin, not long for this world as well. The flip used. But Muffin, one ability is all it takes to KO this Kazan. Struggling to stay alive. Dropletto comes back. But how long will the Bozo Bunch be able to hold is the question. Muffin goes down finally. That's no more goalie left. That's one simple strike. And Bells will steal away the goal from Kainu.
Honestly, this just had to be Bells showing that they don't need one goal. They're welcome to throw one away in the previous round because they're going to make it up for it right here.
It's so scary for the Bozo Bunch to play here, especially if they get bounced on one of the bumpers. It's basically instant death with the damage that 3 switches is pumping out. But Muffin continuing to hold, but Bells strikes through with the primary and with the rapid fire. So many primaries to work with the glitch pop. Dropletto getting the barrier on the other side. A chance for the Bozo Bunch, but the slimes are so oppressive on the offense. But the bounces, Dropletto in position. No, can't find it. And I's taking so much damage in the process. They still can't find it.
This is intense. This is going anywhere. Gumi absolutely holding it down in the net here with the... absolutely stinky dash punch coming out from Dropletto there for the goal. This is anyone's set. This is anyone's set right now.
Ridiculous dash punch, but most importantly, ridiculous pass from Muffin. Barely sent it alongside the bumper without bumping it. So found the perfect angle to get to Dropletto. And again, the team player putting in so much work, but can they get it out of this corner is the question, because wait a second, the 1-2 punch from Dropletto doesn't even need to expend core flip to get that KO. Has that core flip in the back pocket, but Kainub is continuing to wall them off on the defense. Gumi has flip available, and they're wasting their power play. The power play is being snuffed out, but no, Dropletto in front of the net. The core flip, it doesn't matter. The respawn, they don't care. They figure it out. They send us to set 5, and if I is MVP here, the spark of resilience is in place.
This is going to go crazy. I being able to pick up Spark of Resilience here, really going to put in a lot of numbers. Triple Spark on Octavia is going to be doing a lot, as well as the survivability boost is absolutely massive.
And the Julie damage scaling up as well. Really able to KO now with the Knife's Edge and the 1-2 punch and Twin Drive. Muffin with Twin Drive is a monster. The defensive capabilities increased by a ridiculous amount. So many more cooldowns to work with on the Kazan. The Bozo Bunch, if they're going to win, this is the time they do it. 2,461 stagger on I, and they have not finished leveling up yet. They could get a little bit more off that total. And as long as the Octavia can stay alive, I think the Bozo Bunch are in this.
And that's all it comes down to here, is if I's able to stay alive and build flow for just a little bit, they're going to have so much core control and just domination over the field that they will be able to get the core over to Dropletto any instant. That being said, speaking of core control, Kainub, Gumi, and Bells all sort of form in a triangle and dominating on that goal there.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, right? You have to give the Egoist over to Kainub to do that, and look at Kainub's meter. It's ticking up. It's looking like the flip will arrive soon, and Ego is such a powerful awakening. To get the triple spark on I, you had to give that up here. But Muffin defending with a Twin Drive, but it's not quite there. The barrier's still taken. Dropletto trying to get the barriers. I doing so as well. And the combined offense of the Bozo Bunch is good. They take the barrier, but they have to be careful on defense here. Muffin trying to pass it up. Kainub will be such a big obstacle, but Dropletto doesn't care. The hit into the top side, dash punch saves the flip for next round. It's 1-1.
Just that little bit of size on the Juliet, on Dropletto's Juliet, allowing for some very interesting angles on the dash punch, covering both Gumi and the core at the same time while not letting them interact with each other.
And Muffin is at their best when they're hooking the core parallel, making the saves. Only one barrier taken. If you're Bozo Bunch, you'll take that into striker disadvantage. But I chasing the core, can't get there in time. Muffin has to win all of these strike wars. Gets it out once, gets it out twice, and gets it out 3 times with the help of I. They survive, but can Moffin survive? That's still a low stagger bar. No meter left to evade. And the health bar is being kept low by Bells. Moffin goes down. The goalie is out of here. And even if you can't KO I efficiently, you can KO a different member of the team. Then you can KO the Octavia. You can chip the Octavia down. And that was checkmate. The slime was following the core. Dropletto tries to make the save, but it's just so hard.
This is down to the wire here. 3 switches looking to be in a very dominant position right now. That being said, the team player Kazan cannot be underestimated, as well as this Maelstrom submap buffed. Oh!
I mean, is Gumi just better or what? The size difference is ridiculous, but still winning the strike war with the complete patience. I think Dropletto misplays there, actually. Dropletto didn't actually need to strike that because of how much size that he had. He could have just opted not to strike at all and still had time to react. But Dropletto's big again, a chance at redemption here. A massive flame flurry, trying to get into position, but just getting KO'd comboed by Bells. But on the bright side, that is a flip used by 3 switches. The Bozo Bunch, maybe a chance. Trying to stall out for a respawn, getting it around Bells. Maneuvering around the core perfectly. But Moffin is being kept low yet again. The barrier is being taken away. Kind of a slip in front of the net. And that will be the end of the game, despite Bozo Bunch clawing their way back just a little bit. It is still 3 switches who close it out.
This goes to show the very big adaptability that 3 switches was able to have. They started to struggle when the team player was first picked, but were able to sort of understand the new mission and play around it, as well as focusing on KOing I and Dropletto and capitalizing off their missed positions.
Yep, 19 entire KOs by 3 switches. Very well played by them, figuring out the win conditions like you said. Good counterplay against the team player. Like, at the start, Bozo Bunch were just running over them with the team player plays, but at the end, it was a rarity.
It's hard to see it, but the counterplay to team players to make sure there's no team to play off of. It cuts off angles for that boosted speed, which on closed Kazan primary is instant red core, pretty much regardless.
Hey, Dropletto, if you're watching, can I have the lobby back? But yeah, it is just really tough to play against if the damage is so coordinated from 3 switches. The Bozo Bunch is getting a little overwhelmed there, and 3 switches just really good at managing the regen of the Bozo Bunch. You saw Moffin getting poked out by a light hit of the primary coming out from the Zentaro of Bells. I said of like 20 times in that one phrase, but managing the regen timers is super important in terms of getting those KOs, and they managed to do so.
It's something not many people think about in the term of it. They see that Kazan is strong, or certain other brawlers are strong that rely on dealing stagger damage as opposed to knockback damage. And the thing that I see a lot is people just blow their kits, and then the striker they're trying to KO just regenerates passively back up. Whereas these talented players are able to chip little by little and keep the regen stagger off just long enough that they aren't able to really recover anything.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just doing a bit of lobby setup because our next game is also a bit of a banger. The soon-to-be Strikers versus Bun Bun Bonanza. 2 Nassel teams. Of course, we saw fragments, multiple pieces of Demons Raw and Sad Boys in the previous game, along with the Bozo Bunch. But these are 2 other Nassel teams. The soon-to-be Strikers versus Bun Bun Bonanza. It will be interesting to see what happens here.
100%. I've been very happy with the games we've seen today. Some games tend to be washes. These ones have not been. They've been very exciting, action-packed, and tend to be going to set 5 here.
Another winner semis coming right up. And we're right into game. These teams prepared. We're heading to Atlas Lab. Oh, this is interesting. It's an Among Titans start. We're going to be seeing probably just triple Among Titans for both teams here. But Other than the additional speed, this is a pretty vanilla start. No extra damage, no extra buff duration. But the additional speed is playing a huge part in terms of both defense and offense here.
Among Titans is a really interesting starting awakening because 90% of the time it is the one that you want all three people to pick. But occasionally you're going to rely on two people picking among Titans and then the third person going crazy, especially with a start like this where the third option is another size option. There's a chance that we see this Juliet just become absolutely huge. Literally.
Yeah, Breezy Breezy could become the CEO of size immediately, but it's still up to the team, right? There is a non-zero downside in making Aimee smaller, the cyber swipe, hitbox, and everything, the defensive capabilities as well. I do think it's more likely that we'll see what you said, but you know, there's a good chance that it could be triple.
It's looking like we're gonna see the battle of strategies here, with the the Sundubu strikers opting to do the funnel into the absolutely huge Juliet, whereas Bun Bun Bonanza goes for the double thing. That being said, both bumpers going down really early on into the game here.
Yeah, and both bumpers down for Sundubu, and a lot of damage being chipped on to Bun Bun Bonanza, but the Lilybun Dubu is something that we haven't seen in a hot minute. Lilybun's been playing those offensive goalies that she's been super proficient at, and has basically, in the past, forced Aimee to be nearly picked ban. But speaking of Aimee, Obscure Bread's Aimee not there in time. Scyther 12 with the nasty mix-up to send it into the bottom side.
Really incredible. I always love seeing Rasmus gameplay. The added speed really feels like something he needs to help navigate around.
Yeah, and Rasmus, generally a solo queue demon, right? The type of character that succeeds way more on the ranked ladder than in competitive, with the exception of Aimee Zap, of course. But that additional speed doing wonders for this Rasmus of Scyther, who is a great core control player in general, has succeeded a lot on the Kai. And right now just hooking the core at the perfect moment every single time when Obscure Breads is out of cooldowns, doesn't have the glitch pop available, and sending it into the top side again.
And that's exactly it. Scyther 12 able to pace the game, watch as the abilities get used, watch as cooldowns get blown, and then able to capitalize off of it. Very talented player we're seeing here.
And yet again, we'll have to see if Sundubu Strikers can deal with the Scyther 12 onslaught, but this time the glitch pop unfortunately does not cover against the barrier. A great log, actually, I think, saves Liari, and Scyther gets control, sends it in with the pendulum swing. Bun Bun Bonanza domination in this first set.
Absolutely a quick one. This draft is going to be looking very interesting. Rasmus could take some size here.
I think it's a Monu deny. It's now. You don't want
it has to be Monu deny, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, okay.
No. Rasmus brain control.
We'll just let it fall. We'll just go for the size. But that means Monumentalist now is available for Grimella.
This is going to shake up the game quite a bit here. Letting now get Monumentalist just adds so much more control to the gameplay, with the Doritos being absolutely massive and the secondary taking up roughly, what, 1/3 of the width of the stage? Something to that effect.
It's looking more like half right now.
It's looking a lot more like half.
It's looking quite massive, but you know what else is massive? The primary from Scyther 12. 2 barriers taken in an instant. Amazing redirect. Whoa. The change in angle is ridiculous there as Bun Bun Bonanza continue 4 unanswered goals.
It is not about the size of the secondary, but how you use it and the angle you send it at. Liari's secondary able to just push it at just the right angle that Obscure Breads was not able to cover it.
But barriers down now. Sundubu Strikers looking to fire back in this one. But it'll take a lot more because Scyther 12 is again utilizing that speed. And Scyther 12 so fast. Breezy Breezy going for that punch, but it's stuffed out by Lilybun, who continues on the defense. And Scyther, former goalie player, is really on point with the defense.
It's what you'd love to see. Just having somebody able to back you up in your times of need, due to their experience, really gives you an edge up in these situations where you're getting crammed.
Camella, though, without being that type of goalie player, continuing on the defense. But Scyther, so many layers in the offense of the Rasmus at the moment, and Lilybun always has to stun up in time because the offensive pushes are so sporadic. The perfect timing from Scyther to send it past the flip of Obscure Breads. And that's 5 unanswered. Bumba Bonanza have 4 goals to go.
This could be a quick one.
I mean, this is the Bumba Bonanza we were promised, right? This is the Bumba Bonanza that was hyped up. This is the type of result that we like to see, and they're piloting this comp. They hand over to Monumentalists without any doubts. And again, Liari this time setting up a secondary perfectly for Scyther 12 to use. I mean, 6-0 so far. Another draft for them. This is looking dominant.
The confidence coming out from Bun Bun Bonanza passing out over the Monumentalist was very surprising, but it just goes to show that they don't care what Sundubu Strikers gets, because it's about what they get, and them getting what they need is a lot more important.
And with the quick strikes, Liari will become even more of a force in the midfield. Team player, though, will fall down to Obscure Breads. A little bit more control maybe in their favor in getting it past that Rasmus. I think that might actually be a pretty significant difference maker, because what Scyther 12 is doing is actually dipping back to catch the core after it's cleared by Obscure Breads. But if it's a team player clear, there's a good chance that it's a little too far away. And of course, getting a KO on the Rasmus is also a good way to neutralize the character.
Getting that KO is going to prove to be massive. You're getting a quick bumper and applying a lot of pressure, getting both and putting it in a very tough position. However, Scyther 12 coming right back up right when he needs to be, not a moment too early.
But that firewall sentry is so long, and a bit of a fumble on the defense there. Grumella immediately capitalizes, will not let that one go unpunished. First goal out of 7 rounds by the Sundubu Strikers, but the comeback starts here.
All you need is one to get the ball rolling. Hopefully, Sundubu Strikers are going to be able to keep up their momentum.
And Grumella does have the meter to play with. Breezy Breezy is getting a lot of successful attempts, but there, a great clear by Lilybun will stop it for now. And Scyther and Liari on the offense now. Scyther has plenty of size and plenty of speed to work with. Grumella and Breezy have flips, but can they get into position is the question, as Lilybun continuing to send it away. This time Grumella with a tricky angle. The barrier will be taken in favor of the Sundubu Strikers.
Scyther 12 holding it in that corner there, looking for an opening, but not quite able to find it as the turret stops it all.
Yeah,
Liari is going to be holding on to that flip here. Hopefully looking to make a more offensive play.
Great.
With an excellent log from Lilybun.
Yeah, that log from Lilybun actually baited Breezy Breezy a little bit into letting go of the flip early, but the log was there to stop it right in its tracks. Now, with the striker advantage, it is time for Bun Bun Bonanza to play as Liaria's flip sends it forward, goes for a little bit of trickery with the secondary, will not be successful that time, and Liari has to watch out a little near the edge. No meter to play with means that the now is a bit vulnerable, but continuing to send the core forward, continuing to try and defend against Breezy Breezy to Tofu Fortress again. Lilybun is not finding herself in a lot of trouble because of the possession being kept up by the forwards of Bun Bun Bonanza. And that means that Lilybun always has a cooldown to play with. That means Obscure Breads doesn't always have a cooldown to play with. Another goal for Bun Bun Bonanza.
This is set 2, but it's still anyone's game here. The fact that Bun Bun Bonanza only needs 2 more goals is really applying a lot of pressure to Sundubu Strikers. With both of them barriers coming down real quick, just like that, that could add some tension to the game here.
Really could. They already passing up to Lilybun. They're in position. Scyther continuing to press forward, but Obscure Breads will make the saves. Grumella will stuff out the hook, not let another Scyther 12 hook play happen. But it's so scary with the Tofu Fortress. Liari with the flip available. All the resources burned from Sundubu Strikers. Bun Bun Bonanza are continuing to perform.
Absolute mind games on that flip coming up from Liari. Just sitting there waiting for their flip to expire to bait the flip out of breads.
And Grimella has meter to play with, has a Monumentalist now, but Bunbun as a team are playing so well. They're continuing to press forward, and they can't get the KO on Scyther there. The power play does not materialize. The barrier not taken, but on the clear, just a little bit too difficult, and the barriers fall.
This could be it. The pressure's really cranked on for Sundubu's strikers as Lilybun is just able to keep the core up and just stop all offensive plays, having both barriers in this 2-1. That being said, there they go. Lilybun off the table here. Scyther and Liari are going to have to hold it down in hopes that they are going to have their goalie back, which they're not, as a well-placed Dorito gets Grimilla the goal.
Set up in advance, and a good shot for the Sundubu strikers. They have the chance to really start the comeback here with a set win, but so do Bumbo Bonanza. They can close this game out. They can get the set win, their third of the match, and Scyther 12 is looking quite confident getting the strike after the secondary. The core is trapped by the Tofu Fortress. The Bunbun offense continuing to press forward, but this time the defense is good from the Sundubu strikers.
Scyther 12 goes for an off angle, unfortunately not able to quite find it. There guesses the whiplash. Whoa. There goes the whiplash, able to get the bumper, and there goes the hamster. Lilybun getting KO'd again. Unfortunately, the barriers are so close that you have to stand pretty close to the edge.
Grimella with a great shot. I thought that the only option up was blocked, but just sends it around Scyther 12, who had just used a cooldown. And that's Grimella MVP yet again. If anyone can save this game, it is Grimella himself. But this draft is really scary. A lot of utility available for both teams.
This is definitely frightening. The Demolitionist going over to Liari is going to be quite strong, I feel. Having just those extra seconds off of the cooldown, even if it's just 3 per bumper, is going to allow for a lot more offensive plays.
And Prize Fighter, the best out of the 3 remaining, of course. You got the slight additional core speed on your strikes with that stack. But with how Lilybun's been being taken out by 3Z Breezy, I think that is, I guess, a little bit of a pain point, especially when the core gets trapped like that. The barrier valiantly defended, but finally will be taken by Sundubu.
And there goes Lilybun again. Unfortunately walked too close to the edge, trying to make an offensive play, but gives up all defensive pressure by getting KO'd.
But fun fact, Liari, there was a point in time where she was also flexing goalie a little bit, so all 3 members, forget about that. Lilybun
Forget about it.
Died for, how many times is it now?
I believe that's 4. That's either the 4th or 5th time.
This is not a good sign for Bumbo Bonanza.
But that's just it. The extra size from double among Titans' Big Fish start is allowing 3Z to thrive and get unexpected KOs on Lilybun. 3Z's hitbox is just way too massive. It's so hard to dodge them, and when your hitbox is already huge as a Dubu, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, but Bumbo Bonanza stabilized Lilybun this time, preemptively elusiving, not wanting to be caught in the same place again, and winning the strike wars this time, but still has to be a little bit careful. Scyther 12 as well, 3Z Breezy becoming a dash punch monster at the moment, continuing to press forward with Grimella at his back. The barrier taken with the punch. Grimella finding a passing angle. No, it'll just be a pass back to Obscure Breads. But Scyther 12 in position. Breads out of position. Scyther 12 on the respawn. Comes back with a vengeance. And that's a goal to Bun Bun.
Just a needles width is what Scyther needs between Obscure Breads and their Firewall Sentry to get it in. That's the level of talent Scyther has at scoring these goals. Unfortunately, it's hard to score when you get KO'd just like that. 3Z's absolutely demonic on these dash punches.
Just like you said. But the question is, will they be able to hold on the respawn? Because Scyther 12 has been really performing after coming back, and this barrier still stays up. Scyther finds a great clear. And Bumble Bonanza continuing to stay very stable in this midfield. Lilybun dribbling up, but Breezy will steal the core, will double barrier instantly. It's defended away, but Breezy is flip available. A flip into a flip. A KO found again for Breezy. And the Sundubu Strikers comeback is looking more real than ever.
This is it. This is the Sundubu Strikers comeback. There's a very real chance of a reverse sweep now that 3Z's gotten the tempo and is able to start making these plays.
Now with Obscure Breads and 3Z Breezy playing more confidently, they're in position. The Monumentalist now has room to work with, and so does 3Z Breezy with the dash. So much coverage by Sundubu Strikers, and this is them playing at peak potential.
I don't know how much this could get worse. Knife's Edge makes a very strong argument, however. But it looks like 3Z might opt for the Egoist. Both extraordinarily strong picks in this situation.
Yeah, Egoist is just too strong of an awakening to pass up in this game where speed is king. And the meter generation as well is absolutely ridiculous. You also don't want Egoist falling to the other side for that additional efficiency on elusives and that meter refund that will hamper 3Z Breezy as well. And Timeless can't really be well denied by Scyther 12. You can technically take it, but you don't feel good in doing so. And Obscure Breads has missile propulsion, extra special Timeless, Aimi turret, the firewall sentry. It's absolutely monstrous. And unless Scyther 12 puts up the performance of a lifetime, I think it's a little scary for Bum Bonanza.
This really is a frightening position to be in. Watching 2 sets get reclaimed from being 2 sets up can really affect your mental. And in this game, mentality is huge. Just being able to maintain some momentum with your team is huge. That being said, Liari able to take it back with a well-placed secondary.
Yeah, and you know, Bumble Bonanza were once absolutely dominating this game. And we can't forget that because they still show signs of it right now. But this time it will be the Fireball Sentry that robs Scyther of the opportunity there. Liari flips down, gets one barrier. Lilybun trying to defend. But if Obscure Breads and Grumel can keep it away from Scyther, it could be an opportunity. But Scyther is all the way across the map. This guy is everywhere. Scyther with the fighter flight, with all of the speed. And 3Z Breezy being brought low. Bum Bonanza might have just gotten what they needed.
Unable to find the KO on 3Z. 3Z is still going to be able to be a threat in this situation. Almost KOing Liari, but not quite finding it.
And the meter has to be built up for 3Z here. We'll get a lot of it from the special. We'll get the barrier. We'll continue sending the core forward. But Obscure Breads in such a dangerous situation. Uses the flip defensively to send it out. 3Z desperately trying to get the core flip. The particle accelerator backwards, but not a goal. And 3Z Breezy now with the Egoist speed. Does not get the strike. Continuing to try and send it forward. But it's defended away by Lilybun.
I've been consistently impressed with these logs Lilybun's been able to do. Stopping core flips like that, absolutely huge to the game plan here. Allowing Liari and Scyther to set up this goal.
The setup is good. It's 2-0. Bum Bonanza 1 goal away from taking this game. And the Sundubu Strikers, I think, really need to get things together. They get one barrier cleanly. The Timeless Aimi turret is good. The KO is good. And they're continuing to press forward, but they still have to maneuver around this wall that Lilybun has. 3Z Breezy has a lot of meter, but what use is meter if your flips are being blocked by the Dubu on the other side? But Grumella, the Monumental, is coming into play. The now secondary so good, but Scyther now is back, and Scyther has been so effective this game. The flip KO will make sure he is no longer effective on this point, though. And passing plays are what Sundubu needs, but it goes around the world, and the power play stalling out.
Yes, there's some very unfortunate plays going on here. Sundubu Strikers not really able to close it out when they had striker advantage, kind of resetting them. That being said, they still have some momentum here. Bum Bonanza having no barriers is a deterrent here, and 3Z is sitting right there, waiting, lurking for a play.
Obscure Breads with the flip this time, and it will go in for the goal, conserving the meter on Grumella and 3Z Breezy. Importantly, 3Z not building up a full flip, able to get the Egoist proc later on down in the round. But again, even without meter, the Bumble Bonanza roster is so scary. If they block this flip from Grimella, if they force defensive flip usages, then the game could turn on its head yet again. Bumble Bonanza cannot be counted out, but Grimella, great triangle usage, great primary drone as Dreezy Breezy desperately tries to get into position for a flip.
A lot of core flips on the side of Sindubu Strikers here, looking to make a play to take back the goal, or take back the game rather. With a lot of pressure, a flip coming out, getting the bumper.
Oh, but that was such an unfortunate moment for Sindubu Strikers. The barrier was actually taken before the flip came through, but I don't think 3Z realized that. Shots the flip at the barrier instead, and this time, they're the ones in trouble. It's going to take a miracle, and the miracle is snuffed out by Liari, getting the Strike War win on 3Z Breezy. Bum Bum Bonanza will close it out. They will be the ones moving on into winners finals.
Truly riveting. I thought the reverse sweep dream was real. Watching Sindubu Strikers be able to get those 2 sets right back up after losing momentum was absolutely shocking. The plays made by 3Z utilizing the size buffs received at the very beginning of the game truly came in clutch.
Yeah, and Dropletto's in chat saying Dubu Boza losers finals, but that's not possible. You two can meet in the loser semis, but not losers finals. This guy's literally a fighting game player. You should know double elim brackets.
Oh no, red bracket wrong. A tragedy to be sure.
But yeah, great performance by Bun Bun. They were completely dominating in the early stages of the game. Sindubu Strikers figured out their game plan, but Bum Bum Bonanza clutched it out in the end. And Liari getting the bulk of the goals, of course. A lot of them goals that were scored by Scyther with the secondary of Liari, but man, just really well played.
Absolutely. I think Now is a very strong character, and I have heard some complaints about Now, but honestly, I think she's a very exciting person to have in your games and a very exciting striker to watch gameplay of. So I think she's a little less disliked than some of the other strikers that seem to be in contention.
He just made a very controversial statement.
I did make a very controversial statement. Go on. Roast me in the comments.
But
I'll be on record to say it. I think Now is exciting to watch.
While everyone is typing, we're going to take a bit of a short break before we come back for our next one, because 3 switches are not going to do map pick ban anytime soon. It's going to take a bit, so see you on the other end of this break. Bye bye.
All right, and we are back here in the Ahten City Underground, where we commit crime. Hello,
Oh
Marissa.
yeah. Hello, Brickbat. I am looking forward to this is winners final, I believe. So it is winners final, right?
I believe so. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I mean,
crime
yeah, I'm
of not. Oh, the
crime
crime
of
of
not
saying
knowing
I
where the
mean
30 is
also.
But yeah, gonna be a very good game coming up. We have 3 switches versus Bun Bun Bonanza. And I mean, these are 6 absolute behemoths of players in this game we call Omega Strikers. So try not to fly out of your seats in this upcoming game.
Yeah, absolutely. Think it's a bit of a crossover episode. Every time I say crossovers, I miss what they changed slit kicks from. But seeing Gooby Bells and Kainu Ball on a team definitely a force to be reckoned with. But of course, that's a team that's just kind of solid individual players. Of course, Gumi and Kainu have a ton of experience playing together. They're probably the best defensive duo in Omega Strikers history, period. But I mean, that's a full Nassel team on the other side, a Nassel team that does scrims and plays together. So we'll see if that coordination will actually end up making the difference here. Also, one other thing too is I think this is the game. Of course, this is one data point in many, but this is the definitive. This answers the definitive question of can you just swap out every single Nassel brawler and put them on different teams and have the same exact results? So we'll see. We'll see if that happens here.
Yeah, this is where we find out if Brawler is truly the weakest role in the game. But it appears that Juno is the strongest striker in the game, as we're going to be seeing 2 Junos locked in. No complaints from me, of course. Now Octavia bans. So, you know, I mean, those are just 2 creatures being taken off the field. And as you're saying, I mean, the coordination, the defensive duos on these teams, who is going to be the one to take it as we get into this game?
Yeah, and it's a twin drive start as well. Of course, Atlas being the signature champion associated with being good on this start. But Zentaro and probably Juno as well are characters that can just utilize the trading very, very well. A lot of their power is centralized onto those abilities. And already we are seeing some goalie barriers go back and forth. Of course, a slow start, not something that we're all too unfamiliar with, especially with these Nassel level teams as they start to feel out the game as well. We see a goalie barrier now down for the side of 3 switches, which means that now Liari and Scyther 12 have the opportunity to score a goal. However, right now Scyther 12 not able to confirm, as he does get another opportunity from Liari and a nice little shot into the top side of the net. Doesn't need any abilities to score that one. First point going over to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, I mean, very good little passing play by Bun Bun Bonanza. And as you were saying, I mean, it'll be a very core control heavy game, as, you know, Juno being a very core control heavy character. Probably going to be some slower points. However, there is no lack of damage in this game. That Zentaro is going to be doing so much, as we see Bun Bun Bonanza now trying to get these barriers, but Gumi is just not letting up. I mean, the defensive duo is proven to be strong, but Bells is going to be able to hit a nice little ult. Lilybun getting the core flip off the redirect, unable to save that one.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out as well, Lilybun making that defense with the Cosmic Expanse, absolutely the confidence to do that when you have flip and you're one, you know, pixel away from being sent off the map and losing that. I say I was just really impressed, even though it didn't end up working out. I think it looked really cool, and that is more of the Omega Strikers that I'd like to see. Is right now we do have a bit of Omega striking going on. It's an open net for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Oh, but a reverse.
Yeah, 2 open nets now in this point. Going to be flip coming out from Lilybun. Bells is able to parry it now. Bells with the core flip. Kainu probably going to be looking to get it up, but Slime OP as Liari is going to secure that 2nd point in the set for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, I like how Kainu walked back and ran circles around Gumi. Now, of course, for no other reason than the positive affirmation of knowing that it's okay. Your goalies can make mistakes. I think that's what their comms look like. Of course, being the #1 comms team in the world is that was probably the #1 combo I've ever seen from Erasmus. That looked like a dash punch right there.
Yeah, that was insane. And of course, Bell's going to be losing that core flip. So much scoring pressure lost. Such a valuable kill for Bun Bun Bonanza. However, one barrier left. Gumi having this flip to work with in the net, so probably not too worried about losing that last barrier. However, Scyther now getting it in the corner. Kainu actually stepping on the slime so Gumi can clear. No Juno ult up, so no minefields to deal with for a little bit. Now it is Kainoob actually jumping with the core forward. Oh, big Dubu wall stopping Scyther. And actually, that's a very creative Dubu wall from Gumi, sending it vertically. So not worrying about any Dubu shenanigans. Kind of just going AFK after that steppy roll. I mean, commentators curse. I mean, the soul of Steppy has possessed Gumi in this game. However, pass coming out with the hook. Oh, what a fantastic pendulum swing from Scyther, able to secure this first set as we move into the draft.
Yeah, Scyther looked so clean on that last point. If he's able to keep that up, this is looking like a bun sweep as we get in the draft. Interesting picks here. There's Fight or Flight, Hot Shot on the table, Quick Strikes as well, on top of the all-encompassing, meta-defining Rapid Fire. So we'll see who goes to what. Whoa, and Hot Shot's gonna be passed up by every single Juno here. It looks like both teams actually prioritizing something much different instead. The Rapid Fire makes a bit of sense. It's basically good on every character. More slimes on Juno can never really hurt. But the Fight or Flight actually, from the side of Kainoob, I think looking to get some of that midfield positioning advantages to maybe make a little bit of a difference. Because with the Rapid Fire doesn't affect your strikes. So that is potentially something that Kainoob can take advantage of here with that Fight or Flight.
Yeah, Fight or Flight definitely an incredibly strong awakening on not just Juno, but honestly, like, any midfielder, and honestly, like, brawlers probably won't be complaining. Gumi, however, almost missing another roll, but Kainoob able to just hold it down for that little bit longer. However, Gumi making some crazy strikes. A fantastic dribble on the net, able to clear that one. Bells takes one barrier, Bells takes two barriers, and now it is a open net for both sides. However, a fantastic strike coming up from Lilybun, and another right after, able to just stop that point from going in. Scyther having the core flip. Oh, Bell's missing the strike. Scyther now has that core flip. Hook coming out, core flip coming out. Gumi gets his ankles broken, and Scyther saves that point for Bun Bun Bonanza.
Scyther he's not even just looking good, he's looking stylish. I'm really liking how he's playing this Rasmus right now. Utilizing the quick strikes very well, and now that it's back at the very feared 20% strike strike cooldown reduction, I think it's been an option that we've seen basically everyone start picking up again. I believe when it was 15, a lot of people considered it to be pretty weak, if not the weakest awakening in the rotation. But now that it's back at 20, it's back on top of the meta. It's feeling good again. Who else is feeling good right now? But Bells basically making a 1v3 offensive play, able to even preserve his flip from that as well, evening up the set.
Yeah, Bells doing what we know Bells for, just finding the shot in between three people. None of Bun Bun Bonanza is ready as Kainoob takes the first barrier with the slime, trying to hold on to that top barrier. Now burns the flip, but able to hold onto the barrier. Now Bells has the flip up. Bun Bun is able to clear it though. Big double barrier coming out. Gumi Kainoob just unable to save that one from all of those slimes. I mean, Lilybun is just finding all of these reads on where Bells is going to dash this game. However, oh my goodness, I mean, very unfortunate primary rate, or sorry, passive right there. However, dash coming out, has the flip, but still unable to find anything. I mean, Bun Bun Bonanza is kind of a wall right now.
Yeah, Lilybun's looking really good. Does have to use that flip, but I think that extra tempo is just going to mean Liari will be set up to finish the play, getting a flip KO of all things right there. And that's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza pulling ahead this game, which is looking pretty good for them right now. That being said, looking at the energy, it has now evened out. Gumi's death now bringing him back to that 1 bar that you get on respawn. which means that Kainu will probably be the next one to get this flip, unless Scyther 12 just ends it out before it even gets there. Takes the first 2 barriers fairly quickly within first 10 seconds, and now Liari gets a shot past Gumi, and that's going to set Scyther 12 up for a nice little stun to get that goal in, and taking the second set for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, I mean, Bun Bun Bonanza is just looking so good right now. They set up that checkmate so well. Gumi had nowhere to clear with Scyther on the top and the Slime on the bottom as we move into this draft. Yet again, we're going to be seeing, actually, Kainu hovering the prime time. Does not want Liari to get the coveted prime time rapid fire combo. However, I mean, heavy impact deny, actually, coming out for Bells. Does not want Bells to find his way back into this game by just KOing everybody. And the missile propulsion coming out for Gumi here. Definitely going to turn that wall into more of an offensive tool in this next set.
Absolutely. And as a Juno player, I'm not actually aware of this, but heavy impacts literally only affects the Juno ultimate. Is that correct?
So it's supposed to, but heavy impact is actually bugged on Juno ult and does not work properly. So
Okay.
it is quite literally a useless awakening.
So, okay,
And-
we're seeing the Monumentalist Luna basically come out.
Yeah, I mean, it is a just hard deny pick as Scyther denies Bell
Liari!
from being on the map. Liari fighting a fantastic barrier through Kainu and Gumi. Jumping forward yet again, making use of this twin drive. Gumi able to find the clear, though. Slime coming out from Kainu. Bells making the breakaway. And Lilybun is 2 out of position to save that one.
Yeah, unfortunate. They looked so confident trying to close it out, but just one slip up and it all came tumbling down as 3 switches absolutely steal a point away, but Bonanza definitely looking to respond back as the missile propulsion does go out. Now Kaineem's going to be playing defensive duty for a little bit. It's Liari trying to find an opening, but none is to be found just quite yet. One goalie barrier goes down, a whiff strike means that'll just be 2. And now Gumi has that flip to secure it, and 1 lost point from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, now snowballing into 2, but they've potentially got some more flips coming up, but looking at the energy, it's not going to be that much of an advantage coming in this next point.
Yeah, I mean, Bun Bun Bonanza does have essentially almost an entire flip's worth of energy, and I mean, right now, I don't know if I'm seeing this right, but it's almost like Gumi has been booted into the midfield spot this game. I don't even know who the goalie is anymore, as I mean, Bells is just gone. And fantastic passing coming out from Bun Bun Bonanza, just getting that around Gumi completely. Able to win that strike war, though. Expanse coming out, but Gumi rolling into the corner, and Scyther 12 is going to put it in the top corner of that net.
Yeah, and right now Liari and Scyther 12 are looking so good. Of course, few fumbles coming out of the side of 3 switches, of maybe 1 switch in particular, but I'm not going to name any names, and they're better players than me anyways. So Liari, though, and Scyther 12 able to take advantage, though. As of right now, it's going to be an open net yet again, and it looks just all too easy for Bun Bun Bonanza. Now 1 point away of taking the entire match.
Yeah, 14-second point, just absolutely running down the defense of 3 switches. As, I mean, it's just like, don't get me wrong, like, Rasmus Juno is no easy comp for any goalie to play against, especially when you have players at this skill level. I mean, defending against these characters, I mean, just look at the Junos go in the corner. There are just so many strikes coming out. Bell's trying to kill Liari, but we're going to be seeing the Atlas Res coming out. I think that's actually the first one I've seen all game. I forgot that ability existed, as Kainu is taken off the map with his flip. Scyther mixing up Bells with the hook, flip burned, but Gumi holding down that last barrier, the last bastion of defense for 3 switches in this winner's bracket potentially, as they need to win this set to stay in this game.
Yeah, and it does look like they're building up that momentum. A good defense allows Gumi to build up his flip. Now Bells with the opportunity to score, but it's going to be stuffed away by Lilybun. A good defense as we get into overtime here. The dash from Zentaro is not going to find its target, but Kainu will be able to find that last barrier. Now the ultimate back up for the Zentaro's not going to find it. Gumi's not going to be able to defend it. Now Scyther 12 with a strike win out of nowhere and a steel chair takes the entire game off of 3 switches, and it's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza moving on to the winners finals. Or I'm sorry, the grand finals. Wait, is this best of 3? Guys,
No,
I've come off a
think
long
winners is
day of
best of
work.
one.
Okay, it's best of 1. Okay. I thank you for correcting me as I completely imploded. But okay, yeah. So it's gonna be Bun Bun Bonanza moving on to grands, and they were looking really, really good. Of course, I mean, absolutely fantastic plays. I think Scyther 12 kind of earning himself the MVP in my heart. Looked so good in those early sets. Looked just as good in those later sets as well. And I mean, he just did so many mix-ups, so many different combos that look so hard to defend against. And that plus Liari Honor Signature Juno made it really hard, even for a goalie like Gumi.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is no doubt that Scyther 12 has earned himself an MVP in this game. And I mean, we can say that game, dare I say, was a Bun Bun Bonanza, as, I mean, they were just in their element. And that seemed like a very convincing victory. However, 3 switches is not out of the tournament yet. They still have the losers finals to play. So, I mean, don't count them out, as those are 3 very strong players.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I'd like to talk about as well is K-Bot's mental fortitude right now. I think the I mean counter from the both of us has gone astronomical and needs to be measured in meters more than seconds at this point. It's looking really tough right now, and I'm trying to stop myself from saying this phrase, but it's so difficult. I have worked at an office for 8.5 hours today. I have to come home and work some more, trying to talk like a normal human being. This is so difficult.
Brickbat may have rubbed off on me a little bit with this ill phrase.
Okay. The first person to say it loses. That's it. I don't know what we'll lose. It'll be our dignity maybe, but we'll lose it. All right, from now on, we are not allowed to say the phrase. The phrase is banned on cast until we're done. If we get through to the end, we could celebrate. I'll go and imagine myself buying a cake for 30 seconds and celebrate in my mind. But we can't say it. It's you and me together.
We have to try our best. We need to stay strong. We just need to stay strong for a 20-minute period without saying the phrase. And you know, I think we can do it. We just have to think about our words before saying them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Marissa. And moving on to bracket, though, I believe we're going into losers round 4? Is that what we're going into? I need to bring this
losers quarterfinal.
Losers quarter. So that's going to be
Bozo Bunch versus EKC.
Ooh. Of course, a bit of the Ouroboros rivalry going on. A very classic matchup at this point. Of course, it is, I believe, Bozo Bunch, or is it EKC? I can never remember.
It's Bozo Bunch with Moffin Cooey in the net, though. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Of course, Moffin Cooey is quite the beast in the net. Like, I wouldn't say that's like a downgrade in players, but of course, that is always something to keep in mind when making your predictions. And I believe EKC is running with their main roster.
Yeah. Actually, I think a lot of people were talking about the goalies in NASA. I think that's a very interesting topic. A lot of people were kind of saying that a ton of the NASA goalies are NASA level. Maybe where they are on the NASA level, whether it be, 10th or 9th, but still, there. Or somewhere in the middle of the pack. I think Moffin Cooey is definitely one of the stronger looking goalies among the heavily praised NASA goalies, and I'm always excited to see this guy play. Of course, he's kind of known for this Kazan goalie, I guess, being one of the 3 reasons, probably one of the 2 reasons the character was nerfed in the goalie position from that legendary patch note. I think the other one though being Xeno Gemini, another NASA goalie who has been playing the pick quite a bit. Generally speaking, though, I think kind of in my mind at least one of the grandfathers of the Kazan goalie kind of played it before it was cool, before everyone started picking it up, and looks so good on it. We've seen some disturbing games where Moffin Koi gets that team player on the Kazan, and it's just over. It's just impossible to deal with the clears, and I think that's something to be reckoned with. I know that Moffin Koi also draws a lot of the Kazan bans as well, which is really, really good on a team like Bozo Bunch, because Dropletto does not play Kazan too much. He's more known for that X. So
hey, the Dropletto Juliet win rate has been skyrocketing recently.
That is so true.
We have seen Dropletto just making the rounds on this Juliet pick, and I, for one, am looking forward to see it come out in this upcoming game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think about Moffin Koi and Xeno Gemini and the top of the NASA goalies quite a bit, and how they'll find themselves coming into this new phase of Omega Strikers, the new era. This era, of course, being dictated by NASA seasons, but we'll see where they end up. I think that yeah, it's definitely one of the players to be watching, one of the hottest players to be watching right now in terms of where they're going to end up, what their kind of full potential is, and so as usual, we're going to be seeing them faced up against a NASA level team, and we'll see what they can do with that.
Yeah,
the NASA goalies this season, not even just the aforementioned Moffin Kui and Xeno Gemini, but almost every single goalie in NASA this season is kind of a beast. I think it's definitely a season dominated by the goal box. And of course, there's some fantastic forward and midfield players in there, but it is undeniable that most of the players I myself have my eyes on, looking forward to seeing in the NASL Season 4, are mostly goalie players.
Yeah, agreed. I think that when you think about like who's bottoming or like being at the bottom of the NASA like goalie power rankings, you think of still really good goalies, right?
Yeah.
When looking at the last place, you think like of Zorro. Oh gosh, like that's the bottom. An amazing player in his own right. Probably one of the top 3 goalies in collegiate in its entirety. Being there and the only reason that he's there is not because of his lack of skill, but because the competition is just so insane. And I think we're going to see that coming into this game. Moffin Koi getting on his signature pick, which let me also say, he's beating his kind of Bozo Bunch's other goalie, their main goalie, who's I believe at this point considered a bit more of specialized on the debut. Whereas Moffin Koi has a Rasmus. Of course, Dropletto will be contesting that pick again, not playing that Kazan and being good on the Juliet, right, but not being his preferred pick is something that makes it a little bit awkward. But Moffin Koi doesn't have that. He looks like a beast, no matter what character he plays, whether it be the Rasmus or the Kazan. So already coming out swinging as well, as it's going to be Dropletto. Unfortunately, a bit of a misplay. It's going to cost them that barrier opportunity. The pull comes away from Moffin Koi, able to defend already with a very nice looking play with the pull. Gonna set Dropletto up here for a nice little play. Soren, though, with a death touch, is gonna save it out, and Katsuna is there to end the offensive play. Now level 2 is coming out for these players, so we're gonna start seeing more ultimates flying around. Is right now Dropletto with a scoring opportunity, but it's gonna be confirmed by I, finding themselves in the right place at the right time, able to take the first point of the game.
Absolutely, just fantastic forward coordination between I and Dropletto. The Bozo Bunch forward duo. Both these players just honestly, I'm quite a fan of the Bozo Bunch. I must say. I think this team probably in my top 3 favorite NASL teams right now. So, I mean, I may be a little biased of who I want to win.
Hey, you said it. You said it.
No! I lose.
It's okay. It's okay. Half the phrase is one of the players in this game. Every caster gets their one.
I was just talking about the player. That's what you don't understand. I was 2 steps ahead of you.
Yep, absolutely. And also one thing, I'm gonna call Bozo Bunch out here. After I casted their last call game, I believe. Was it their last call game? I forgot. I think it was their last call. And my little casting story was that Bozo Bunch is a team of magic. I think I pinged me in Costco and was like, I disagree. I think our play style is very calculated, and that's true. I lied to the viewers' faces. Brickbat lied, but I think that Bozo Bunch still can be appropriately called a team of magic. I think they're a team that is one of the most volatile in terms of comebacks. It feels like Bozo Bunch never really lose momentum and collapse. And I just want to talk about that. That's what I talk about when I mean that Bozo Bunch is a team of magic. They seem like they could pull a lot of tricks out of their sleeves in order to win a game. And I think that's a big contrast to a lot of the national teams who win very formulaically. I'm just chatting through this point. It's an early set, you know. But that's what I mean by Bozo Bunch being a team of magic. And Dropletto playing that Magician Rasmus, pulling a little bit of a trick right there.
Yeah, Dropletto pulled that goal out of his hat at that point, as Bozo Bunch is going to be up 2-1 this point, as Dropletto gets one early barrier and is trying to get his second. However, Soren on that Rasmus has the core flip. Core flip unable to save the barrier. Now Muffin Curry with their core flip able to save that barrier, but for how much longer, as now it is a 1 barrier to open net, and very good clear by Dropletto, able to get it past Katsuna, passing down to I. And it kind of at a 1v1 Katsuna right now with the flip, able to find it in between Muffin and I. Rocket coming out, but I is able to win that strike war, and Dropletto is trying to get it through as Muffin finds a fantastic clear between the forwards of EKC, and a fantastic pendulum swing from Dropletto is going to secure the set for Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, absolutely, so well played by the side of Bozo Bunch. Muffin Koei, of course, looking impressive as always. I feel like this is a player. I mean, I said it. God damn it. All right. But Muffin Koei. I get my one. Muffin Koei is a player that always looks good no matter what. They look so clean no matter what pick they play, whether it be the Rasmus, whether it be the Kazan, and it's always a joy to see. I'm always excited to be casting their games. But I should be talking about the draft a little bit here. The big one, I think, being, of course, the kind of game-turning Egoist, which has found itself... So Awakening has found itself, I believe, kind of at the center of the meta. Of course, being a Awakening that is not defined by the player kit, by the character's kit, being just generally so good, and being one of the few Awakenings in the game that could just be a win condition in and of itself. And when you pair that with the flexibility, the fact that every character uses Egoist well, I think you find yourself in the Awakening that just has an insane presence, you know, being up there with you know, pre-nerf quick strikes, and seeing the dominance in the meta right now with I picking up. Didn't have too many good picks in that draft, I believe, other than the rapid fire, but still, I think it just showcases kind of the power of this Awakening in this meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, dang it, I said it. I said it. But of course, Ego is just such a strong Awakening right now. But speaking of strong Awakenings on characters, Katsuna is picking up the Deadeye in that draft. Now has Deadeye Prize Fighter with those pummelers, as you know, a lot of players are more Slick Kick enjoyers on the Luna, as Katsuna flips it from across the map and puts it in. But Deadeye Prize Fighter pummelers, you have to be careful if you want to go anywhere near the edge of the map against that Luna, as Luna's only going to scale harder, and Katsuna is not a Luna you want to let scale, as big kills coming out as Katsuna finds one and Muffin uses the specialized training to find the other, making that open umbrella primary look actually useful on Kazan goalie right there. As now I and Dropletto have it in the corner, but unable to find the barrier. Soren defends it. NXCD and Katsuna now trying to get the barrier. Muffin interrupts the pass. Dropletto is dribbling, trying to get it through, but Katsuna and Soren able to save it, but not able to save it for very much longer as Dropletto finds checkmate.
Yeah, that looked so good from Dropletto there, able to get that confirm against Soren, as well as getting some style points in the process. And one thing to look at right now, I think, is Muffin Koi with this flip. It's going to mean that exactly what we just saw there, I believe Katsuna is going to be looking to break that and is going to be using his cooldowns to do so. But if he does that, he's not going to be able to help too much on this defense, though. Already proving me wrong with an excellently. I thought that saved it. It didn't save it. Wow.
Woo!
Well, it doesn't matter. 1 KO comes out. 2 KO comes out from Katsuna. That's going to be big as well, as now it's going to be 3 prize fighter stacks for 2 members of the side of EKC, which in and of itself has been a win condition. And the eject button from the Erasmus is actually going to do a bit of work there. Now Dropletto, though, has to score here now that this goalie's down, but it's not going to happen, which means that now EKC find themselves in a very good situation. The flip comes out. It's going to be won by Katsuna, who takes the second goal for EKC in the set here.
Yeah, those 2 kills so valuable. EKC with the triple prize fighters, Soren and Katsuna having all 3 stacks, and NXCD just 1 away from finishing it for the team. However, one thing I'm just now noticing is Soren running the eject button on the Rasmus goalie over what most Rasmus goalies prefer, which is the Powerhouse Pauldrons. Maybe I'm not a knower, but I don't think I've ever seen that played before. However, it does not matter what you take when you just find all of these kills. Now notorious for being able to heal through everything, but healing through a triple prize fighter team is maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be Dropletto already falling victim to just this damage right now. That being said, Muffin Koi might let the goal go down before Dropletto has a chance to be KO'd. Of course, be a bit of a pick your poison there, but as of right now, it is going to go to the side of EKC, but it's going to be cleared away with a nice strike 4 win from Sora. Now Muffin looking to clear the core as we get into overtime, finds a nice angle. Back pass down to I is going to take that, but Katsuna is not to be outdone. A very good looking dash into core flip combo immediately sends that core away, and just like that, EKC is going to be taking the set.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it again, but Katsuna is just looking so good in this game, and picking up the team player, having to take that away from Muffin Koi. Anyone who has played against a Kazan goalie knows if you let Kazan goalie get that team player, it is absolutely curtains. However, I is going to be able to pick up the fighter flight in the last pick. Absolutely happy with that pickup, I am sure, as now I has the egoist and the fighter flight just going to be flying around the map with these awakenings.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Quick Strike still in rotation as well, if I finds themselves in the first pick of a draft, it could very well mean that we're going to get the Strike Exodia, but that's not going to look like a future that with any possibility if that's going to happen with I being sent off the map by, I believe, a Katsuna rocket right now, though. Muffin Koi able to defend, but he can only do that so many times. Katsuna and NXZD have the cooldowns to get it through, and that's going to be the first point of the set going over to EKC.
Yeah, the Kazan goalie is so good at stopping the core from getting to him in the first place, but once Kazan has a core in his face, there is only so much you can do, unfortunately, and EKC is just taking such good advantage of it and just abusing the one weakness that Kazan goalie has. However, I is just absolutely midfielding like a beast right now, able to clear that out, and Dropletto is able to find not one but two barriers in this point. Black hole respawning, Katsuna unable to maintain core control. Muffin Koi now holding down this barrier, has the core flip to work with. However, I is going to get a pass the forwards of EKC, and Dropletto is running for his life in this point. And XZD having this flip, having so many tools to kill Dropletto, but not wanting to burn the flips. I
my
mean,
gosh.
they're being put in the blender as Eris Kitten Club is just blending up everybody. Now ult coming out. I having to play that emergency goalie. Soren
Wow.
running forward, but I is able to hold it down, and that is why you learn how to play goalie if you're a midfielder. As a fantastic defense from I keeps them in this point.
I don't know if you noticed, but Dropletto with a crazy back pass with the Rasmus primary letting I get a nice, a pretty relatively, of course, as easy as that possibly could be, defense, setting him up for success. And I think that made the difference there, but will that make the difference here in the point? It's right now, Katsuna and NXDD are marching their way up the field, but right now, Moffin is looking very, very good with those strikes. Gonna send it down to Dropletto again, and he's gonna confirm it. And Bozo Bunch, the Team of Magic, pull out another trick, taking a point off of EKC after looking really dicey at the beginning of that point.
Yeah, overtime is Kazan's domain, and no team player needed once the clock strikes 0, as that core is about to go so fast, and Dropletto just making it look so easy, finding that top corner shot. However, Katsuna is making it look even easier by taking him off of the map, and now it is left up to Moffin, Kui, and I to defend these barriers to keep them in the point. Core flip denied by Moffin, Kui, able to send it down, find the pass to I. Dropletto and I now have it in the corner, but Katsuna and Soren are able to get it out with the help of NXDD. Now Katsuna has the flip to work with, Soren running forward. So much damage being stacked onto I right now. Flip going to take them off of the map, not having that now ult to really stop that from happening. Hook coming out from Dropletto, but unable to win the strike war against Soren's Whiplash. And I is now back up, and I mean, it's just kind of looking like tug of war right now.
It is going back and forth, but right now, I's gonna find himself in a 2v3 situation to come back to an NXCD with a nice little catch at the core using the Zentaro ultimate. Is going to find that goal. Now EKC is going to find themselves pulling ahead in this game.
Yeah, set point for EKC. Definitely wanting to take this set and earn the MVP, as there are just so many damage awakenings left, and definitely do not want to let I potentially get those quick strikes or some crucial stagger. Ooh. As a fantastic core flip goes up to NXD, almost finding the point, but Bozo Bunch are ready for it. That's a fantastic strike from I, able to find the barrier, and an even better mine from the now is able to secure the kill. I mean, there's just so much happening right now. Black Hole is able to take Katsuna off the map, but Katsuna back up now. No core flips left for the side of EKC. However, a great clear by Moffin Kui, able to find it through, winning the strike war against the Rocket. Dropletto is fighting for his life, trying to push him into the center black hole, but Dropletto is just living right now. NXDD looking low himself, but Moffin is just so big right now, and this hook covers so much, trying to just find this kill on to NXDD.
Yeah, and it's just going back and forth. That a very scary tug of war right now. Katsuna not able to confirm it with a Luna Dash, which is now Dropletto is going to find himself in a position to maybe get this final goalie barrier. Pass down to I is not going to find the connection that they need, but eventually is taken by the Death Touch. Moffin Curry has a flip here to defend. Will it matter? Yes, it does! Against NXDD, Dropletto barely hanging on there against the Luna Dash of Katsuna now. Pass down from I. The flip's going to come out from Soren. It's going to be cleared up on top. Going to be defended away, though, from Moffin Curry. Now I marching up the field once more. NXDD not able to find the Zentaro dash that he wants. The dash from Lunas is not going to connect as well, which means Dropletto and I have another opportunity. Moffin Curry going to send it up at blistering pace. Has the slice. Not going to find it, but he has the flip. Just needs to touch the court. Gets it. Gets the KO, and I gets the KO, and Dropletto. Katsuna's there. Misses the flip. Not gonna confirm it. Now Moffin Kui can only watch as the damage comes out, and that's going to be EKC finishing the set in style, getting a full ace to make up for a little bit of a a little bit of I don't know what to call it, a little bit of nerves maybe, not nerves, but they got there. They got there, and they look good doing it, and that's what matters. We didn't see the first 30 seconds at that point.
Yeah, that was an insane point, and Katsuna and the rest of EKC are rewarded so well.
That's quick strikes.
Punch.
Okay,
Yeah,
denied. Yeah,
quick
away.
Quick strikes have to be denied from I here. Otherwise, I is just going to go so incredibly crazy. Missile propulsion is going to remain untaken, opting for the 1-2 punch instead. And with Pummeler's Deadeye, you do not want to get caught anywhere near the edge of the map by that dash rocket combo, but you definitely do not want to get caught on the edge of the map next to that crater maker, as I and Muffin Kui are yet again on defense early in this point, but Dropletto is back up, unable to find the barrier. Hook coming out, unable to stop Soren from saving those barriers. The Luna Rocket sniping I from across the map. No way to see that. It's just such a hard ability to see, but they are ready to interrupt the pass. NXED looking so low, but the dash and the hook, fantastic coordination by EKC, but incredible defense by Bozo Bunch. Able to stop that core from going in. That was a insane sequence.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played from basically both teams. They find themselves neck and neck right now as Dropletto looking to maybe take the advantage inside of Bozo Bunch, but that's just not going to be the case. The flip coming out from Katsuna sets up NXCD perfectly to get that secure, and now EKC find themselves 2 points away from taking the game.
Yeah, you definitely have to be thinking of Bozo Bunch is kind of regretting giving Katsuna that Deadeye, as Katsuna is back up with 3 prize fighter stacks, and EKC is up 2 barriers to none in the last set of the game. Nothing is over until it's over, but EKC and NXCD making a fantastic read on that clear from Moffin, and now it is match point for EKC in this game.
Yeah, and now was the character that kind of stopped a lot of the KO pressure, but it feels like there's too much water and the dam eventually burst. There's too much damage, they now can't deal with it, and just like that, EKC get their win condition going. Once it was started, it just felt like that Bozo Bunch couldn't stop it. Of course, the game isn't over yet, but it's certainly looking very, very close to the end here, as right now 1 goalie barrier for both teams. That being said, I is going to be finding that final goalie barrier. Flip comes out from Soren. Dropletto's not there to intercept, and NXCD able to catch the core. That primary means that we're going to have an open net for both teams. Dribble from I, trying to find it for Dropletto, trying to find any gap in the armor that's possible, but it's not going to be found between NXCD, Katsuna, and Soren. They're always got 2 people at the net ready to defend, and just like that, NXCD almost scores it right there, but Muffin Kui with the flip. Soren now needs to defend though as we get into overtime here. I with the flip, the ego is not going to mean anything. He's going to be stuffed away by NXCD, and now we are looking at curtains for the side of EKC, or for the side of Bozo Bunch's EKC. Take advantage of that misflip and close out the game at 3-1.
Absolutely fantastically played by both teams, but EKC knew their win condition with those 3 prizefighter awakenings, and when you think about how to beat a kill comp usually, it's just to score on them before they can kill you. But Soren and Katsuna were just doing such an incredible job at not letting anything go through them and just not allowing Bozo Bunch to score before they could make use of all of that damage stacking. And definitely a little bit of nerves coming out from Bozo Bunch in that last point, but just so well played by the entirety of Bozo Bunch. And even if they are out of the tournament, they did not go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one stat line that points to how well Bozo Bunch played there is that redirect count from Soren, 237 on a player that definitely likes to play very aggressive, likes to play very actively. But when you think of goalies that could hold it down forever, I feel like Soren's a very good player, but I just don't feel like he's the type of like the 300 redirect holds forever goalie. But to Bozo's bunch credit, he had to play kind of like that. And I actually also continue to talk about Soren's play. I really would like to see what he is cooking here with the eject button Rasmus. It feels like during that game, he played it very similar to eject button Kai, where he'd kind of run forward with a speed boost and use a primary to kind of help the offensive pressure from NXD and Katsuna there. And I think that's very interesting. I think it's very, very interesting. It definitely feels like something that Soren would pull out. And given how well the kind of creation trio team composition that EKC have pulled out in Nassel, I'm definitely seeing kind of I'm seeing a little bit of some mad science going on from this group. So always excited to see something new coming out from I guess Soren's mind maybe.
Yeah, the new tech is always fun to see, as it seems like everything has been discovered in this game. Like when you think about it, when you think about what character you play, your Juliet's always going to be taking pummelers unless you're on like Oni Village, where maybe you go slick kicks. But it's like you're going one of those two things. And there's like gears that, there are certain players who would get very unhappy with you if you were to take them, Mag Souls. And it seems like it's such a solved game. But seeing new tech like the eject button Rasmus, when people have been taking the Pauldron's Rasmus since like Fire was discovered. So this is definitely something to spruce up the league, and I look forward to potentially seeing that come out in an NASL match.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to see the innovations as we go forward. Maybe the innovations. There's been a bit of a debate on the power level of eject button on just basically every goalie, but always excited to still see that innovation come out and play, and that's definitely what we saw there. Soren innovating a new playstyle for this Rasmus goalie, and maybe the character isn't as solved as we'd like to think. Of course, wait, no, I'm not gonna make an old joke. Nope, we're moving on. Anyways, but yeah, definitely good. Definitely excited to see them. Bozo Bunch, of course, being out, but you'll catch them tomorrow. You catch them tomorrow, actually. So we're not going to see them away from the stage for too long. But now going on to the next round, maybe I'll have a bit of time to actually bring up the bracket, so I don't have to ask for it every single time. But let me see. Oh wow, Ahten City Underground #1 in progress. That's crazy.
Gonna be waiting on who's actually going against EKC, as the Dune Dubu Strikers versus Last Call match is still going on right now. We're about 21 minutes into that, so should be moving into the semifinals soon whenever that game finishes up. Unless they got Oni Village, then we may be here for a while.
Maybe, hold on, I can check. Oh, well, there's Borg stream, so you guys could quickly tune in to Jord_OS to catch that game. And oh yeah, they're playing without hook resets. They're gonna be playing with you already lose in the midfield, of course. Seeing goalies in the forward position, always a treat. But whoever wins that game will be facing off EKC in the losers semifinals. The winner of that will be facing 3 switches, and the winner of that will meet Bun Bonanza in Grands. So while we wait for that, though, a little bit of chatting. I think I'm going to bring it back up, but I've been doing well on the accursed phrase front. I noticed some slip-ups from my fellow co-caster here. I won't be naming names, of course.
Some slip-ups, you say?
Just pointing out.
All right. The last one I did was actually on person, or on person on purpose.
Purpose?
Words are hard. No,
it is hard.
I know when I use it last. That one I thought about, and I'm like, I think that is an appropriate time to use it. It was when I was talking, is when I made the taking eject or Pauldron's Rasmus since caveman times joke, since we discovered fire. And I was like, you know what? I think that's an appropriate time to make it. And I think we can both handshake on the fact that we both have a bug inside of our brains.
Yeah, I always think of the best lines after the game happens, but with I on the now, we could have just said I means business at any point. It would have been really cool. Yeah, I think about that a lot. I think about very cool lines they could have said. I do that. It's okay. I'll admit it on I'll admit it on cast. It happens. It's what goes through my mind.
It's hard for it to come to you while you're casting.
Yeah, it really
The
is.
core is moving so incredibly slow with that Kazan goalie that I'd be like halfway through talking about something and then we've moved on like 15 minutes into the game and I was like, oh, okay, core's moving slow.
Yeah. I wonder one thing I remember as well, back when we had the back when the mind virus first started its outbreak, and I remember we were it was the what was it called, strike shotters, the drinking tournament, and I remember Flop in chat where I broke I broke like 50 I means within the course of like a single quick play. So I mean, no, I said it. But it was terminal velocity with the IMPM, the I means per minute rate, which was absolutely
That is
crazy.
crazy. We cannot be abbreviating it to the IMPM.
The IMPM, I think, is something that I've had to decelerate in recent times, because Kmot sent me one clip when I casted Nassel and I said I mean 4 times in like 10 seconds, and it was I just sat there like dying at my desk. It was so disturbing to watch. Shook me to my core fundamentally, and ever since then I've been trying to preserve it.
Okay, I will say though, it appears that Last Call has taken it over the Soon Dubu Strikers. It is a tough time to be a Soon Dubu Strikers fan, let me tell you. I want to see him do well. So good. The Westie Pride. Soon Dubu will win NASL. I'm not coping with this.
Oh yeah, Soon Dubu.
We are moving on.
Yeah, we'll move on to Last Call to EKC. We just came out of one of the Ouroboros matches. We're going to come into the other, as I believe history has repeated itself. EKC beating out Bozo Bunch, but now they'll be looking to break the cycle of history, trying to take a game off of Last Call. These teams have seen each other so much. They're very, very familiar with each other. And you know what? I stopped myself from saying it earlier, but when you mentioned that people have been playing Pauldron since the Discovery of Fire, I really wanted to say, speaking of the Discovery of Fire, Rightfully Fresh is here and ready to play. So
you did not even need to say the name. I heard you go for it, and I knew exactly what joke you were going to make.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I mixed up. Did I mix up? Oh, update from production. Saya knows the history books better than me. Bozo always beats EKC. So that last game was actually the reversal of the Ouroboros. So maybe if it's if that's the case, then wait, what? Bozo? Yeah. Okay. If that's the case, then well, we'll see if Last Call can complete the cycle in reverse. So we'll see if history is made, remade, unmade, and done again this game. I just chatted for. That was chatting. That was complete chatting.
Yeah, I mean, I said it again. I need to stop pivoting every single time it's my turn to cast with the phrase. I've done it like 8 times in a row now. But Last Call and Era's Kitten Club. I'm looking forward to see how Era's Kitten Club does, because everyone knows EKC as more like fond of piloting kill comp. That was pretty apparent in that last game. However, and I'm gonna go back to the old Omega Strikers player Mindbug for a second, surely they don't get another prize fighter start and are able to just ability dump the entirety of Last Call to victory. And I'm looking forward to see how EKC will play, potentially with more either stagger-based awakenings, like say you get like a reverberation start, or just more core control awakenings with maybe that quick strike start, that fight or flight start. Gonna be interesting to see how they could play off of those comfort increase damage number awakenings. And maybe it's just spec training start, and there was no point in me saying any of this, but
Also, I don't know, but okay, hold on. I actually wanted to talk. I did have a point. I think quick strike starts are like really weird because I feel like when everyone has quick strikes, no one has quick strikes because the advantage of quick strikes is that you strike quicker than everyone else. So when everyone has it, it just kind of loses meaning. Other than the extra energy generated, which means okay, core flip city, but hey, that's not near. That's definitely better than some of the core flip centric starts we've gotten in the past. Thinking about this one awakening where Juliet, Dubu, and Estelle are putting their hands together. I'm not gonna name it though. Don't want to bring up any bad memories. But yeah, going into this game, I think I would like to see EKC off of that prize fighter start, like you mentioned. See if they can hold the candle over Last Call, which a more methodical team is able to play pretty much every single able to bust out every single play in the playbook, so to speak. So we'll see if they could do that here as we are. Players are in lobby here. I think they're doing map pick ban right now. Let me go check in. And
one thing to mention though is it is not the main Last Call roster, as Hook Resets is actually subbed out for You Already Lose.
yeah.
So for people who have not been here for the whole tournament, whether or not that little bit of maybe lack of coordination with the sub, of course You Already Lose is a monster of a player, don't get me wrong, but you can absolutely circumvent individual player skill with better teamwork. So that might be another factor in this game.
Yeah, we'll see how it turns out. As right now, one big thing: Atlas Lab ban means we won't be going there. So, well, Soren followed up with a Demons and Obscura ban. So, we're going to Clarion Corp. Okay, you know what? I'll take a Clarion Corp. I've seen a lot of Atlas's Lab. Yeah, I'm down. I'm getting my business suit on. As I wanted to say, I means business.
Yeah, absolutely. Clarion Corp is also just a very fun map to watch at a pro level because I suck at that map. So watching people who don't suck at that map is always fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are in queue now for the game, so we'll be getting it in very, very soon. We'll see what Awakening EKC will have to pick. Wait a second, we don't get to see it because we're spectators. So we'll see in a little bit. Wait, it's on stream.
No! Oh
It
no!
is. Wait,
it is.
Oh, it is.
It is on. It is on stream.
Okay. Well, speaking of core control, we have a particular setup to look at here. I think that peak performance, despite being 50% of the choices, will not be making an appearance here in this game. It is unfortunate that the game seemingly has bugged out and we only have one selection to make. As looks like and also speaking of props to Achi for developing this. I think this is so dope and it's crazy that we had this feature made. I think it's super
It's
cool.
so good. It's so good.
Absolutely so good.
And I would like to chime in very briefly. While we were chatting for this game to start about what awakenings we want to see, I wanted to say I really hope there's not an egoist start. And, maybe it's good that I didn't say it, because then I would have just straight commentators first this game. As now, we get to watch 6 egoists, so much speed, so many core flips, notoriously fun awakening coming up here.
Yeah, and we'll see as well which team composition handles it better when you have a lot of flips coming out, things that can kind of outstuff it. Do you end up doing pretty well? I think one thing that I think is a little bit interesting is I believe the character that kind of is the face of stuffing out core flips is Asher, but it's been so long since we've seen her in the meta. I feel like I never see this character anymore. And maybe for good reason too. I know that when she's been in the meta, it's not been very fun for many people involved, but that is a character that not having that option here on the egoist start, I think, makes it all the more kind of volatile as we are getting the game here. Now, we are seeing the level 2 fly out, so we're going to be seeing our first vanishes, and whoa! NXT almost taken out by the bouncy funhouses. Right now, Katsuna might also be taken out very soon, but ladies and gentlemen, that is our first egoist proc of the night. There it goes. One goalie barrier finds itself the victim of Egoist. Maybe a goal to follow up as well, but as we get an overtime here, Frightfully Fresh will remain defending. The core makes it downfield. The banish from Katsune is actually going to barely miss the core, but Soren's going to get a nice little clear. The flip does come out from Frightfully Fresh to clear downwards. Borg now with a flip. Not going to have any scoring opportunities here because of a nice secondary from Katsuna. So you already lose. Making sure Borg has plenty of opportunities to blow those resources. Speaking of a blown resource, that is a flip gone from Soren now. Frightfully Fresh, though, has to make one more defense. You already lose with the Egoist proc. Sends a pass up to Borg. Trying to get a goal, but it's just going to be cleared away here on the top side. You already lose, just needs a flip, but it's going to be denied away from Katsuna, who actually sets it up for a perfect angle off the bouncy house. And just like that, it's going to be EKC sniping away the first point of the game.
Yeah, the Maka with the Pauldron's just a little bit too slow to catch it on the opposite side of the bouncy house. But I do kind of want to pivot back for a second to characters that have kind of fallen out of the meta as Soren loses both his barriers to Borg. But if anyone has been paying attention, Zentaro kind of disappeared for a little bit and came back. Everyone was, for a little bit, was like, hey, this Kazan character is kind of like better Zentaro, and it seems like seeing Borg on the Zentaro over the Kazan is definitely fun, as everyone loves Borg's Zentaro, but of course Katsuna on the Rune as well, another not very meta pick. So this is just kind of a fun game to see in terms of characters, as the game is now completely equal, but there are two core flips in the face of Frightfully Fresh, losing one, but has a core flip of his own to work with now. Soren now running forward with his own core flip. You already lose, and Frightfully Fresh trying to save that barrier. Able to do so. Flip burned, you already lose. Able to find the flip, and now it is a open net for EKC.
Yeah, it's going to be an open goal as well. That didn't work, but it's going to be an easy goal for You Already Lose as he gets into the top side of the net there. Soren not able to get that core flip out, and that's big because that is one Egoist proc lost, but Soren's going to immediately use it just to get the reset quickly so he can get on to the next Egoist proc. Going to take one goalie barrier's payment for his troubles as well. Now Katsuna with a good strike war now means that Borg is going to have to use this flip defensively, but he's still able to get goalie barrier in the meantime. Frightfully Fresh now on the defense. Flip comes out from NXCD trying to get the goal, but it's be defended away. And now the banish almost means that's a goal for the side of EKC. But now You Already Lose has the opportunity to clear. Is going to be staggered though, and Stealth Orb is up. Nice peel from Frightfully Fresh though. Is able to keep You Already Lose alive. Now the flip comes out as well to defend once again. Soren with the eject button providing good pressure, but not able to secure the point. The side of EKC, and now You Already Lose with a strike war battle against Katsuna's pillar is going to end up winning it eventually, but Frightfully Fresh again, another core flip defended against, but it's not going to be enough. NXED with a nice little interference with the Zentaro ultimate means that a slow core is going to be sent right in, evening up the set here.
The core just very slowly slipping by the defense of Last Call. An unfortunate point, maybe a miscalculation, but what is not a miscalculation is all of this damage being dumped on the Borg, forced to just burn the flip, but absolutely rewarded for it. Has to go on a little bit of an orb side quest to heal up, and now it is NXCD who is in the goop, as we like to call it. Borg winning the strike war, but a flip from Katsuna is able to save the barrier. You Already Lose with a flip of his own, just trying to get core control. Borg finding the pass, but unable to find the barrier from the pass coming from You Already Lose. And just, it's kind of just like a bit of a Zentaro brawl in this point, as both Zentaros want to be the one to find the kill first. More damage being stacked on the Borg. Soren now has no abilities left, as all of them have been used for damage, but Last Call is just unable to put the core in a spot to go stuff Soren as he finds the kill on the Borg. Katsuna now staggered in the goop. You Already Lose, and Frightfully Fresh in the net. Core flip coming out, stalling out the slime, and unfortunately a miss jump by You Already Lose is going to cost them the set as Katsuna earns himself an MVP.
Yeah, and some big awakenings here. Well, one big awakening here. That rapid fire, I think, is going to be very, very big here on the rune. It looks like you already loses hovering it, but that's going to be just nothing but copium and smoke, as Rune is going to be the one finding himself with that awakening. Demolitionist going as a deny away from Soren. Now Frightfully Fresh able to select a pick, but I'm not too sure what's going to happen here. Oh, I see an interesting drafting strategy. It's going to be 2 dashes picked up by the side of EKC, which means that now there's going to be 1 Zentaro with a dash and 1 without. So there's going to be a little bit of a disparity, I think, in power coming into this next set here, which might mean that EKC could find themselves in a nice 2-0 position off of that draft alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very solid draft for EKC there as they find the first barrier. Or actually, they don't. Frightfully Fresh saves that. I thought for sure they got that barrier. But no, it is going to be Last Call finding the first barrier of the set. However, Frightfully Fresh and You Already Lose just so comfortable in the net. Neither of these players are any stranger to that goalie position as they are just able to hold it down for so long. Soren losing a second barrier, able to redirect it off the slime core, going so fast. NXDD finds a flip, looking to stuff and potentially get those 2 barriers, just trying to run forward and force himself into that power position. You Already Lose puts down the Juno ult, but unable to catch the redirect as NXDD drops the ult, redirected out by Frightfully Fresh though so well. Core flip comes out, dash burned, second barrier found as a power offense coming out from Last Call is able to find that, and You Already Lose is going to secure the goal. I mean, that was explosive.
Yeah, that went back and forth so quickly, but it's going to be Last Call taking the victory on that point. But right now they find themselves on the defense. That being said, Katsuna not having any pillars at its disposal. It's going to get one up very quickly because of that rapid fire, but we'll see if Last Call can take advantage of these small gaps in the armor that were provided. Looks like they're not going to be able to, as every goalie barrier on the map does manage to stay up. You Already Lose some good patience, means that that barrier from, or that pillar from Katsuna is not going to be taking any barriers as well. Now Borg with the opportunity manages to finally get the first one after a valiant defense from Soren. The flip comes out from NXCD. It's going to actually end up getting that bottom barrier. It's Frightfully Fresh not able to get past that Zentaro ultimate. Now Borg, pass back to You Already Lose, has that flip, is in front of the net, but the pillar is there to deny it. And now Soren's running forward with that eject button, sends it forward, but it's going to be blocked away by You Already Lose. And now Borg has the opportunity to score, is going to get it. Soren's strike not quite off of cooldown just yet. And now Last Call is going to find themselves 2-0 up in the set.
Yeah, I think we both kind of thought that the draft was a big victory for EKC. However, Last Call seems to be online now, and maybe they are just playing better and winning more, but that rapid fire pickup is not as impactful as I personally thought it was going to be, as so much stuffing coming out from EKC, but they were able to defend it for so long. Flip burned, able to find the clear. Pillar unable to stop anything as You Already Lose gets the core out. Both just kind of hovering the core for a second, going on a little bit of an orb side quest. Hook comes out. Soren is able to find the clear and the rotation, but Frightfully Fresh is able to clear right back. A fantastic strike by him. You Already Lose now with the center obtained. The core flip stuck in the prison. Borg getting it through. Katsuna running forward with the flip. Both players have flipped. Frightfully Fresh parries it with the primary. And now it is yet again Last Call pivoting onto offense. But Soren just seems to be pivoting all of these offenses out with the hook. Flip burned. First barrier found. Borg getting close to flip himself. You Already Lose getting out of the banish. Dash coming out from NXDD as the pressure from the second core flip of the round from NXDD forces them to pivot up, and they are able to catch that.
Yeah, and if you ever feel like you have no reason to exist, just remember Mako Primary does have a projectile that can go halfway across the field. As I feel like if you remove that part from the kit, nothing would change about Mako. And Frightfully Fresh looking like an absolute wall right now on the pick with absolutely like amazing primary. It's showing that, you know, the character is a bit more than the secondary, and as I say that, some pretty nifty plays are being made here.
Yeah, NXCD, I don't know if you caught that, Brickbat, but rightfully Fresh, unable to save that one as an unfortunate own goal with the core flip comes out. But NXCD actually dodged Fresh using his secondary into passive combo to kill him while he was staggered with his Zentaro ult, and not having those abilities up was so hard for that defense on the side of Last Call. Just so well played by NXZD, and even though he didn't touch the core, he had such an impact in that round. However, speaking of rounds, both barriers have already gone down under 20 seconds into this one. Frightfully Fresh able to find that clear. Banish coming out. Borg is just being denied any opportunity to score. NXZD with that core flip yet again. That Egoist Awakening is just allowing him to be so powerful with all of this pressure, and it's just so hard for Last Call to defend.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the core's just not leaving their side of the field, and one attempt after the other, one will eventually get through, and now we have an open goal for one team, but it might be both soon. No, it's going to be defended away by Katsuna and Soren, who both now support. Oh, Soren! Soren!
I mean, what a core flip beta player! You know, it's the side streets angles. I mean,
I've not seen a shot like that before. That was insane. The confidence just to pull the trigger on it. I don't know if that was intentional. Watch Mojo top 5 goalie shots. Number 4 will surprise you. That was crazy. That was crazy.
That was a fantastic shot to secure the set. Nobody on the side of Last Call was ready for that. I don't even know if Soren was ready for that. As they take that set, Dubu cheer emote coming out. EKC is just looking so good in this game. It's like an iron wall defense from Soren and Katsuna. These rune pillars are just forcing the core back onto the side of Last Call over and over again, and NXZD is just farming energy. I mean, just look at this man's energy bar.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Soren is being an iron wall, EKC can do no wrong. It's right now, as I say that, though, there's a bit of wrongdoing done on the side of Katsuna, standing a little bit too close to the wall, and Borg taking advantage of that with the slice and dice. Now, oh, that's Zentaro primary. This is Zentaro secondary. That being said, Banish will come out from Katsuna. NXCD not able to convert here, as now the core goes back into midfield. The center is going to be up. It's going to be teams fighting over it. Actually goes the way of Frightfully Fresh of all people. The core flip is barely going to miss from you. You already lose now. Back to square one. The Egoist is there from Frightfully Fresh. Walking up on the Mako. Going to use the flip defensively as we get an overtime. Borg is here, though, and a nice little strike. Finesses it up into the upside of the net. It's going to be 1 point in the set, going the side of Last Call.
Yeah, Soren getting the flip off that pendulum swing hit onto Borg, just not able to react to that one. And such a honestly banger strike as Soren almost hits the own goal angle we saw Last Call make earlier in the game. However, you already lose, and Frightfully Fresh yet again on defense as all of EKC charges forward and takes that first barrier. You already lose trying to run forward, winning strike wars, but unable to find a crack, a gap in this defense. And it's honestly the eject button that's allowing Soren to be everywhere, but Soren cannot be there as Katsuna hits an unfortunate rune primary and hits an own goal, and suddenly the own goal for the side of Last Call does not look as bad.
There's the wrong tax collector here. It's the Katsuna tax. Jump scare from the midfielder of EKC, as now all of a sudden Borg finds himself with a flip in front of the net, but it's going to be defended away by Soren. Now NXZD 2 flips in front of the enemy net. Now Team Ego as procs is just looking so hard to defend. Flip comes out, Katsuna there to collect with now a Banish and a Pillar coming out. NXZD able to capitalize, but not able to find that last goalie barrier. Now Borg trying to get past that rune pillar, is able to do it, but not going to find himself in the right position to follow through with it. Now You already lose. Unfortunately, he's going to have his ankles broken a little bit as he jumps in the wrong direction. But right now, the core is going back and forth with all parties involved right now. NXCD and Katsuna, again, are so close to the Ego's flip, though. Borg finds himself with possession, going to be stunned away, so he can't get that final strike needed. And now, flips are here. NXCD has it. It's not going to get... One flip is not going to secure it as we get in overtime. The flip from Borg comes out. It's going to be yoinked away by Soren. With an excellent play. Flip comes out from Frightfully Fresh. It's going to be intercepted by NXCD, and now Borg ends up taking that last goalie barrier. Now open net for both teams. The next flip on the field is going to be Soren. That might make the difference here, but no. Borg stops it before it starts. That's going to be last call, taking set 3, 3-0.
I mean, Borg just hit what any Juno player dreams of their forward player hitting. I'll say it. As we move into this draft, Borg earning himself an MVP, picking Spark of Strength, opting to allow the quick strikes to go over to Soren. So Soren is potentially going to be building so much more energy, as if he doesn't take it, you already lose. Surely will. The heavy impact denial coming out yet again from another Juno. That's twice in 3 games, as very powerful awakening coming out on the deny from the Zentaro, as that character has enough cooldowns, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soren picking up the quick strikes Egoist is going to be big. A little bit of an Exodia build. That being said, much more oppressive when a forward gets it. That being said, Soren basically known for playing that third forward strategy, so I don't think EKC is going to be too unhappy with that one. Is right now, Borg is going to get that 3 Spark win condition. He's going to find himself with 2 of the big ones, the agility and the resilience. And it looks like Zentaro's secondary just didn't exist there, but hey, he'll get it back up soon enough, as now the banish does come out. It's so hard to kill Borg now, though, with just how much stagger he has. So he's going to have to be playing very, very close to the edge to really, truly be punished, as he just bounced off the pillar like 8 times, and he didn't even lose half his stagger bar.
I mean, wow, Borg and Soren are moving so fast right now, as their 1v1 is rudely interrupted by NXCD taking the barrier of last call. Flip forced to be burned, Flip traded back, the 3rd flip in a row, and now a moment of solace as all of the flips are gone for... honestly, not that long, I'll say.
Yeah, there are 2 bars from every player in this game already. Because right now, it's going to be going back and forth. Right now, you already lose. Not able to get it past NXCD here, as Katsuna is now going to have the opportunity to march the core outfield. The core's going to go flying in the way of Soren, though. Going to be defended away by a nice little pillar, though. NXCD with a scoring opportunity, not able to convert. Good defense coming out from every player of last call here. And whoa! You already lose. Excellently playing around the slime, able to prevent that stuff from happening. Gonna use that flip defensively, but Borg's able to convert it and make it offensive. Now Frightfully Fresh, a few redirects away from the flip. There it is, has the Egoist proc passed down to You Already Lose. Gonna be intercepted by NXCD, but score is not gonna be found. Oh, and it's almost done there, but it's not gonna happen. A crazy bounce out of nowhere sets Borg up for a flip goal, and just like that, last call steal away the point.
Yeah, that was an insane bounce. First it was last call own goaling, then it was EKC own goaling, then it was EKC hitting an insane angle, and then it was last call hitting an insane angle. These teams are trading just incredible plays back and forth, and I guess that's kind of the Clarion Corporation like employee rule set, as there's just so many incredible angles being found. NXCD now back up after being KO'd. Borg is just unable to find this barrier. Banish coming out on the core. Killer going down, denying Borg from potentially finding that barrier. And Borg now with the Egoist flip, forced to be burned from Soren. Flip by Borg, finds the barrier, cannot deflect that one, as the Juno ultimate from You Already Lose is going to sneak the core in past Katsuna.
Yeah, and perfect timing on the side of last call. These Ouroboros games, I'm pushing that term really hard. But the Ouroboros games here are always delivering. They look so good. Both teams are looking so amazing right now, as one barrier does go down. 2 is going to follow the way. NXCD out of nowhere finds himself with a scoring opportunity. And oh my god! That Zentaro is going to find himself blinking off the map. An unfortunate secondary from the side of NXT. The flip from Katsuna is going to go wide. Soren finds himself with no HP and very little stagger, though. He's not able to get this orb. Things might be looking pretty rough, which he's able to do. So, side of EKC is able to stabilize a little bit here. But speaking of a little bit more chaos, Borg's going to find himself with the Egoist. The secondary is going to put himself in a good position to score, but he's not going to do it. It does get a KO for a consolation prize, though. Sets you already lose up for getting that last barrier with a flip. Now, passed down to Slime. He isn't going to find the goal that they want. And XCD does have flips soon. It's going to have to be denied away from him very, very soon. Morgan, you already lose a bit of a timer now as we get into overtime here. Flip comes out from Frightfully Fresh. It's going to find its way into you already lose Slime. And just like that, last call take away from the set off of some crazy ball positioning here.
What a fantastic pre-placed Slime by You Already Lose. Any Juno player knows your Slime despawns right before that hits 99% of the time. So, I mean, that was just so incredible by You Already Lose. I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was, that is insane. As we move into this draft, Borg getting the Super Surge, so much more damage, and that absolutely crucial Dash Awakening on Zentaro, and NXCD picking up the Fighter Flight, so going to be zooming around the map even more than he already has been as we move into this next set. And it seems to me like Last Call has found the chink in the armor of the Era's Kitten Club as they're starting to find their way back into this game. We're on set 5, and honestly, these last 2 sets have looked very good for Last Call.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was chuckling a little bit to myself, but this is... Borg quite possibly has one of the weakest Zentaro pages of all time right now with the Egoist Triple Smart Super Surge. And I think that was just such a huge draft for Last Call as well, as Borg does find himself off the stage, Soren with the Egoist. This team player, though, from Frightfully Fresh might help so much in the defensive capabilities of this Mako, which has already been looking so good. But as I say that, the flip is going to be knocked off the stage, and the goal is going to go the way of EKC. An excellent goal coming out from NXZD. Getting into the second point here, though.
Soren just decided he was the forward now, and him and NXZD just did such a good job at stuffing it through. Fresh right there, but a fantastic pass sequence by Last Call, able to find their way past Katsuna's Rune Pillar, but 2 core flips and so much damage being dumped onto Borg. Hook used and evaded, but 3 Resilient Sparks are not enough for Borg to stay alive, but he stays alive long enough for You Already Lose to find that barrier. Borg having nearly infinite evades to work with thanks to this Egoist Awakening, and is able to finally heal up now. No longer staggered, and a fantastic mix-up from Borg, breaking Soren's ankles and able to put that one in 1-1 in the set.
Yeah, and that was so cool from Borg, using the primary to stop the core and setting himself up for that 50-50 shot. That was super sick, and maybe that will allow him to unofficially reclaim the throne of Zentaro here from NXCD here. Is right now, though, Soren and NXCD do have things to say about that. The flip comes out from Soren, doesn't get the goal, but NXCD is in a prime position to follow through with it. And just like that, EKC, with an amazing offensive play, put themselves 1 point away from moving on here in this bracket.
Absolutely. It is now the last call for Last Call, as they need to win this point to stay in the tournament. Elimination point for Last Call. Absolutely needs to make something happen, as Katsuna has this core flip to work with. Borg, however, I mean, anything can happen on the bouncy house, as NXCD striking the core, just healing so much from those Vambrace. And You Already Lose finding the first barrier with Borg, of course. So much core control. Open net! Core flip coming out, and Fresh is just not able to defend that one. The powerhouse pauldrons do not make him big enough. And it is EKC moving on to losers final in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely well played. And once again, these Ouroboros games are going to deliver a set 5er coming out from these two teams. Of course, Last Call is going to be going home, but not for too long. They'll be showing up here in about 16 hours for the North American Strikers League. So if you liked how they performed today, you'll be seeing them again quite soon. Going to the game itself, though, I think Katsuna on the Rune looked so phenomenal, able to kind of I don't believe got an insanely crazy page other than that hot shot at the end, but he was able to make it work, I think, with kind of in those final points, able to provide so many crucial saves. And I think, those pillars really made the difference on the defensive with how close this game ended up being.
Yeah. Absolutely. Just so well played by both teams. And I'm kind of speechless. That was just such an insane game. There was just so much going on with that egoist.
Yeah, something we always love to see here in Omega Strikers are those egoist starts. We love seeing the chaos that the flips can bring. Chatting, very very cool starting Awakening. But yeah, I mean, props though to EKC. They definitely were the ones that pulled it out at the end of the day, able to use so many aggressive plays. And I think as well, one thing that made the difference was, of all things, that eject button Rasmus coming out again. I think on an egoist start where everyone's just trying to find flips in front of the enemy net, having an eject button goalie is an extra flip that you could use offensively. And I think in these situations, a flip used defensively is better than a flip used defensively. And I think that's the only kind of flips that Frightfully Fresh really had the options for, being a Mako with pauldrons. Couldn't really ever walk up. And that's what you really want to do as a goalie with Egos. You want to walk up. So I think that potentially that start was not conducive to the playstyle that Mako wants to go for. So again, props to Soren on that eject button. Rasmus able to bring his team to victory, but they've got another team staring them right down. It's going to be 3 switches, Gumi Bell and Kainoob. Of course, some of the definitely no pushovers either here. So EKC, if they want to make this losers run, they're gonna have to keep it going, basically.
Yeah, and honestly, with the way EKC has been playing, I have no doubt in my mind that they are going to keep the run going at Chatting. But I mean, they've just been playing so well. However, you have to take into consideration they just played 2 absolute heaters of a game in a row. You have to take into consideration player stamina going into this next game. 3 switches have had a nice little break for around 50 minutes while those 2 games have happened. But for EKC, it's just been game after game, and it definitely cannot be not taxing on them playing Core Overflow into Bozo Bunch into Last Call in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And not an enviable position to be in that loser's run if you are running out. But you know what? Hey, if there's one player that can keep it going, it's going to be Soren. It is 3,000 milligrams of caffeine flowing through his veins. I think that'll be one player that will just who will zombify and keep his way going. I don't think stamina will be an issue for that player, but we'll see if that break does end up making the difference, though. Overall, I think both teams are going. I think both teams are going to be going through pick ban right now. Let me get a peep and see what's going on. We do see a Gates of Obscura ban, a Demon Dies, and an Oni Village ban. So those maps are not going to be played, but it looks like they'll be going through with that pick and ban. So we have a minute to be chatting it up a little bit. Important thing to note is that EKC will be facing Gumi and Kainoob tomorrow in the North American Strikers League, but Bells is going to be swapped out for Snake, their Demon's Raw forward, and I think we'll definitely see if a brawler can make a difference. Again, hey, now we have a controlled variable for this, or what was it? Yeah, controlling. I don't do science. I was a liberal arts major. We have a controlled variable here on the side of EKC. They will be the consistent factor, and the volatile factor, the changing or whatever factor, is going to be the brawler. So we'll see if Demons win tomorrow, but they lose here today. Maybe brawler is actually a skillful role. We'll see. Chatting.
Yeah, and I mean, I am one such victim of the Demon's Raw brawler. Let me tell you, Snake has killed me more than any knowers know of that one Westy Wednesday. However, I mean, no matter what, Gumi, Bells, Kainoob, all as individual players, are some of the best the game has ever seen and probably will ever see. Those are three absolute titans and staples of the community, but they fell to the honestly just better coordination and fantastic team play done by Bun Bun Bonanza in the winners final. So maybe they've been labbing something out in the little break they've had, some kind of plan against Eris Kitten's club. However, I mean, NXED and Katsuna have just been playing so well, and I am fully aware I just dropped 3 I means in the same sentence. And
Oh yeah.
oh
the
yeah,
IMPM. The IMPM.
the IMPM.
Going a little bit up. Does look like we're gonna be going to Night Market, and let me see what awakenings we do have for us in this situation. It should come up in just a second. It's gonna be 1-2 punch and Spark of Cooldown. So definitely seeing some Juliets probably come out from Bells if it does manage to get through. Of course, 1-2 though being something that's generally useful on a lot of characters, to be honest. Not to mention just the single strike speed, I think, which is, you know, what caused that Juno to be banned, using that very well to get that core speed. But it does look like we're actually going to be seeing the double brawler being brought up from Demon's Raw. This was so exciting to see when it was first brought out, but as of this point, I think it's a bit of a staple composition on this map, especially with a 1-2 start as well. You'll be looking to utilize that extra damage to kind of snowball your lead with the damage here with the brawlers, and it looks like we might have something similar coming out. It's actually going to be an IME goalie coming out from the side of EKC, as right now they're going to be playing the standard kind of Era X composition that we've come to know and love as well.
Absolutely, and both teams here have that Era X composition, and Gumi is just so comfortable on that Era goalie. However, Bell's 1-2 punch Juliet moving into this game with the pummelers on Night Market. I expect to see some incredible top-level flow charting coming up here as we see 3 switches taking the first 2 barriers of the game. And Soren on that IME goalie definitely providing a lot of offensive pressure to help out his team, but that IME can have a little bit of a tricky time defending against all of the stuffing that an X and Juliet can provide to the team. And XED with these Vam braces actually just staying alive so well. It's just so hard to kill an X with Vam brace when he can punch the core, he can punch you, he can punch, honestly, the air, and so heal, as Soren has to burn that flip to stop himself from dying. And it's kind of just looking like the win con for EKC right now is to find these kills. Bell's taken off already. Kainoob finally healing up from the stagger. Gumi walking forward with the flip, dribbling up, but the IME turret is going to stop it. Gumi not able to set up the tornado either, and a fantastic defense from Soren is able to stop the offense coming out from Gumi. Gumi being punched with no evade, looking so low, using the primary NXD with core flip, but deflected by Gumi, absolutely making up for the prior game, as Bells doing the Bells classic with a fantastic primary into the top shots.
Yeah, and I think Bell is still being the king of offensive dribbles using abilities. I think that's the kind of the core back and forth that can throw so many goalies, even the best goalies, out on a little bit. And whoa, all of a sudden, NXT finds himself on the receiving end of a pipe bomb. Is looked like every ability in the game that Demon's Raw, that 3 switches had, was immediately dumped on NXT, and that might immediately lead into a goal, as well as now Katsuna going to be finding himself sent off the map here. NXT though with the X Maximus trying to stall out a little bit for his midfielder to return, but that speed gate from Gumi means that he'll be set up in a perfect position to play a little bit of midfielding era a bit, and that extra pressure does mean that he's going to secure that goal 2-0 in advantage of 3 switches.
Absolutely. Of course, everyone knows EKC as kind of the kill comp enjoyers of the North American Strikers League this season. But Demon's Raw, of course, this not being Demon's Raw, but Gumi and Kainoob are no strangers to piloting the kill comp on Demon's Raw, and Bells is a player who can very easily fill that role of punching people. You do not need you don't even need Bells, honestly. You could probably get like your average gold player to like throw him on X and just punch people the whole game. And this duo of Gumi Kainoob probably still beat like at 99% of teams in this game. So EKC is not the ones dominating with the kill comp, as Bells finds a fantastic dash punch onto Soren, and now trying to find this barrier, trying to save the flip, but unable to beat Katsuna in a strike war, using that era speed so well. And XCD unable to find the kill on a Bells with the X dash, though. So much damage being done to NXED, needing to keep the core away from him so he does not heal. But the natural regen now coming up. Gumi dribbling off the center there, just trying to find something. Bells with yet another kill. Fantastic use of the flip he held for so long. But NXCD returning the carnage. It is absolutely brutal as Gumi is walking up with that core flip. They find the kill, but they cannot find the defense as Katsuna respawns and just slides the core in by a duo who got a little too greedy right there.
Yeah, what an interesting end to a very exciting point there. As right now we are getting to the next point very quickly. Off the rip, we're going to see a KO immediately scored by Kainu on top of the little creation flurry that we saw at the beginning. Flip does come out from Soren, able to snipe away one goalie barrier, but now finds himself with no defensive flip here. In case he actually does end up needing it now. NXCD is back up. That's going to be one goalie barrier gone for EKC now. Core finds its way in the hands of Gumi once again, but a nice little cyber swipe away is going to send the core right back into the net. Kainu could help Gumi a little bit on the defensive, and a lucky bounce means that it's going to be cleared away, and now an open net for EKC. As Katsuna able to barely snipe away that final goalie barrier and now has the opportunity to score. Cleared down though from Gumi means that NXCD has to respect Bells a little bit here, and that's going to allow him to get that clear in. Soren now trying to assist his forwards, getting that goal. Can't be found just quite yet. So now the goal, the barrier is there, or sorry, the core is there for Bells, but he's not going to find it with a dash punch overtime now. As Soren once again marches the core upfield for his forwards, has the firewall sentry there to potentially get the score, but it's not going to find it. Bells almost gets it with a 1-2 punch, almost gets another goal there with a sheer core speed. The flip comes out from NXCD, and finally it's going to be EKC finding that goal and evening up the set.
Yeah, that's definitely the disadvantage of the era goalie, just so easily being put into checkmate right there. Actually, that was a fantastic little bit of pre-round planning as they line up for Gumi to beam both of his forwards, but one of them did not live long enough to even use the duration of it, as EKC finds not only a kill on the Kainoob, but 1 and 2 barriers. Gumi now walking up with the flip, Kainoob in the net, kind of playing this very defensive X that is so typical in this era double brawler comp. Katsuna trying to find the goal, has the flip, but it's just clearly stalling for time, waiting for his forward to come back up. Bells still has the core flip, but holding it as long as possible. Core flip burned by Katsuna. Bells looking so low. Dash punch is found, but the blink by Soren pushes Bells in the perfect position to take Katsuna off the map. But Kainu just getting a little bit too close to the edge there. And Gumi is now put in a very tough situation, but is able to find a way out of it. And that is why Gumi is kind of the GOAT in the net.
Yeah, that was so crazy. Yeah, NXCG just finds it out of nowhere with the most random bell ringer to end what feels like an eternity of a point. And even though the defense from Gumi looks so good, and that Aeronado from Katsuna ended inches away from taking that point, it is going to be NXCD securing that point at the end of the day. And that means, I believe, this is going to be a rapid fire going to Soren. No, it's not. It's actually going to be an extra special, which means the rapid fire does fall down to Gumi. Quick strikes going in the hands of Katsuna, though, and I think that's going to be really, really interesting to see in Night Market as well, with how claustrophobic things could be. Having that midfield advantage with the quick strikes can definitely mean the difference, especially if your opposing midfielder is an X with quick strikes, which will simply not have the same tools for core control going to this point. So we'll see what 3 switches will be able to do here, though, to regain control of that game.
Bells, oh, not finding both there. I think the glitch pop saved that top barrier, which is kind of insane if that is what happened there. But able to keep one of their barriers alive. Ball sliding past Gumi. Katsuna just abusing those quick strikes, finding both barriers past Gumi. Yet again, just abusing this era goalie, not having the defensive tools to stop all of this pressure. And honestly, she relies really hard on not losing those strike wars. And when you lose those strike wars, you lose those barriers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like the core control from EKC actually is looking very, very strong here. But as I say that, it's going to be actually Kainu able to find a McDouble from basically nowhere. Cage-free organic McDouble right there, as now NXCD finds himself shrunk. Bells finds a KO and a Soren as well out of nowhere. A little bit of magic going on right now. And the bull rush comes from Kainu, be able to preserve the flip, actually get that point, and all of a sudden a dominating point coming out from 3 switches here.
Yeah, the bull rush beating out the bell ringer from NXCD to just slide it past. Now 2 flips on the side of Demon's Raw, but 2 more coming up on the side of EKC. NXCD getting his, and Katsuna not too far out. The Air Tornado is burned, blinking forward from Soren, but unable to find that barrier. Gumi being ready for it. NXCD fighting for his life, trying to heal up off those Vambrace, trying to punch Bells. Beam missed, finds a cheeky kill on the Kainu. -1. Prize Fighter stacks the back pass from NXCD. Soren is not ready for it, as the Era Tornado is going to find the kill on the Bells. Gumi put in a 1v3, but Kainu back up, loses the barrier to the core flip, but able to stay alive just long enough to stay in this game. Bells trying to dribble up, unable to find anything. Soren has that flip to work with. Gumi taken off the map by NXCD, but Kainu is no stranger to the net.
Whoa.
But Soren is going to find the top corner and secure the 2nd point.
Yeah, that looked really, really good from EKC. Just so much offensive pressure coming out from NXCD, Katsuna, and Soren, honestly, at this point as well. As right now we're going to see immediately the IME cooldowns used off of kickoff, but not able to find any goalie barriers here now. Katsuna trying to help his goalie get it cleared out. NXT finds himself with possession of the core, and that's going to allow Soren to get 1 goalie barrier. And now Bell is able to win a strike war, gets 1, gets 2 out of nowhere. No cooldowns used, has the dash punch as well. Whoa! That's a clip right there, as Bells preserving the dash punch, uses it at the perfect time, and sends 3 objects into the net for 3 switches.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a clip more worthy to be titled Bang. Just probably one of the best dash punches I have ever seen comes out from Bells. But for him, I mean, that's just another Tuesday, as 3 switches is absolutely not out of this game, with 2 core flips up and a 3rd soon to follow. The energy advantage, however, not as big as they might like. NXCD having that flip, and Katsuna being very close to getting it as well. Bells is just like always shrunk by Katsuna right now. Dribble coming up from Kainoob, and the combo of the 2 forwards is able to secure that 2nd barrier. Now Bells has that flip, put in a 1v1 with Soren, and there is just nothing you can do as Soren in that situation. And 3 switches secures the 2nd set.
And this tug of war from both of these teams right now, just going back and forth, is a bit of an interesting draft here. I'm wondering what this Julia ends up picking. A lot of options here as well for the eras. Got the Castellas, the Monumentalist, the Among Titans, all very good. I think the Among Titans, especially for the side of 3 switches, is going to look very, very good with a double brawler composition size as well. Going to be going in the way of NXCD. We'll see, though, as what these eras pick, I think will be the most interesting thing. Gumi's going to actually opt in a Monumentalist, which does make that Tornado, a force to be reckoned with, and it's going to be Katsuna ending up with a hot shot. I think it's going to be very, very useful as well. A lot of cooldowns coming out, something very, very good on the Era. Of course, probably not the best out of all the cooldown awakenings for the Era. You often want to beam people rather than the core, but you'll be satisfied with what you're picking. But that being said, speaking of offensive plays, whoa, Bells and Kainoob just kind of finding the double barrier out of nowhere, and a dash punch KO is going to come out. Now a 2v3 situation. The Monumentalist NATO there forces the evade from Soren, and just will not be enough as 3 switches find themselves pulling ahead for the first time this game.
Absolutely. That spark of agility pickup by Bells may not seem that insane, but with that spark of power, Bells effectively just has a second 1-2 punch now. It is not safe to be below Bells on the night market right about now. And I think Gumi's kind of the big winner in that draft, though. That Monumentalist is so good on Era, as I'm sure you know. And the extra bit of stagger on Kainoob is just helping him stay alive, helping him preserve those prize fighter stacks. However, it's kind of tough to say how long he's going to be able to preserve it with that health bar. Soren blinking forward, burning flip, turret coming out, but Gumi is able to just win enough interactions. Kill coming out on Kainoob, losing that prize fighter. Gumi unsure of where to clear, and Katsuna is able to win the strike off, not even a strike war, and preserve the flip.
Yeah, big win for the side of EKC, and that definitely looked like a checkmate there. Good unformed Air Tornado, I think, blocking off the only option that Gumi really had. And NXT Diva has come out swinging, but he's going to be the one that actually gets swung upon, as he's going to be knocked out of the field for just a little bit. Now Katsuna playing on the defensive, trying to prevent the core from being sent to the net. That's one goalie barrier down. Kainoob able to not make it 2. A good last-minute strike from Soren is going to save it. Nice little glitch pop as well, prevents Bells with that hit stun from getting that final goalie barrier with a flip. Now Kainoob trying to march the core downfield, but not going to find too much luck, electing to pass down to Bells. The flip comes out from Soren, though, and that means that NXCD and Katsuna are going to have enough pressure to get that final goalie barrier, though Bells looking to answer with in-kind Flame Flurry. Not going to find anything right now, though. It's going to be all too easy of a clear for Gumi here, as he does end up striking NXCD. The core is going to go back and forth quite a little bit. Bells still with the flip.
Ooh.
Does get it. Gets a KO against Soren kind of out of nowhere, and Kainoob with the X Maximus cleans up shop against EKC. And again, just as it looked like EKC was about to meet their match, looks like it's about to pull ahead as well, or even up the game. It's going to be 3 switches continuing their lead.
Yeah, 3 switches just so good at turning around the point as soon as they get any opportunity. One thing I've been looking at in this game is Soren knows the win condition for 3 switches, which is just to set up Bells, and has been doing such a fantastic job with the help of Katsuna of just not letting Bells ever have the core. Almost every pass that goes to Bell is immediately blinked on by this IME, followed up by the glitch pop, and Katsuna using these beams on Bells. But as soon as Bells gets to the core, or anyone slips up on positioning, it's either a kill, a barrier, or a goal. Bells is just so good at making use of every and any opportunity, as Kainoob is taken off the map, and Katsuna is looking a bit low, able to dodge the dash punch. I believe that probably would have been lethal even from where Katsuna was standing. Air Tornado coming out, Bells shrunk yet again. Cass is coming out, core going up, but yet again, Soren just blinking, intercepting that pass. Bells finally given the core, but the up dribble is read by the Air Tornado, looking to intercept that pass, but Soren is more wise than that. Have to get more creative than that. Bells finally catches on to Soren's shenanigans and reads the dash punch, reads Soren like a book, and absolutely puts that one in for the 3rd set. 2-1, 3 switches.
Yeah, and that's 3 switches looking very, very good after the end of the set. And Gumi's going to be rewarded here with a prime time for himself. That being said, not that crazy of a deny. The Chrono Boost, while nerfed, is still going to be very good on Katsuna here, should he like to pick it, and there it is. Now it's going to see a fight or flight for Kainu. That extra mobility is going to help so much in the double brawler compositions. And so going into this set, I think, even though it kind of looks like everyone's getting what they want, heavy impacts on the X, demolition on the drilling missile, prop on the IME, I do feel like the advantage of that draft goes slightly towards the side of 3 switches. It looks like they've kind of got, while everyone kind of got good awakenings, it felt like 3 switches got their kind of keystones to their builds to kind of top it all off.
Absolutely. It's looking like 3 switches is just so comfortable with where they want to be. Bell's getting that little bit of extra size, helping him find those strikes, as Gumi uses that extra size from the Era Tornado to take NXDD off the map, and Bells just makes it look so easy. Striking after the Julie ult, getting the barrier, and just such a clean dash punch, putting it through Soren, and it is now 1-0 for the side of 3 switches.
Yeah, and one thing to mention as well, this rapid fire prime time from Gumi means that NXCD is basically not allowed to really play the game anymore. There's just so little cooldown on this Era beam, which you could charge 2 stacks of that. It's just permanently off cooldown, and just look at NXCD, even with the help of Katsuna, I feel like he's really struggling to do anything as he just gets beamed after beamed after beamed. It's just looking so rough right now, and look at NXCD, he's just getting brawled around. Flip goes from Gumi, goes wide, but it does end up staggering NXCD, but it's going to be both forwards of EKC sent off the map. Soren does have this flip, and Kainu's trying to navigate around it. The flip does go out, the glitch pop is there to save, and yes, he's winning strike war after strike war, but can only live for so long now. Bells with the flip has the opportunity. He is going to actually miss it because of a good fake out from Soren, but Kainu here with a ball rush, able to send it through 3 members of EKC, and now 3 switches find themselves 1 point away to meet their adversaries in Unbun Bonanza in Grand Finals.
Yeah, they may be able to stun Bells out of the dash, but they cannot stun Kainoob out of the dash, as a fantastic dash strike from the X is able to secure that point. Kainoob now staggered, has the flip, gonna probably want to burn it as soon as possible, tries to find a kill on a Katsuna, but gets a barrier instead. Gumi now taking it up, trying to pivot up to Kainoob and Bells. Kainoob now playing topside, really just staying alive right now. Era Tornado is burned by both eras. Now it is Bells who's kind of playing the topside, passing between the midfield and the goalie now. Kind of dribbling it up, trying to get it through the defense. However, NXDD finds a fantastic kill on to Kainoob. Dash punch, unable to find the kill back. Soren blinking back. Flip on Gumi, has to be burned due to a missed strike. Unfortunate misplay. And it's got to be a little bit of nerves on the side of EKC. It is now match point and also tournament point for their tournament life. And Kainoob baiting out the flip from Soren, able to secure the kill. Dash punch, unable to find the kill onto Soren, but Katsuna is able to find the kill onto Kainoob. Bells now given the core, but another fantastic interception from the IME, able to stop Bells in his tracks. And Katsuna is going to be the one to keep EKC in the tournament for just another point longer.
Yeah, well played from the side of EKC to keep their tournament lives alive, but they're going to have to keep doing that again and again and again and again. They do want to be the ones to take 3 switches out, which they are on track to do so. Both bloody barriers going to go down at the cost of Katsuna's life, but hey, you like to see it. Now Bells, though, with flip, waits for the pass from Kainoob. Does end up going there, but it's not going to be burned just quite yet. Bells still has plenty of options to work with here. The dash punch, the flip, potentially get that final goalie barrier. Now blink comes out from Soren, flip as well. It's going to send it downfield. NXCD try to intercept, does get it with the X Maximus, but is not going to win the strike war. He's going to pay for that mistake with his life. Going to lose a flip in the process as well. As now Bells dash punch flip unfortunately goes wide, but wins a critical strike war instead. Now Maelstrom's out for Katsuna to get it cleared, but the Maelstrom right back from Gumi is going to march the core upfield. Now Soren has to clear against this flip from Kainoob and Bells. Now Gooby trying to get the core upfield again. A KO comes out from Bells, but it's gonna be answered again by Kainub as well. But Soren with a good strike war is gonna keep the core in play. The flip is there. Bells pass up to Kainub's gonna be passed right back to him, and the triangle is looking all too strong here. As 3 switches makes 3 points on the map and closes it out to take EKC's tournament live and moving on to grand finals.
Absolutely, 3 switches earning their run back with Bun Bun Bonanza in the grand finals. And that was just such an explosive game. So many kills coming out, but not from the team you would expect, as Bells is 16. The team of kills with 16 KOs, giving Bells the Juliet on 1-2 punch start. May have been a minor blunder.
Yeah, bit of a damage discrepancy, to be completely honest. 43k from NXTD, 30k from Soren, but literally not even equaling the KOs of a single player on the enemy team. So definitely those the positions that you have to play around when you have that double spark of strength 1-2 from the Julia. It's just too much to overcome, too much space could really be controlled by Bells, and I think that's just what spelled doom for the side of EKC coming into that. And just like that, it's going to be Bun Bun Bonanza going to be the ones to join us here in grand finals.
Absolutely, and that is just going to be a banger game. I mean, it was a banger game last time, and it already happened, and I'm looking forward to seeing Bun Bun Bonanza potentially taking the whole tournament, or 3 switches taking the whole tournament. As if you've been here for a while, you know Bun Bun Bonanza is kind of playing really well today. I mean, Scyther is kind of him today. I'll say it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's cooking up some mysterious stew over there in the winner side of the bracket. So definitely will like to see what has been served for us, the audience. But I'll be watching from the sidelines as we are going to go to a quick break. It'll be Kat Kupo replacing me for the grand finals of our inaugural Ahten City Underground tournament here. So if you want to see the grand finals, stay tuned. We'll be back in just a minute with more Omega Strikers.
Welcome to Grand Finals of Ahten City Underground. I'm here with Cat Kupo. I'm back. You thought I was gone, but I'm here again, and this is going to be an interesting matchup. We're going to get right into it.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited to see this one. Bun Bun Bonanza on a nice run today in Grands. Have that reset advantage. Already beat 3 switches in the winners finals. And now they gotta do it one more time here, Saya.
One more time is all it takes for this team, but it will be an uphill battle. They've had an uphill battle all tournament. They have played so many Nassau teams, and now they're against 2/3 of the current first in the standings Nassau team, and 1/3 that is the brawler of the Sad Boys. And now ban's coming out from both sides. That's kind of crazy. Both teams very comfortable playing damage compositions, but now ban coming out from Bun Bun Bonanza confuses me a little bit because they're not really a team. Never mind, that's a vice goalie from Lily Bun.
Ooh,
The top ropes.
I'm excited to see that one. I love the Vice goalie personally. It's lots of damage. That ult can really clog up those choke points on Clarion, and Juno's on both sides too.
Yeah, Juno, such a high damage character in cramped maps because of all the chip damage that players take, the regen being stopped, the damage stacking up. And with eject goalies on both sides and identical forward duos, this will be a KO heavy game for sure.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be really... I'm interested to see if these big dashes from Gumi can make a big difference in this game, because I think that's going to be the big factor. Which one of Gumi or Lilybun can use those offensive dashes to get a really good helping hand out there to their forwards? So it's really 3 forwards, you know?
You're so good at this. I just realized that you couldn't see the game. So you were just going off context for that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. Great job there, holding it down. 2 barriers still down, already on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. 3 switches holding both. But anything can happen in a moment on the bouncy house, as we so like to call it.
Yeah, and Yari and Lilybun fully in sync there on the defense, and this is the type of defense we would expect from Gumi and Kainoob. 2 different duos on each side defending the goal, and Lilybun with an amazing primary, an almost impossible save at the perfect moment, and has flip available for insurance spells. With the special not able to score it this time, to the bottom side it goes, but the flip whisk from Lilybun still saved with the special. Lilybun is going absolutely insane this point, but will it be enough is the question, because 2 barriers still stand for the side of 3 switches, and they will continue to stand until the very end.
That was such a clutch play, save after save, core flip after core flip after core flip burned, and then it just takes a little bit of an angle. The bounce house is the bounce house for a reason, and 3 switches managed to take the first point of this game. Not surprised to see that happen, but still, there's a lot of game left to be played, and there's a lot of pressure being put out by Scyther onto Bells, grabbing the middle, but will that really save you? Your stagger is that low?
You can't really make use of the extra size and the extra benefits from the center orb there, as Lilybun is getting both barriers casually. Striker advantage for Bun Bun Bonanza as they head in onto the offense. This time they're the ones with the barrier up, no barriers on the other side, but the defense is so good until it isn't. 1 pass is all it takes, and Scyther converts.
Yeah, great shot there from Scyther. Lilybun, I was talking about the effectiveness of these offensive goalies, the double eject button, and really managing to get both barriers on her own. So much work, and that's so hard to defend, but a great defense from Gumi and Kainoob means that this barrier stays up for just a little bit longer, actually much longer, and suddenly Lilybun is taken out, takes that dash, gets killed for it, gets scored on for it, and Bell scores the second point for 3 switches.
Well played by Bells, stalling the core the perfect amount of time, makes it impossible for Liari to get down to the bottom side of the net in time. Just zoned away. Lilybun on the offense takes a barrier, but look at that stagger bar. Lily has to play so carefully. A great primary to buy some space away from Bells. Will sacrifice one barrier on the defense, but 2 go down, and 3 switches now have a great offensive push available to them. But the slimes from Liari halt it for now. The regen coming through, but Lilybun loses track of the core, and no touches are required for that goal as 3 switches take the set.
Unfortunate. Just aimed a little, just thought that bounce would go at a slightly different angle, I think. Couldn't quite get it. First goal goes to Gumi, and that's kind of a big one here, being able to pick anything he wants or even deny Vice that heavy impact. But Lilybun gets Deadeye instead, which is also pretty good for that Vice. Aerials getting picked up here, and among Titans for the 2 Junos, and then Big Fish and peak performance on these Zentaros. Nice edge going unpicked here is a little surprising to me.
Yeah, a lot of Awakenings, Knife's Edge, not one of the pickups, and Prizefighter does not appear as well. That's a little bit of damage taken off the board, but there has been so much damage picked up in this very draft. So much damage available from Gumi, from Lilybun, and from every other member as well. So everyone has to play a little bit more carefully. Liari, no meter to play with, has to play very safe, but that means Bells has so much room to play with, and the KO comes through anyway. 3 switches, looking like they're in full control.
Yeah, Gumi coming up there, not letting Liari help out Lilybun, putting a lot of pressure down, getting the KO in the end as Bells scores. His kickoff is going the other way. A barrier goes down on the side of 3 switches, and there's some blinking stagger bars too, but can Bun Bun Bonanza take advantage of this? Because right now, all that's happened is they also lost a barrier.
Gumi's Firewall Sentry stops the offense for what I thought was enough, but the barrier still taken. Bells, though, winning the 1v1 against Lilybun. The angle up to Liari, looking for some kind of offense. It gets past Gumi, but the eject button is perfect there, and Lilybun warps in just in time to convert. Bun Bun Bonanza not out of this by any state of the imagination. Is that the phrase? I said it and then it didn't really make sense.
There's a phrase. It's not coming to me at the moment. I'm sure I'll think of it soon. Bells is thinking too. How did I lose so much stagger so quickly? Trying to stay out of this goop, trying to avoid this onslaught here from Bun Bun Bonanza. Lots of forward pressure. A barrier does eventually go down, and Scyther with the core flip puts it away. I believe it's Stretch of the Imagination. Sorry, it came to me while I was doing that.
It is Stretch. Oh, that's crazy. But it's another point, it's another kickoff, and Bun Bun Bonanza looking better than ever. But they still have to maneuver around the situation carefully, because, oh my, Lilybun gambles a little bit standing on top of the core with that Supernova, but only 1 barrier will be lost in the process, and Scyther elusiving with that Zentaro special, but the bounce is not what Lilybun wants. It goes directly to Bells, and 3 switches have meter to play with on this point. They can get it forward, they get it to Bells. Bells in position, but a great primary from Lilybun again saves it for now. Kainu looking low, but the KO not found by Scyther, and with that KO not on the table, Kainu flip will always be a threat, but Scyther finds the KO, finds the goal, and ties up the game.
Great job from Scyther there to get all that pressure. Lilybun still had that core flip as well. I thought that was a really nice pass from Gumi. A little slight delay to make Lily take the eject button back, but it didn't matter. The position was already so strong for Bun Bun Bonanza. And to add to that, a spark of strength. Rapid fire goes over to Gumi, though. That's such just a strong pick in general. And again, we see a Juno pass up 1-2 punch. It goes to the Zentaro instead. Twin drive for Lilybun here, and Demolitionist goes over to Kainu.
I mean, I was like, you know the usual saying in casting, right? You shouldn't narrate every awakening, but every pick of that draft went crazy. like every pick, the 1-2 punch not being picked up. And that meaning that Twin Drive fell down to so many different things went on in that draft. But Lilybun with the Twin Drive will be such a threat in the coming rounds.
If she can pick up a Dash Awakening, that is going to go the whole map. She can always create some issue up front for Gumi. But Kai'Noob's up here creating an issue for Bun Bun Bonanza. Just jumps in there, strikes it through 2 of them, and gets a goal out of nowhere.
Damage as well starting to become a bit more of a concern. The Chain Lightning not doing any favors for Lilybun as Liari is staggered. The damage just so much. The elusive with the secondary, but maybe the KO will still come through. Bell's now the one in danger. No meter to play with, and that stagger sitting a little low, but the regen doesn't take up. The KO completely randomly found with the well-placed glitch pop, and the flip forced to be burned, but in the striker disadvantage, and another KO comes through with the Thunderstruck.
That was quite a Thunderstruck there from Lily, following up on Liari's blob so well. They're really looking for this. Gumi has this core flip though, really wants to just put this in, and doesn't even need to hit it during the core flip, just waits it out. A great pass to Bells and straight between Liari and Lilybun for a second point of the set for 3 switches.
I mean, did Super Bowl Sunday come early? Because that was a field goal right there between the uprights, but still, it is Bumbo Bonanza not out of it as long as they can get out of this corner, but it's looking a little difficult as Kai'Noob continuing to push it forward, but there's a lot of chip damage on Kai'Noob. The KO attempted by Scyther. One more ability will do it at the right angle, but the primary is not quite enough and the flip is still used, gets a barrier, and the KO is still not found.
Oh my goodness, just holding on here. Lilybun is still not back, but Liari and Scyther combine to keep that safe and take Kai'Noob's health too. That Thunderstruck from Lilybun really did work. They managed to get these barriers open. Scyther is now pushing onto Bells. Bells uses that core flip, last chance, last gasp. But oh my gosh, the turret gets stopped. I really thought that Gumi had done something there. So much damage onto Bells. They are pushing forward, but a little bit too far forward as the core goes straight past Lilybun. Both barriers open for both sides, but one of these sides is on set point. And it's the one with that core flip right now. Gumi pushes forward, can't quite get it, but Bells puts it in above Lilybun.
And the miracle save doesn't occur again. I saw the primary angle. I wanted it, but unfortunately not that time. And it'll be Kai'Noob getting first pick. And this draft is scary. That Egoist is a threat.
That Egoist is a threat, but there's also that Chrono Boost. There's also Team Player, Missile Prop, Prime Time. A lot of really good awakenings here. Prime Time is actually the pickup for Lilybun. I'm a little bit surprised to see that, but Chrono Boost ends up going over to Liari, I believe, making me think that they prioritized the dash more heavily on Liari than they did on Lilybun. An interesting choice.
But Kai'Noob is Quick Strike's Egoist. That is the game-winning combo, and it's a combo that scales depending on how well someone pilots it. Kai'Noob was the MVP of the North American Strikers League last season, and if there's anyone to pilot Quick Strike's Egoist, it might just be him. But right now, Bun Bun Bonanza have full control of the offense and they're pushing forward.
Yeah, they're pushing forward, both these barriers down, a lot of pressure. Lilybun's able to sit at about half court, and suddenly a kill comes down onto Liari. Bells and Gumi combined. But Lilybun has not let a barrier down yet. There it is. The ultimate from Vice, though, is pretty good. Saves a barrier for a while, but can't save it forever. This ultimate from Zentaro is tough to defend, but this core flip from Scyther is going to be harder. And indeed, it gets straight past Gumi. A point for Bun Bun Bonanza.
The layered offense good from Scyther. Gumi had the save on one of those, it looked like, but the passive strike was just perfectly layered. And Bumble Bonanza have a long road ahead of them, especially when Bells is converting like this. The barrier is not safe. They're on the other side of the map, and Bells continuing to dribble in front of Lilybun. Meter a concern as well as Bells farms the center, gets the size, but the barrier will be taken by Lilybun through the special of Bells. A great goal, and Bumble Bonanza 1 goal away from tying it all up.
What an amazing core flip there from Lilybun. A shot off the still opening goal. Really putting in the work here. The barriers have just not been able to stay up for the side of 3 switches in this possibly decisive set. Liari does not let Bells get anything with that core flip, but Bells retaliates by killing her. Not fun for her, but you know what? You save the barriers, the game is still going on, and Bells is the one in trouble now. Staggered, ulted by Scyther, and dashed away. Liari with a self-pass with that Ballon puts it in over Gumi, and we're going to set 5, Saya.
What a game. Bumble Bonanza, they were down, but they were not out. And with this draft, it could turn the entire game around. Super Surge, one of the best in slots in Taro Awakenings. That character uses so many awakenings so well, being picked up. But this one is so impactful. The additional blink range, everything about it, and Hotshot as well falling to the Juno of Liari, and this means that Bumble Bonanza have such a massive power up, while 3 switches don't get nearly as much of a bump in this round.
That timeless is pretty decent for Gumi, but that's not the big difference maker, I don't think. The big difference maker is, yeah, while we got that quick strikes on everybody, we have one of these Zentaros has the dash awakening and one of them doesn't. There's just a lot more room for Scyther to work with, but Bells doesn't care about that. Puts it in, grabs both barriers from Bun Bun Bonanza, and this is moving quite quickly, and there goes Scyther. I didn't even see what happened there, Saya.
Yeah, so many hitboxes being thrown onto the bottom side of the map. And Lilybun is staggered. Liari looking desperately to try and get the barrier, keep control, and with the slimes is achieving it for now as Scyther comes back, but Lilybun has to be so careful here. Staggered still, looking to regen, and has to be very cautious in the back of the net as Kainoob just flips it through absolutely everybody. Doesn't care.
There was some stuns coming out there from Bells onto Bun Bun Bonanza just a little bit. Not always enough to stop it, but in this case, they could not get their strikes out in time, even with the quick strikes. Liari looking for a barrier here. Gumi ends up having to burst, doesn't end up saving the barrier, and there's a lot of pressure on Lilybun here. Bells, and immediately Bells gets a double barrier and puts it straight in. Saya, this is such a close game, and here we are with 3 switches on match point, bracket reset point.
I thought Bumble Bonanza would have equalized it when Gumi with the flip combo on the bottom side could not take out Liari instantly, but it just meant that Bells just played a little bit better and won a little bit more. And again, 1 barrier on each side, but it always seems so dangerous when the playmakers of 3 switches are activated. Scyther with a super surge, the awakening so good, but is not on target in these rounds so far, and Kainoob continuing to push forward. The flip burned, but these strikes are so quick, and look at Kainoob's meter, it's almost back at flip again.
Oh my goodness, they're just holding on. Bun Bun Bonanza did not let this game end. But there's so much pressure here from the side of 3 switches. Still only 1 barrier left for them, but Bun Bun Bonanza's got nothing. And no goals in this last set either. Lilybun telling herself, use energy burst. You can get that one out. She has a chance to do it again in the next game because that's a bracket reset.
Bracket reset coming in, and Bumble Bonanza, they were very close, right? It went to last set. They picked up some big awakenings, but it was not enough to take it over 3 switches in this one. And now it gets a little bit scarier. You're on your tournament life now against a team that just won against you, so it'll be very scary.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit scary, but I think it's interesting to see that we have the Lilybun here with the Vice. We've been seeing her on a lot of defensive goalies today. I've been seeing a lot of Dubu Atlas. I wonder if this is what was them going, oh, we have a little bit of room to work with. Let's see if we can win with this. And if we can't, we can go back to what we have been doing. And I'm really interested to see if that's where they end up taking this. But a great win from Three Switches. Obviously, such a powerful team, and I would not be surprised to see them take this in the reset. But Bun Bun Bonanza beat them in winners for a reason here, Saya.
That they did, but it's a different stage of the bracket. Bum Bum Bonanza, they have to figure out an answer because Three Switches, when they're playmaking, when they're just going off, when they're pressing
When they've
buttons,
got one life left in the tournament.
yeah, it's so scary playing against these three players.
Yeah, they're a little bit known to play a little loose when they're in winners and then just turn it on in losers. And they could be doing that right here, but hey, I know that Liari at least has beaten 2 out of 3 of them in a situation like this before. We'll see what happens. I'm excited to get into the next game.
Yeah, and the map pick ban is progressing again. Night Market, Gates, and Atlas taken off the board. That means it's the remaining maps are Oni, Demon, and Oni, Demon, Clarion, and Imes. That took me way too long.
Oni, Demon, Clarion, Imi is interesting. I would assume they wouldn't want to go straight back to Clarion, but who knows? I might be eating my words here shortly. I would love to see, I'd love to see Demon Days games. I love that map, but I'm just a little bit selfish on that one.
Demon Deus and Oni Village have been banned, and it's looking like they're going back to Clarion Test Chamber. Unless
Wow.
Ime's app is suddenly decided on by Three Switches for fun.
I mean, if they already won on Clarion, surely they'll be willing to go straight back there. But I guess we'll see. It could be an interesting
It's Clarion.
thing to just... whatever.
There was no line game. The no mix-up mix-up.
I was trying for you, Saya.
I wanted it to be Imes. It would have been fun.
It would have been a kill fest is
Yeah,
what it would
people would have
have
been KO'd more.
been. KO them.
But we'll see if the game plan changes at all, because we're in Grand Finals reset now.
Yeah, Grand Finals reset here. Specialized training team player are our starters this time. No quick strikes here, but some other dangerous things.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning for this game because there are a lot of characters that can pick up that specialized training and do a lot of damage with it. Kazan going unbanned, I think.
Yeah, I was literally about to say Kazan here, and Lily hovers the Atlas for just a second, and right back onto a ranged goalie. The Amy comes out. Lily says, anything you can do, I can do too. Maybe even better to Gumi. And there's another Amy for Gumi, I am assuming. So this is going to be... Oh, wait, there's a Vice. Specialized Vice? I have no idea who's the goalie on that team.
Oh.
They both picked each other's goalies.
A bit of a goalie swap occurring here, but only one team player on the entire field, and that is possessed by Liari. This could be a big X factor later on in the late game in overtime, but the goal of Three Switches, of course, is to just KO them before overtime can occur.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this Rasmus here. Yes, specialized training does, help Rasmus quite a bit, but he's not the same level of killing that I would expect to come out in a 5 times specialized start. In fact, there goes Bells putting Scyther into his own goal. Doesn't get a point, but he gets a KO, and isn't that almost as good?
I mean, it might even be more good if you eventually get the goal. You're building up more XP for yourselves and extending the game. And yeah, it just seems that Bum Bum Bonanza are trying to score before they die, but the defense from 3 switches is too good that 3 switches are pretty much guaranteed to put on enough damage to get KOs.
Saya, I think we should take a breather here and just absorb this moment of the specialized training start and no Kazan in pick ban at all. Left open, neither team wanted it. They are willing to go without that pick. And I'm really interested to see what happens. But Bells again sets up a great Zentaro dribble off the corner. As soon as that dash hits, Lilybun is stunned. Have to burst early for that one. Not early enough. And we have all bursts available on the side of 3 switches here, Saya.
Yeah, and the barrier goes down. 3 switches looking to close out this set in a very quick fashion. One pass is all it takes from Kainib to Bells, but it's not found there. And Liari with the great snipe will take the barrier to the bottom side, forcing a flip usage. Scyther trying to block the flip, but not quite successful there. Liari now incredibly low on the edge of the map, holds the elusive, doesn't press any buttons to stay alive, but still in danger is Liari. Has to watch out for Bells, and that's a little bit of chip damage. That's a regen stop. The Bells now looking for the goal, and kind of just yoinks the flip with his own. 3-0 in the first set in the favor of 3 switches.
Wow, that one was pretty quick and pretty decisive here. The levels are a little bit gapped. I think it's almost all 3s on the side of 3 switches and 2s on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Really gonna need something for that. Zentaro has the option to take a Dash Awakening, but goes for the Stagger Swagger instead. A lot of possibilities here. The extra special coming in from Kinu with the with that specialized training is gonna do so much damage.
And one thing I would like to point out though is that size falls all the way down to Scyther. That's the awakening you want as Erasmus if you're looking to score, if you're looking to accelerate the game. And if Scyther can get control of the core, that could lead to these scoring opportunities. But 3 switches will not let that happen. They're advancing the core forward so quickly. And Kainub, although he does take so much damage, is still in a position to deal damage himself, but Scyther gets the KO back.
Scyther making me eat my words a little bit there, just yanks Kainu off the map. Gumi with his prize fighter might be the most tempting target for that Rasmus hook, but we'll see if it ends up happening. Bells is pretty low here. Scyther is too. Gumi charges ult and sends Scyther all the way back to his own orb. But even that won't save him, but that's okay. Distracted with Scyther means Liari gets a great jump, puts it in through Kainu, past Gumi. The first point for Bun Bun Bonanza in this game.
And that's a really important point here, especially on this, heading into this variant of the map, as the core is bouncing so fast. It's going to be very difficult to find setups to get the barriers, but Scyther with the size taking up so much space with the primary as well. This time Gumi wins the mind game, but Liari with well-placed shots and the comp that has an advantage here. Bonanza piloting it perfectly. Passing plays coming out as well, and the slime will just yoink it away from Gumi's clear. Bonanza looking quite good.
Gumi won that. Gumi had a great play over there, but Scyther with the hook completely mixed him up, took the barriers, and a great shot there from Liari converts. And it's the same thing that happened last set, but the other team is doing it. So much strength being shown by Bun Bun Bonanza. Not too much of, like, the awakenings were not massive, I didn't think, but maybe they were. Lilybun vanishes, and Scyther and Liari are managing to save the barriers for now. One of them goes down as soon as I say that. But there we go. Lilybun is back, and Liari is staggered. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and a great shot will take the second barrier as well. There's no winning if you're Bum Bum Bonanza in this round because the damage is just too much. Gumi with the fadeaway KO. And the center attempted by Kainu to score a goal, but the passing play might just be enough. No, not quite yet. The defense holds strong from Lilybun, and Scyther Liari will come back now, and maybe they will have something to say about this point because they are relatively healthy compared to how they were earlier. A great clear by Lilybun, parallel with Bells, and Lilybun intercepts the shot as well. Flip available from Scyther, blocked away, and these opportunities are not easily found, especially with the stun from Gumi, Thunderstruck, but Scyther to the bottom side. Perfect lingering hitbox usage on the secondary for a 3-0 return on the set.
I'm shocked that that went like that. 3-0 in the first set for 3 switches, 3-0 right back for Bun Bun Bonanza, even with Gumi getting 3 prize fighter stacks on this very dangerous Vice. I'm expecting a Deadeye to go over there, and that will just make Gumi even more deadly. Twin Drive actually left up and taken. Big wait here for Scyther, not taking anything here until the very end. Interesting, taking the built different to really deny Bells here. Bells ends up settling for Spark of Resilience, Stagger Swagger. That's not really the strongest Zentaro build.
Not strongest right now, but a bit of a capability to scale. And remember, Stagger Swagger by itself is still pretty good. And of course, Scyther will always be very happy with that build different. The additional size, such a massive tool for Rasmus. His only best in slot, it feels like. And right there, it showed its full effect with the pendulum swing.
Gumi's ultimate own barrier to the top one, and Scyther was able to take the momentum from that and put a lot of pressure down, never really let go after getting that gift. Great save here from Lilybun, saves the second barrier, keeps Bun Bun Bonanza in the driver's seat. Bells almost goes down to that specialized training hook again from Scyther 12, and a lot of pressure, both barriers down for Bun Bun Bonanza really quick. Great job by them.
Oh, and Scyther almost gets KO'd, but somehow stays alive on the bottom side despite the combo. Does not get comboed in to the Supernova from Gumi, but finally is taken out. And Bell's now on a rampage, going for the Strike War win to the top side. And Lilybun was not ready for that last hit in. Kainu with the follow-up for Bells, and it's 1-1.
Kainu's glitch pop did so much work there, Saya. Bells had such a good ultimate. Lilybun got it out and Kainu put it right back in. Doesn't matter that you got the clear. Here's another angle, and really not letting Bun Bun Bonanza catch their breath as Bells core flipping, putting it in the top side for a 2-1 lead in the set.
Bonanza tried to get some coverage on that, but Bells was just a little too fast, and Gumi has flipped as well. Both goalies have that defensive utility available, but since they're eject goalies, the offense is also an option, especially when Gumi is doing so much knockback, getting a barrier as well. But the KO not found onto Bells, the resource wasted. It's such a scary situation for Bum Bum Bonanza to stay in this. Bells now dribbling forward, trying to find a bounce angle, but interrupted by Lilybun, who sends it into open space. But Liari is so incredibly low, has to navigate this so carefully, but it doesn't even matter. A great shot by Bells on death's door from beyond the grave, heading into the goal along with his shot.
That's like dunking and jumping through the hoop with your own core. It's okay though. Bells gets first pick with that MVP performance, and ends up, like you said, starting to stack sparks. Resilience and agility means he's fast and hard to kill, and that's already a really strong combination, especially when Liari has to deny heavy impact from Gumi, who just gets missile prop instead.
That's the second heavy impact deny a Juno has had to do today. And just as a reminder, it does nothing on Juno, unfortunately.
Does literally nothing here. But that's okay. It doesn't do anything for Gumi either when he doesn't get it. And that's the point. A big turret here puts pressure forwards for them. Scyther unable to get it past the entire team of 3 switches here. But Lily is able to continually hold it down. The barrier is saved very nicely there by Gumi, but Scyther eventually gets it. And I believe gets Bells too. Too close to the edge with Erasmus on your other side. That's the danger zone. That's a different danger zone. Kainub at no stagger. Gumi with core flip and very little health. This point is very volatile.
And it will be closed out by Liari, who jumps in with a slime. But this Scyther guy is a little too big. The size posing to be a bit of a problem for the defenses of 3 switches. The score before you die game plan really coming into effect with this Rasmus here, and with Liari and Lilybun holding appropriately. The Juno jump sending you elusive, also doing a lot of work in these scenarios. But a lot of it really hinges on whether Scyther can get those pendulum swings in for the barriers and for the goals.
Yeah, Scyther right there, right after you said that, just got that secondary, got the second barrier off of Gumi. Lilybun had to burst to avoid Gumi's ultimate, but Scyther here doesn't even have to use his own. Just keeps strike warring Kainub, puts it in between Kainub and his turret. 2 points here for Bun Bun Bonanza. It's a back and forth game, Saya.
It really is, and I forgot to mention, Scyther also has quick strikes, right? The additional energy buildup, and of course, the faster striking in general with that size. It is truly the battle of the scorer versus the brawler here, and Scyther really trying to survive, to try and get something, but no meter means he is in a lot of danger.
Oh. A lot of danger there. Kainub uses burst, gets the last barrier here for Bun Bun Bonanza. They get the barrier in return, but Bells with a great position, great primary there, and puts it in past Lilybun.
I mean, at the end of that last point, I saw shades of Strike Art Online Lilybun where she scored against 3 people solo when her teammates were dead for the rest of the tournament.
Like, it's so strong. You can be really good at those situations, and Lilybun absolutely is. I know her teammates have total trust in her, but Liari, you can't do that. You can't flip on the goo and just wait it out. You will take all the poison ticks, and Lilybun's eject button runs out. It's okay though. Scyther is back, Liari is back, and it's all good because the up barrier went down, and there's a core flip from Lilybun. Oh no, she doesn't have eject button again. What a great save from Liari. Really putting the pressure down here. Bells is dribbling but can't actually get a hold of it. Lilybun's turret means that there's no real safe clear here, but Scyther with no health and no evade primaries Gumi into the net along with the core, and we're going to set 5.
What a goofy point. 2 separate instances, and Ego is quick strike. Bum Bum Bonanza.
No.
Ego is quick strike is on the table, and if Among Titans falls, this is a massive Rasmus with the BestieInSlot combo with a ton of size. Will they go for the Among Titans? Will they sacrifice the defensive capability a little bit to supercharge their offense with Scyther?
They might do it here with those selections.
That
No.
denied the spark of focus, but this is still another spark for Bells. That's 3 sparks, right?
3 sparks. That's resilience, agility, strength. If you wanted to have 3, that's probably the 3 that you really, really want. A lot of people like the cooldown too, but what does a cooldown matter if you just get them in 1? Lots of pressure here. Look at Bells' health. Stagger, Swagger, and Triple Spark doesn't matter. You're still going down to 200 health. But Bells with an amazing primary. Almost double barriers while Kainub is dead. Would have been a 2v3 double barrier. Instead, Bun Bun Bonanza take the barriers down themselves. The Atlas Expanse opens up, and Scyther puts it in off into the bottom. And a lead for Bun Bun Bonanza in this pivotal set 5.
Look at the meter on Scyther as well. The flip used in that round, I believe, right? But still, at so much meter to play with, the Egoist and the Quick Strike doing so much, but still finds himself a little low, a little bit in danger. Has to use that evade carefully, but it's taking so much damage. Greeds the elusive and is taken out for 11 more seconds. And if you're greedy in those situations, 3 switches will capitalize. They have resources to play with, but Kainoob is also taken incredibly low.
I think I agree with that, actually. You respawn with about the same amount. You got 2 up and you really believe in your team. Maybe sometimes you just want to take the death. But Bells beats Lilybun, and there is 1 barrier left, and it's on the side of 3 switches. Lilybun stands in the goo for a little while to get that clear, manages to get it. A good blob from Liari, but she jumps into the goo herself. A great pass from Lily to Scyther. Dribbling here, can't quite get it. Kainoob is in the right spot, knew exactly where Lilybun would put that. Trying to clear it safely off the wall and gets the follow-up, puts it in 1-1.
1-1, but it's still looking a little dangerous here as Bells is looking for the barrier, but great slimes by Liari to stuff out all of Bells' attempts on defense. And Liari now pivoting to offense looking for a play, but Scyther is low, has to be so careful. And when the Rasmus is low, the offense stalls for Bum Bum Bonanza as the clear up, but still you have to be so careful because Bells is capitalizing on both barriers, looking for a strike ward to end this point, but will not find it yet. Bum Bum Bonanza need to do something about this quick.
That's the difference between a ranged goalie and some of these melee goalies. There's more, oh my goodness, there's more things for you to do, but that's the other difference. You can kill, and a Lilybun gets rid of Gumi, no prizefighter stacks. Bells though, Bells gets rid of Liari, uses the flip, gets it past Lilybun for match point, tournament point for 3 switches.
I don't think Liari thought that would kill. I didn't think that would kill either, but this is a spark of power. Bells here, you gotta be so careful because this character does damage. And Bells is hitting the abilities that matter. But 1 barrier still stands for Bum Bum Bonanza, but no barrier stand anymore. Gumi sending the core forward and will prevent any barriers from going down. Scyther now has to be the hero, looking for the pendulum swing, takes so much damage. No, doesn't actually take that much damage still, but doesn't elusive the Thunderstruck. And with that lack of elusive, that means the Rasmus is down. Lilybun has to drop back. But it's such a difficult situation. Bells with the passive strike available. The Slime's desperately defending, and Liari as well. But Liari is the one who is low. Has to burn the elusive. Has none left. Jumps up. But the barrier still stands. Finally, no! Still defended away by Gumi and Kainoob. 3 switches are holding for what seems like forever. As Lilybun will finally take the barrier, but has to drop back to defend. Will the Firewall Sentry be enough? Will Scyther find a way to get the core? Still, it goes around the world, and Lilybun and Liari have to be so careful on this top side of the map. Scyther can't reach the core in time. The pass to Bells is perfect from Kainoob. And with the grand finals reset, it will be 3 switches taking the tournament.
I don't know what happened there with Lilybun at the end. She jumped downwards to get a clear. Ended up not eject buttoning back, and that's right where Bells put it. Unfortunate for her. A really hard fought tournament. Great games, great winners finals, great grand finals, but in the end it's 3 switches who take down Bun Bun Bonanza to win the first Ahten City Underground.
What a close grand finals as well. It went down to the wire, and you know, I wouldn't want it any other way. Both teams perform exceptionally well. Just 3 switches, overwhelming with the damage pressure at the end. If you slipped up once, if you didn't elusive the Thunderstruck once, that would be all it took. And at the end, that was the margin between that point going over to 3 switches or Bum Bum Bonanza.
Yeah, what a great tournament here. Bun Bun Bonanza did so well, but unfortunately unable to take down 3 switches in the finals. It was such a close set. it really could have gone either way. It could have come down to anything, it felt like. But so much pressure exerted here. The 3 switches had 4 KOs on each member. 12 KOs, doubling the amount that came out from Bun Bun Bonanza. And those power plays really did seem to make a difference.
Really did. But we're going to start wrapping it up here. We still have to wake up tomorrow for the North American Strikers League. Don't miss that. Anything you want to say?
See you next week in Seraphim.
That's so real. Wait a second. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah. Well, see ya. Good night.
See ya. Bye.